Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. How's everyone doing? Welcome to High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Good to see y'all. Zach, how you doing? Kirk, hey, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Serena, Psy, politics today. Yeah, right. Kind of feels like a day that we could skip the politics. You know, we could just not. You know. Yeah, it's kind of the bitch of having a show named High on Politics, where people kind of come here expecting that, which, yeah, it's almost like I should start the show with politics and then do the fun, like literally make the fun half where I talk about my stuff, but hey, you know what? Wouldn't be a Pep Talks production if it wasn't all ass backwards, so, spicy chicken ramen with boiled egg and microwave sweet Chinese pork sausage. Sounds pretty tasty, honestly. Yeah, man. I like it. I like it. Kind of a big fan of spicing up just your the instant ramen. I like the boiled egg thing. That, yeah, all right. We're definitely a little bit the same there, but welcome to the show, guys. I hope everybody is doing well. I'm okay. Today has been a rough day. So, if you guys can help cheer me up a little bit, I could really, really use it. I really could. Definitely feeling it today. I kind of came to the realization that this is the first real holiday without my mom. And it's hitting me. It's hitting me hard. It's hitting me real hard. To the point where, I hate to say this, I was even considering taking the night off, because I was just like, I wasn't expecting it. I don't know. It's coming in waves, but talked to one of my family members. Fuck it, I'll just say it. I talked to my sister, and she just said, yeah, you know what? You got this. You can do your stream. She said that you guys would understand because you're a kick-ass community. Which I busted her. I'm like, wait a minute, you've been watching the show, you've been lurking, and she's just like, hey, don't judge me. It's like, I'm gonna judge you. Why are you watching my shit? It's like, find a better show. I'm kidding. Yeah, Pep, you are a strong person mentally. Thank you. That was a little bit of a backhanded compliment in a way. I mean, I wish I was as strong as you mentally. Oh, I thought you were kind of just being like, you know, you are strong mentally, but you are weak, little boy. You have noodle arms. You couldn't lift a paperweight. I mean, I judge myself for being here too, valid. Yeah, it's today's been a rough one. A real rough one. I'm not one to make cryptic posts on social media, but today was like hey, I'm not doing well, and if you genuinely care about me, just, I don't know, throw like a little, how you doing there, kiddo? It sucks. Nobody can prepare you for this. And the thing is, I've talked to plenty of people that have gone through a similar situation. Hello, Pep sister. Yeah, right. Makes me wonder now. Now I really am wondering, like, it's like, hey, because now I also have to be careful with the stories. One of these days she's going to call me and just be like, hey, you buff. Although, that's how I'll get her on the show, is because she'll be like, oh, Oh, you think? Okay, well, I'm gonna tell this side of it. It's like, please do. Sparks up another? Hell yeah, Starman. I'll see you on that one. I usually soak egg in soy garlic marinade. Throw some Mediterranean style canned sardines in or mackerel. Ooh, get the fishy taste. I get it. I went to a ramen place that did something kind of similar. Ooh, this is good. I may have also taken a little journey to a special, like the candy store, because today is Green Wednesday. So, Earl Grey in the cup. No, I got coffee today. Need it. Sorry, Pep. Thanks so much for coming on here to make our Wednesdays better. Hey, Etch, that means so much to me. Thank you. That really does. I appreciate that. I'm gonna try my best today. Especially after the last 2 days that we've had. Let's be real. It would have been hard to beat Monday's show. Yesterday was close. Also had a lot of fun over on Good Morning Comrade. I'll talk about that in a minute. We'll probably watch a few clips, but yeah, it was going to be a hard one to beat anyway, but realistically, guys, I'm not even kidding. Like, I had a little bit of a situation where just even being in the store, seeing, and it's how this goes, where it's like, I see, how you doing there, kiddo? Oh, thank you, Candid. I'd see, didn't have to take it so literally. But no, I appreciate that. No, it's just weird because, like, the holidays are getting me, man. Just, they're starting to put the Christmas stuff out, and I attempted to do a little decorating, and I couldn't even get the stuff up the stairs. It's rough, man. Fuck. I really miss my mom, guys. I think that there's a little bit of that where I'm processing it. You came to the darker side, the coffee side. Yes, I did actually, in real time. Anna, I think that you've seen it happen. I think that you have seen the switch, because I did start stream pretty exclusively as a tea guy. The false flag going on, DC is out of control. I have no idea. That's why I didn't really put it in the title, because I saw an update about it, saw that it was 2 National Guardsmen that got shot and died. Then I saw a bunch of, like, these crime statistics that came out, which kind of it's like the antithesis to everything we've been told by the Trump administration, but as you get older, the pain slowly fades. Take it from me, an old dude. T-Bone, I appreciate that. At least your family tree is not a stump, so it's all good, my dude. Oh, I mean, greasy, okay, sliced beef. I like filet or sirloin. I actually had a nice filet the other night. Got off stream. What was it, yesterday? Yeah, got out of stream yesterday. Cooked up a nice steak. That was a nice meal. Hey, Pep, not to make it about me, but I'm trying to relate to you for what it's worth. For what I'm about to say, this year was my first year without my family on my birthday. No cake, just me. You know what? That's not necessarily making it about you. And, yeah, those are rough, man. Those are rough. Especially when you're used to it. I'm not looking forward to my birthday. I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream on my birthday. I might have to take that day off. Because, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm literally taking this day at a time now, but show some paintings your mom did and make prints. People will buy them. Oh, really? No kidding? Oh, okay. Actually, one of my favorite drawings is one of something she did of her old house. I wish I had that, like, right here so I could show you guys. Don't want to necessarily chair stream this early into the stream. You know what? Fuck it. I'll show you guys. You got me excited. I'll be right back. Mind you, this has been through a house fire, so it's a little dingy, but There we go. There we go. There you go. Try to do like a what is it? It was like her way of drawing absurd. She also did like photorealistic kind of stuff, but that was her way of having like a little fun of cartoonerizing her first house. Yeah, she was living in that house when she met my dad. Awesome picture. Yeah, thank you. Abstract. Yeah, that's what it is. Abstract. I couldn't think of the word, but thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for guys. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, my mom was awesome. She really was. I'm not sure if I ever told this story, but my mom was a professional dancer, and I'm not talking in the, in the club sense. She was part of the Joffrey Ballet and the Chicago. Oh God, what was the? It was the. She always would say that it's like the second best ballet company in Chicago. But yeah, she was a dancer up until she was about 26, 27. She took a nasty concussion during a performance where her partner just completely missed her. And when he went to catch her, he caught her and essentially did a full wrestling body slam, head first into the stage. So Prince signed by her son, priceless. Not a bad idea. Honestly, not a bad idea. My mom would love that. She would love that. I love ballet. My friend does ballet. Nice. Yeah, I definitely appreciated it. Or I appreciate it, but not as I'm not a fan, I was definitely in the vein of, my mom does this. It's cool. I liked going and seeing her perform with Second City a lot more, because those were, more my jam. But it was always cool, I always liked that she was into that stuff. She was always into the arts. Pretty much every bit of arts. So that's where I really got this from. I got the gift of gab from my pops, though. I gotta give him some credit on that one. You know what? If he was watching this, he would have called me just right now just to be like, "Hey, what the F, dude?" It's that I'm pretty good at talking. Although, you know what? Both of them. I could see how they hooked up. I could definitely see that. I don't see how they got married. I will never, for as long as I live, be able to piece together how the hell those two people created this. I don't know. I know the science behind it. It's gross, but just... And then another, they're my sister, they actually stuck around for another one. So it's just but for real, if you've ever had, I'm not sure if you guys are divorced or children of divorce, but I always look at it this way because there was a lot of lamentation from my mom where she had lamented the fact she wasn't married anymore. But then she went through some therapy and saw a new perspective, which I did help her with. I'll never forget where she was just because I cracked a joke about that where I was just I don't know how the hell you guys even stayed married for as long as you did. You guys were wildly different people, just entirely different. They say opposites attract, but opposites don't tend to make cohesive home units. So because there was a lot of that kind of stuff where my dad didn't appreciate art in any real way like that. So anytime that she would always bring this up. I tried to take him to, this museum, and he would just either try to sleep, or he was. My dad's very stereotypical in the well, if there's a Hawks game, I want to go check the score. It's oh, come on, Dad. But yeah, I legit just have no idea. and me and my sister, like, we joke about that a lot, where, specifically to my dad. And yeah, before my mom passed, it was something we used to laugh about. I'm glad that she did see, like, past that, because one of the things that hurt really bad was, God, I had to be like 16, 17 years old. And it was one of those, like, it was a sad moment. Like, this isn't, there's nothing funny about this one. My mom was sitting in the living room just crying. And I don't know. I had that sense where I was like, I think I should just ask her, just what's wrong? Like, what's going on? I'm like, I was always there for her in that regard, but very rarely would I do the, hey, what's wrong? Because sometimes, a little TMI. I think that you guys know that my mom she was a bit of an oversharer. Hence how I know about the Schwann's guy. If you guys don't know the context of that story, I will just shout out in chat and I'll let you guys know. But yeah, my mom, she called me one day, just, fuck it, I'll just tell it. Yeah, she called me one day. She's just like, I was bad. I was like, what? She's like, you know, the Schwann's guy, he's just, I see him all the time. He seemed lonely. I was like, you didn't. She's just like, I did. I was like, oh no, Mom. But yeah, I asked her what was going on, and it really stuck with me, because she was just like, do you know how painful it is to still love that man? And I was just like, oh. And she kind of explained it to me, where she was just like, yeah, you know, because even though we weren't compatible doesn't mean that I didn't love him. And I was just like, oh man. And that kind of like gave me the first bits of like complexity in relationships that you know, yo, what's up? I don't know. You have been successful at portraying your mother's personality in great detail. It was almost like we knew her. I mean, yeah, that's what sucks, man. I finally did this. It was like a mental exercise for myself. This wasn't like a therapy thing. This was just for me. I still have a bunch of her voicemails that I'll listen to, and I'll look at her last few text messages like a lot. But the one that really got me was I went back to an episode where I knew for a fact that it was her texting me during the episode, and yeah, man. I'm glad that you guys got to at least experience that. It just sucks. I miss her a lot. Anyway, thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it. Cheers to Pep's mom. Cheers to Pep. Thank you. Cheers, Mom. She actually would have been like, can I hit that? So, All Things Must Pass, George Harrison. That was her favorite. Starby, a good poll. He was always proud of that her favorite Beatle was George Harrison. Because everybody, like, all her friends were, you know, I like John, I like Paul, and she was like, I like George, and they were like, ew. At least nobody said Ringo. If she had said Ringo, then I would have even had to been like, come on, Mom. Even go with Pete Best, damn. I remember when she was so confused about Kirk's mom. Oh my God, that was one of the most, yeah. Tell Kirk's mom I said hello. Yes, your alt account shenanigans totally fooled her. That was funny. She was also like so confused because when I tried to explain it to her, she's like, why would anybody do that? I'm like, it's like, well, it's funny. But it's also a way that people kind of avoid getting banned. I shouldn't be telling you this. Your family was there. You had a W parent. You had W parents. Yeah, no, I really did. You know, for all, like, I was just talking to my sister about this yesterday. Like, for all the fucked up stuff that we went through, we were loved. You know? I can always say that. Like, my mom, she made mistakes. Lots. She made lots of mistakes. She was also a personality and a half. And yeah, she got out there. Oh my God, guys. Oh, I forgot to tell you about this. So I was going through her stuff, and she had, like, we went to London and Paris together it was just a mother-son trip. I was 17 years old, and it was amazing. That's the one where I got robbed in Piccadilly Circus. But I found a video of us walking around, and it hit me. But it was really funny because in the video, at the beginning of it, I didn't know that she actually took the time to do this, because she had another trip to France where it was without me. It was with my aunt. And she met this dude at the Hard Rock Cafe. And she made him record this video talking about how, like, he was really good friends with Steven Tyler. And he was just like, I was in a band at the time. I was a bassist. Yeah, what's up? I tried. Me and my buddies in a little garage band at like 14. I did 2 talent shows and we sucked badly. But yeah, she was all about, like, you have to wear your earplugs. You got to earplugs. And the guy was just like, hey there, kid. I just got to say, your mom, she tells me that you're into some music. I just want to tell you that I been around all the greats, and they all say that they have one regret: not wearing earplugs when they were younger. So remember to wear your earplugs when you're jamming with your pals. It's like, thanks, random guy, that my mom is stooping in France. I appreciate that. And I have that memory forever now. So that's cool. But also, yeah. I'm gonna lurk, though. This is bringing up some memories of my mother, and I'm drinking. I need to focus on something else. Someone could let me know whenever this convo is over, please. Oh shit! Didn't realize that I should put a trigger warning, but no, I appreciate that, and also thank you for your honesty. But yes, it shouldn't be going too much longer, because honestly, I think that I've pretty much covered it. Like, my mom is she's a special lady, and her memory is strong right now. Thank you, random citizen. Young pet. I mean, it was weird. Again, good dude. Well-intentioned. I don't know. Like I was saying, I talked to my sister about this a little bit yesterday. Or I was just like, yeah, you remember, like, how many guys she introduced us to? And she's like, oh. She's like, the problem is no, because there were so many. I'm like, oh, man, that's... Oh, boy. Pep, this is the place to talk about it. Hey, I think it is. I've been told by certain people in like the content space that I have some balls of steel for putting out my personal life the way that I do. Which, that seems exhausting, to almost have to create a personality to just be on air. Like, I know that's how a lot of people do this. Most people, even, if you will. I don't have that. I don't want it. I'd rather just be able to come down here, turn this microphone on, and talk to you. How annoying does that have to be to constantly just have, like, that little self-editor inside? Like, I do have, like, an internal monologue. He doesn't chime in a lot. Usually chimes in at the wrong time. Thank you, random citizen. Pep, when he was 17 in 1903, because he's old as fuck. Hey, watch it, whippersnapper. Hey, did you know that back in the Dizzy, that I had a charter booked with the Titanic? Dude, I wish. Time traveler Pep. It's just like, what are you doing? I'm going on the Titanic. Knowing what's gonna happen? Yep. Little did they know, it's like, I have a scuba suit. They're like, scuba suits don't protect you from the elements of the water. Oh, You and my mom are just about the same age, bro. I know. You don't have to remind me of that. That's just wild. That's oh boy. That goes back to like when I first started this channel where I was just like, oh yeah, I started to learn how old some of my audience was, and I'm just like, wait a minute, your parents are how old? If they're within a 5-year radius of me, that's insane. Like, what? No, it's fine. My wife is just about your age too. How'd your mom feel about that one? Wait a minute, what? Wait. You're telling me you married a woman that is about the same age as your mom? I mean, now I have genuine curiosities about this. Whatever works. I don't judge. I really don't. But I genuinely just need to know. Did your mom like just go, oh, come on, Kirk? Ashton's over here just like fucking slow clapping. Everybody stand and cheer for Kirk. He is a man who has done what we have all strived to do. It works for me because I really don't know my mom that much. Okay. Yeah. Still wild. Your mom's still alive, though. Like, hold on. Do you not talk to your mom a lot? Or is it just like you guys are like arm's length kind of thing? Yes. You just give this man a medal. Oh man, that's wild though. That is just, I don't know. Cause you're a young dude. Cause you're not like, you're a young guy, but you're 30. So, dang. I don't know if you don't want to answer this. You don't have to, obviously. But where'd you meet your wife? Like, was it? I am more curious about that kind of stuff because, like, I'm starting to realize, I'm like, oh, not everybody just like knew the person that they married like for a while and were friends first. It's like, oh, wait a minute. You've known her since you were 12. As soon as she flipped her hair back in slow motion at a bar, the night I met her was when she was downing some Metamucil. I knew she was the one. All right. I can see that. But I love it. Is that Metamucil? You know what? I don't fuck around with low fiber, okay? Just know that I have healthy shits. What all of a sudden she's just like, I bet yours are watery and awful, okay? And like, this is your first time having a conversation. Yeah, you know what? I better be careful because, like, Mrs. Papa, it's just like, yeah, I met this girl. She had a, oh my God. It's like, yeah, you see that girl over there with the Metamucil? Meanwhile, it's an old lady with a, hey, I appreciate you. Now stop staring at me. Oh my God, did you see her? Did you see Marge over there? Boom. The lower they sag, the more I brag. You catch my drift? Hoo-hoo. I trace her varicose veins lightly. Oh my God. That one got me. Observing games. First time chatter. Welcome to chat. And wow, what a time to come into the show. Oh man. Have a nice romantic dinner of split pea soup at 3 p.m. Ah, it was very romantic. We played canasta, and then I fell. We shared our pills together. It was a wild evening. Oh my god. Ah, dude. Literally just the clinking of the teeth in the jaw. No. I'm done. I'm done. Anyway, how are you, observing games? Welcome to the channel. If you have any questions about the program you are watching or the host here, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. I'm glad to have you here. I started on iVisit back in 1999, actually. As boost other streamers now. Oh, really? Well, I appreciate that, Starman. I didn't know that you were a streamer. Did I? I don't know. Oh no, now I feel bad. It's like, wait a minute. I try to boost anybody that's in here and doing the streaming. Blessings, did you see there was a National Guard ambushed? I guess your Feds rampage. I don't know. You're the second person I've seen talking about like a false flag type of situation where you're awesome, bro. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Trust me, those go a long way. I'm one of those guys where you give me a compliment, that one's lasting a while. I'll probably be talking 40 years from now. I'll be like, yeah, there's this guy Starman in my chat. So it was awesome. Really needed it. I was at a fast food place like a few weeks ago. It was I think I told the story on air, but I went to Starbucks that morning and I got a compliment on my hair, and then I went to a fast food place to actually for uni, because she was finally having a nice craving that was not, you know, water. Because that's the weirdest part with this chemo thing is she's just like, nothing with flavor. I just want water right now. Nice, cold water. It's like, okay, I understand that. But trying to relax. Still haven't realized the 4-day weekend started. 4-day weekend. Yeah. Yeah, guys, I'll probably be hopping on. Don't know. We'll see. Kind of want to cover the Janksgiving thing because that's always fun to watch. But anyway, blessings. Oh, by the way, also thank you for the blessings. May not be religious myself, but you know what? I'm not a dick. I always like I said, I appreciate compliments and I appreciate when people wish me well. I just, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. I was not going to talk about this, but this is something happened to me. Without going into too much detail. I had someone randomly like get really aggressive with me. And you know, I've known him for a few years. And we've always been cool. Like, I don't think there's ever been a situation where we felt like there was a vibe. Yeah, and just out of nowhere, this dude, like, throws it at me, where he's just like, fuck you, man. Like, I'm like, what the hell? What? Where's this coming from? And I, like, this was right after I just went, bye, I'll see you later, and he was just like, fuck yourself. I was like, whoa. Whoa, what? And then he repeated it. And instead of engaging, I just went, you know what? No, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not going to deal with this. I don't know, man. I thought I was going through some shit. And apparently, yeah. Anytime I see somebody have an outburst like that, where it's just like, whoa, dude, because I've wanted to. Do you know how many times I've been in a situation where I'm just like, I wanted to tell somebody to fuck, like, just straight up, just like, go fuck yourself. I do not want to deal with you. I feel like I'm also, I shouldn't swear right now because, dude, I had 7 F words yesterday on on Good Morning Comrade, which it's on FM, so he's just like, yep, I gotta go back and edit those. It's okay. I was like, I mean, you're saying it's okay, but not bad. Sorry, Pep, I didn't think you would get so upset about that. F you for being mad. This is very good. This is why I love you guys. I really do have like the best fucking audience. I know I say it a lot, and I should probably stop so you guys don't get too much of an ego going out there amongst the other streamers, just being like, I'm part of the, like, I'm one of the best audience members you could have there, dick. You know what? Respect if you guys do, like, if you do that, where it's like, oh yeah, well, Pep Talk sound one of the best audience members on YouTube, and I'm taking that one to the bank. Way more entertaining than MR. Really? Man, I mean, I'll take that compliment. I believe it? I'm not sure about that, but thank you. A once a week angered Pep show would be awesome. Maybe its own. Chan? What? Oh, channel. Maybe its own channel. No. Angry Pep. No. I try not to, man. I don't want to put that out there. Even now, with me feeling some stuff and not being in a very good place, I don't want to put that out there. Listen, I'm trying. Like, I am trying. I'll say that much. Yeah, really. Gee, Jesus Christmas MR gets so annoying, especially the damn mods. Wait, did you get into it with the mods again? Come on, man. Honestly, with that show, you just gotta... I just... If you have a lot to say, don't. That's not the best advice, but I don't... Sorry about that, Pep. No, it wasn't you. There's nobody online, guys. This was... Oh, yeah. Did I preface that that situation was completely, like, IRL? Man, yeah, I was getting in my car, and, like, I was about to close the door. I was like, bye! It's just like, what is going on? Have I been perfect? No. Have I said some things in some, moments? Yes. Recently? No. And that's what confused me. I was like, I didn't know we had bad blood, man. Collaboration, both AG and Pep Talks. Yeah, I mean, we're working on stuff. Like, AG is... I consider him like my Jedi Master in this, or a Jedi Master, all right? Like, I was a Padawan for a very, very small amount of time. I was like Anakin, where they did not see me as, or they did not grant me the position of Master, or the rank of Master. Yeah. Yeah, no, we had a good collab, man. We had an awesome show. Yeah, yesterday, I gotta say, was a really fun show. I'm not sure if any of you guys popped on over there. I know some of you dipped out. It's okay. I guess I understand. But no, for real, I had such a good time on Good Morning Comrade. Me and Jeff vibe a little too well. The problem was it turned into a wrestling podcast, but I just gotta put it out there. I'm like, dude, we should just, I don't know, maybe do once a month, like a wrestling podcast. We could call it, Wrestling with Politics. I'm so creative with my names, guys. You see? No, it was the only time I went there, or went on there. I said something about my thong being on backwards, and they thought I was making fun of trans people. It was the dumbest thing I've ever dealt with. Yeah, that's really stupid. That's really stupid. He's the mayor of Slab City. You know what's really... I'm stammering because I'm like, I learned about his area, right? And then I was like, wait a minute, you're telling me that I can go in Grand Theft Auto to your neighborhood? He's like, dude, it's almost mapped out entirely the way that it is. And then he showed me, I was like, oh, it is? That's crazy. You quit smoking 19 days ago for your new job. Oh, man, really? Well, congratulations on getting your new job. I'm sorry about the no smoke thing. That's incredibly hard, especially Thanksgiving. Urgh. Bus driver, yeah. CDLs you can't fuck with. One of my best friends is a CDL guy. And you know what? he quit, and it's rough for him, especially when we hang. But I recognize that, so those nights are beer nights. You know how it is. A regular says they're being transphobic, and the mods foam at the mouth with their kangaroo tail. They do kick pretty fast. I'll give you that. MR is definitely, but you know what? I also have to be fair, man. They have 10,000 people like showing up, and maybe in chat over like 1,000. That's insane, man. I've seen how it gets here when we just have a couple hundred people like chiming in. Like, it gets a little hairy, so they don't know you like I do there, Mr. Kirk. Even though I think that I did, I forgot who. Because there was somebody that was misreading your stuff, and I was just like, no, oh, is this face? Or I was like, no, don't ban him. It's like, what do you know? That was annoying. But yeah, I check into MR chat once a day, say good morning. Sometimes I'll have a conversation. For the most part, I'll just kind of hang and wait to see if anybody in chat like does acknowledge anything that I've said. And yeah. Aw, really? Somebody over on Twitch decided that I'm not worth it anymore. We're at 489, folks. 11 now. That's a backslide that I didn't need. I hate to say this, but I'm going to just be honest about it. Occasionally, those are I hate that. Like, I've brought up how I don't really pay attention to the numbers, but, like, when I'm sitting here pouring my heart out, just going, yeah, I'm not doing too well. Holiday season's getting me kind of a little sad. That is just like, yeah, you know what? I'm out. Peace. It's like, come on, dude. Oh, fuck off. Fire in the bowl. Yeah, you know what? It's exciting to see you in MR Chat, Pep. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I try to contribute as much as I can. I also try not to spam chat. A lot of people just say shit that, like, they had nothing behind it. But I get it. It's a community. Just makes it harder to keep up, you know? I was purposely trying to get the space to ban me, but they did good. They won my my stress test. Yeah, you know what? You're guilty of that? Aw, Edge, it's okay. Absolutely beer nights. By the way, Glitch, I did see you. If you guys are over on Twitch and not already following, hey, you could bring me back to 490 and cheer me up a little bit, because that's some bullshit. Like I said, man. Why now? Why today? Of all days, when I'm dealing with some shit, why now? This is the little thing that I've been talking about, you know, where it's like, I'll be going through some real big shit, and just, I'll be handling it well. I'll, and I'll acknowledge that it's like, yeah, no, I'm definitely keeping my myself together. And it's like I said about the sink thing, when my sink exploded, where it was just like, I already had such a bad day, where it's like, I found out, or like I was putting my dog down, found out my wife had cancer, then came home and my sink exploded. The sink exploding was the thing I freaked out on. Which, kind of glad in in hindsight, that it's almost, dare I say, kind of healthy, but it is such a lame ass thing for a content creator to just be like, ah, somebody doesn't like me. Oh man, especially me, where I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty okay with not being everybody's cup of tea. Hey, Pinkerbell, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us last night, by the way. I hope that the wrestling podcast didn't scare you away. That definitely took a turn, but we brought it back. a lot of content producers spam headlines over and over, not really any introspection within the content. I'd rather sit in with a stoner, or wait, sit and get stoned with a stoner. Oh, gotcha. I think that I've interpreted that correctly. A little scuffed, but yeah, no, I appreciate that. I know that I create content that I would watch, you know? My biggest sin is that I just don't like hearing my own voice, so I try to only watch my content when I think something might have happened, and I want to go review it, which is meta as fuck. I have had moments like that where, like, I responded to somebody in chat, and I was like, I hit end stream, and then I had that moment where I was just kind of reflecting and going, did I react too quickly? Was that a poor reaction? And I do have the benefit of at least going back to the VOD and just seeing, and there's been only like once or twice where I was just like, you know what? I think that I went a little too hard there. The rest of them, nah. Sometimes I'll even just be like, you could have done better with that. Being hypercritical of yourself, while also simultaneously, I'll admit it, being entertained by the content you're watching that you made. Well, I mean, that's as meta as you can get, I think. I think Kirk understands. Occasionally you'll hear something played back and you're just like, God damn. That was a good lick. Wait a minute, I did that. And then you get proud of yourself. You're like, hey. Or you're just like, damn, I'm good. But I don't do that one. I'm the other side where I get surprised by something where I'm like, oh, wow. I'm really impressed that I did that as well as I did. That's cool. Get stoned with a strunner. That's what I meant. Yeah, no, I got you. Hey, this space is a phenomenal platform. I'm super happy you partnered with them. I love them. Yeah, thank you for that. No, I love it. I absolutely love it. Got a lot of really cool people around the platform. I love that it's a mixture of different content. None of us are like, that's so cool. None of us really produce a similar show. That's crazy. And I'm happy to contribute. I just, like I said, I sometimes feel like the goofy goober of the bunch, because your voice is very unique. I compare it to Seth Rogen if he were a Norwegian stripper. Well, very much appreciate you appreciating it. Yeah. That's Norwegian, right? I don't know. See, this is where it, like, Eric is fine. Even though I have been told by a German in chat that it's like, nah. No. He is not exactly German, yeah. He is, just a wee bit, you know. You're being a little ridiculous. I think that's what they said. They're just like, yeah, that's not right. Fine, I see how it is. Dumpling gods flying the stars and bars on your toy shelf is disrespectful and patriotic? What? Well, then don't give me a toy flag. Flying the stars and bars. Literally, I got that at a freaking Patriot like event thing. So, yeah. You don't want toy flag to end up on a toy. Maybe don't make toy flag. $500 no hair. No. Dude, seriously, that would have to take like in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. I would not do that. Men died for that flag. Yes. Little green army men also died for that flag. That was disrespectful, but you know what? Men have also died for religion. Men have also died for pussy. So, like, I don't know. What are we doing here? Hawaiian poi flag. What, back there? Is that what the Hawaiian flag? No, dude. What? That's Czechoslovakian. Or Czech, if you will. Also, dumpling gods. Men have died for dumplings. And you make a mockery? How dare you? You should be drafted. It's about time you become a real man. You should talk to my fucking stepdad. He would love you. Real man. All right, dude, I'll be a real man. I'll bury my feelings and, you know, hang myself in my closet by my pinky toes in Minecraft. Because I buried all my feelings and I don't know how to deal with things. You know, like a real man. Huge big holiday. Wait, it's disrespectful to culture appropriate dumplings. How do you culturally appropriate something that every culture has? We actually covered this on the show when we watched that medieval guy talking about like the medieval fast food and like just in general how like communal eating was just a thing. Yeah, like we kind of learned that in every region there is a form of a meat pie, like dumpling. Tell that trash on YouTube to get back there under their rock. Oh, now you look down on YouTube chatters? Man, what's with the elitism all of a sudden? What's going on with that, brother? Don't analyze my comment, just give me a high five and say, yeah, suck it. Yeah, okay. Nice, Starman, nice. That's a lot. Save some money, man. The one thing I'll say is I like enjoying the buzz. Wow. Going on over on Twitch. Yeah, well, I mean, wait a minute. Are we gonna have Are you guys gonna do the territory thing? We're gonna do this? All right. Twitch versus YouTube, let's go. One thing about the Twitch side is they're gonna have to wait for the YouTube reply because there's a 6-second delay on YouTube. Yeah, what? Wait, what the fuck you calling us trash? You D-bag. No one called you names, meanie. That's true. Nobody called him a mean name. You know? Oh, that's right. Stranger Things is tonight. Ugh. Well, screw it. I'll watch it before I go to bed. Whatever. Thank you for that. Twitch has a higher concentration of weirdos to rad chargers. I don't get it. Like, I've never understood the whole, like, Vosh and Xanderhall used to do that crap where they're just like, they would dog on YouTube chat. Which, I get their gripes, but, you know, not everybody can have their own hosting website where they have everybody, you know, who has a membership or, is paid up to the site can be shown on chat, because I also do want to make this accessible to pretty much everybody. I appreciate the ones who do support, but, I'm not trying to make it like you have to. Even though it does help me. Twitch is overwhelming as a platform, LOL. Yeah. No, it's a lot. It's a lot to get used to, especially as, like, a creator, because, like, you make your Twitch account, and then all of a sudden they're just like, hey, do you want to, like, I don't know, make some emotes and, like, do some channel points and just have a bunch of incentives for the people that watch you. Oh, excuse me. It's like, yeah, pure concentrated overstimulation. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, this is why I like my format. Like, I like just my simple, you got the chat, you got the donation box, which I've been toying with hiding, but right now, I need all the help I can get, so that's going to stay for a little bit. And then, yeah, you get the stand cam, who he just went back in his spot. There we go. Yeah, see? Not too much. I don't have all that background stuff, even though I toyed with it. You know, I like how my This Space feed looks. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of cool, but I like this. And I hope you guys do too. If you do enjoy this, like I said, if you haven't already followed over on Twitch, please do. I need one more follower today to just kind of make me go, all right, cool. I hate being neurotic. I really do. Because I do this parasocial thing, like, where I go, oh, what'd I say? Was it the jokes? You know, it's like what I was saying about, like, Groove Dragon, even. Where it was just like, oh, you know, because he voiced that he was he was out. And he didn't want to be part of that stuff. That made me think, like, oh, no. Is it, like, because I showed that that's kind of my sense of humor, and now you're just like, I don't want to be associated with somebody like that. It's like, what? Take down the flag, and I will? No. That's not worth it. And why are you so insulted by Charizard holding a flag? Which, honestly, is pretty badass if you ask me. Who better to defend the fucking stars and bars, right? He's defending my heritage. Aw, dude, thank you. 1/5 of the pepper hat, that is true.
HBX $20. Hope
Thank you.
Stan gets lots of treats
I
for
really
this, and
appreciate
we
that,
are
Ash.
1/5
Here.
to the pepper hat. Let's go.
And yeah, he gets some. Oh my god, he's about to run out of these. He gonna go through it. You heard the meat-filled dough ball. Take it down, you commie. The meat-filled dough ball. That's hilarious. Pep, no. What? No, what? My one advice is somehow make your gifting memberships is $1. I'll gift a 20 spot. Stars and bars is the Confederate flag. Oh, but there's stars and. Can't it be both? I don't want to be a complete moron, but we also know who you're watching, so let's be real. Thank you for that. Stars and... Oh, that's right! Stars and... Oh my god! I actually did get mixed up there. Oh, well, that's embarrassing. Thanks for that. Well, I don't think I'll be forgetting that anytime soon. What do we say here? Egg on my face. Man, you are chewing these so daintily. That means that you are enjoying them thoroughly. I enjoy. No mas. You're such a good boy. And thank you, Etch, for the 20. I really appreciate that, dude. Here, let me put that in the update. 12-year-old. Wait. Wait. 12 Dems and 15 wacky Republicans are not running for re-election to Congress so far. Let's get the number way higher. So about that war of northern aggression there. Oh, hey, a dog. Yes, it is a dog. Yes, I have a dog cam here in the corner. He is a good boy. And also, he has his own emote. Because, you know, why wouldn't he? Okay, that is... Yeah, I just realized how embarrassed I really am. It's just like, oh. So why... Wait. Because you told me. Yeah, so he used the wrong terminology because he said, you're flying the stars and bars on your toy shelf. It's disrespectful. Well, I do not see any Confederate flag there, my guy, so don't know what to tell you. That's what it's called, and that's what I heard you said it, and there's like no way he's talking about that. You know what? I'm human. I make mistakes, okay? I know, you guys are used to watching debate lords on YouTube. Not having somebody just be like, you know what? This is me. Accept me for me. Or get out. Dark Brandon gifted memberships is $1. That massively increases population as well as increased popularity. Here. I'm going to have to go and do that after stream here, but I appreciate you giving me that heads up. I did have a little situation with YouTube where they wouldn't let me set it under $1.99 for a while there. They might have been a little bit different there. But you said I represented your slavery. What? No, I didn't. Plantation heritage. I said Slavic. What? Are you trying to confuse me? Because that's unfortunately going to work. I'm a little bit in a... I'm not in the zone today, okay, dude? Like, gifting is an increase. I thought it was a See, man. I thought it was a decrease. I thought that they cut the price. I'm check. Yeah. Yes, that is like the majority of my heritage. Well, at least the one that like I'm closest to, because my grandfather was... He spoke Czech. And he didn't need to. That was the weirdest part. Like, he grew up in America, but he just he apparently sounded exactly like his father, so... I think I've said this before, but my old man, like, when I'm doing, like, the, hey, what? Like, that's my grandpa. Subcarpathian Russia. Oh, nice. Yeah, so, you get it. Hey, cheers to that. Yes, the Czechoslovakians. Oh, that. Oh, yeah. I mean, I wasn't alive, nor were we in the country at that point. My family immigrated here from there in the mid 1800s, so. Yep, just acknowledging, or just knowledge house masses of population. Wait, what? Huh. That was weird. You'd love that. I mean, I loved, my grandpa was cool as shit. My grandpa's very much like the part of my, my mom's heritage that I got like the most from. He was just a wacky dude, and he was one of my favorite things that we ever did was when I was like 8 or 9. He was up here visiting us, and we went to go see all like the Christmas lights around Chicago, and he was just telling me all these really cool stories and like pointing to the buildings, saying like which ones were, you know, the ones pre-fire or the ones that were built like right after the fire, and like it was really, really cool. And yeah, just in general, like the fact that he would always take time to ask me how I was doing. He'd call me at least once a month just to be like, you know, checking on in. He'd put my grandma on the phone, and I'd just be like, you don't have to do that, Grandpa. No. That wasn't exactly I was not a big fan of her. Nobody really was, but. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Like I was saying, though. I don't even know what I was saying. You know what I was saying? Follow me over on Twitch. That's what I was saying. Freaking follow. There's nothing worse than hitting a number that you like had as a goal and then all of a sudden just see that that's dwindle. This content creation game, it's a fickle bitch. And it also annoys you. And I don't care who you are. I don't care. Listen, I really am. I try to be the guy that's like, I do not care about this. Like the number side of things and all that. And I know that I keep repeating that, but for real, oh, that made me mad. My topic got crossed. Wait. What was your topic on then? Anyway. I think that we should get to the politics and stuff. Even though I don't wanna politics today. I wanna stay here and just chill with you guys and talk about all the bullshit. It's all bullshit, you know that, right? You know what? That's what we need to have. We need to have a drunk pep stream where you guys get me to that point where it's just like, you know what? This politics stuff, it's all a farce. It's all just there to get you all riled up and make you not think about everybody fucking you around. Oh, man. Mass populations get crossed by topics. Population, perhaps? Huh? Now I'm confused. Well, there's that wall. My brain just hit it and went... Smoosh. Anyway. Let's do this. Get this ready, because I didn't really have much ready pre-show outside of like the Piers Morgan thing that we're watching that today, because Piers Morgan reacting to the MAMDANI stuff, I wanted that 4 days ago. So he definitely could have capitalized on that a little bit better, but who am I to say? I'm just a yutz with a YouTube channel. Yeah, right. Suspect in custody. Trump requests 500 more National Guard troops to D.C. after shooting. There it is. All right, there's the false flag thing that people were talking about. Got it. Got it. Yes, because that's going to stop things. That would have changed anything from my understanding with this one. But here, let's see. On Wednesday, Donald Trump asked Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to send 500 additional National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. after 2 West Virginia guardsmen were shot nearby. Shooting occurred roughly 2 blocks northwest from the White House, wounding 2 West Virginia National Guards members who were hospitalized in critical condition. Law enforcement said surveillance video shows the suspect approaching the soldiers, drawing a gun at least one soldier exchanging fire. Emergency medical responders took 3 people to the hospital. Wait. 500 reinforcements will swell the force to roughly 2,200 troops. Blah, 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 blah. In August, President Donald Trump issued an emergency order that federalized local police and sent 500 National Guard. We know that. So, again, yeah. You know what's weird? That at least this one had a shooting. The first one was just big balls got beat up by some teenage girls. Pep, you got a question. What's your question there, Zach? What's up, man? I will answer to the best of my ability. And then, Trump says he'd rather not extend Affordable Health Care Act subsidies. Well, then figure something else out as an alternative. You've had fucking years to do it. I'm tired of your bullshit. See, this is where I'm at. I'm tired of Trump's bullshit. Like, the funny ain't getting me, dude. You can do your charming bullshit. You can literally, you can say the funniest things. Don't care anymore. Like, seriously, you want to take away healthcare from people? Then do your job. provide health care, provide an alternative instead of this, you know what? It has Obama's name on it, and I'm a real piece of shit that just has a massive ego. I don't know how people get over a childhood pet dying. Why is it still affecting me? Oh, it never goes away. That's your first sign of grief there, pal. That's a forever thing. With time, it kind of gets a little bit better, but man, I was grieving my first dog not too long ago. Where actually, obviously, with my recent the passing of my recent dog, you know that it brought it back. Lost some good animals along the way, but I also have some good animals here. Got Mr. Stan here. He's in good health. Gonna work hard to keep it that way. He is getting up there in age, though, for his breed, so I'm definitely keeping an eye on him. QCOC? What is that? Anyway. But welcome to the stream, everybody that is just popping in. If you are new here, I appreciate you stopping by, checking everything out. Hi, nice to meet you. If you are a regular here, I appreciate having you guys here. And if you're a lurker, I also appreciate having you all here. Thank you for hanging out. It's been months, but he was mine. He slept with me every night. Down for my birthday. He waited to see me before he passed. Nice. Well, at least, you know what? That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing, and you should definitely take that. I think that of everything going on with me now, losing my dog, you know, she was 16 years old. She was not in good health. She was just not. That there was a reason that I would have to, like, literally run upstairs, take care of her, run back down here, like, way more often. Not sure if you guys have noticed that, but yeah, because she was having she walked herself into the vet at the end there, but it was getting hairy. You know what I mean? Like, there were a few times where she would slip and, like, it looked like it was like, okay, are you not going to be able to walk? But then she would be able to do it. It's like, ugh. But even the fact that she was doing that, it was like, it's time. I can't do this. And it's like, I felt bad making her do that, but man, having a yellow lab is already special because they speak with their eyes, and oh boy, he was suffering for a while. I randomly went on vacation for a weekend, only saw him for a few hours. The next day he passed. Aw, well, good boy. He's a good boy. Shout out to the good boy. Shout out and cheers to the good boy. To all the good boys and girls that we have lost. Cheers. Shooting that coffee back. You know what? I'm glad I did. That was... There's nothing worse than when coffee gets to that point where it's like, oh, it's getting a little chilly. And it's going to start tasting bad. Quantum Traveler. How's it going, Pep Talks TV? How are you, Quantum Traveler? You wouldn't happen to know a hermit horologist, would you? Since you are a Quantum Traveler. We have a certain horologist over in our YouTube chat, which when I learned what that was, I was like, oh, you study time? Wow. I need to go to Japan just to go to the Godzilla store in Tokyo. Yeah, I need to do that. I need to... Yeah, my dream is to do that. Go to the Godzilla store, go to Shinjuku, and then also go to the Bandai headquarters, because I'm a stupid gaijin that just... Yeah. But I know me, you know, white American asshole. That's the last thing they need, is another white American asshole streamer coming to their country. Just being like, look guys, I'm in Japan! Yes, I'm knocking on Hassan, Johnny Somali, and pretty much every other fucking YouTuber that's ever done it. Like, good for you. I'm so happy you could go on vacation and stream it. I'm so happy for you. That's like the closest thing to, I think, being bitter that you will see right there. It's because, yes, I have mentioned this numerous times, and I'm going to keep mentioning it. I haven't had a fucking vacation in 16 years. But that is part of the life that I chose. As far as, there's a reason I don't talk about my work, but anyway. Outside of, I kind of can't, but getting closer to being able to talk about my past work, though, which will be fun. If you guys are still, I know you guys are all curious about what I used to do. You know what? Before I do that, though, I'm going to make you guys guess. Like, we're going to have a little guessing game. Also, speaking of guessing game, the game is still on. How many peppers are in the jar? How many peppers did Pep pick? Why don't you guess? Ooh, the lava lamp effect. It's so close. So close. Added a little bit of sugar and it did exactly what I thought it would. It is going to sweeten that brine. Do I know how many peppers, Pep? Yes, I do. Yes, I counted. Let's see. Let's do the update here. Ooh, Etch is guessing 37. I think Etch already guessed that, didn't you? Yeah, you guessed 37. Is anyone close? Yes. Yes, there's a few people that are close. Nobody's guessed dead on, though, so that's what I'm waiting for. Also, to be real, I'm actually waiting for the brine to cure, because is that how that works? Yeah, because the brine is curing. I just don't want to fuck up my my peppers, because I've done that before. The last time I was trying to pickle something, I got a little bit too impatient, and I ruined the entire thing. 99 peppers. I ain't one. Oh, shit. Thanks, Matt. But yeah. Bringing it back to, yeah, you guys can start guessing what I used to do for a living. Yeah, when I can finally talk about it, oh my god, that's going to be multiple videos, and I can't wait. I have so many effing stories. So many. I know that there's a few that I'll never be able to really tell them until I, like, get an okay from an attorney. Because, yes, there are, fortunately, a few of those, too, where it's just like, oh, come on, really? Ugh. This is why I hate NDAs. I absolutely hate NDAs. And I also hate the fact that I was in an industry that required them for so long. Used to be a butler for the ultra elites. I like that guess. You were a roadie for Disturbed. You know what? Oh my god, I already like this. Can we do new pep lore where you guys, instead of guessing, this is it. Like, yes, it's all true. All of it. Every single bit. Did you know that Pep was a roadie for Disturbed? Really? Did you know that he was also a butler for the elites? What else we got? No, I like this. I love this. I'm going to become a mythical figure. Did you know that Pep once rode a bike across the country and ended up making the most deliveries ever? He was the most interesting man in the world. No, wait. Because it has to be a job. Senatorial page. He was all... All right, here we go. Now we got 3. He used to be a butler for the elites. He also used to be a roadie for Disturbed. You installed high-end aquariums in rich people's houses. He is the most interesting man in the world. His name is Pep. I don't always drink beer, but when I do, it is not Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friend, because you will not be getting any of my beers. He used to make Subway sandwiches for people living in the tunnels of LA. All right, now all right, I do appreciate the fact that you guys went from like high end, you know, it's like, ooh, this is interesting. to, yeah, he used to make freaking road hogs. High end gigolo. Oh man. Yes, I understood that. The 99 problems, but you know what? You got 99 problems, but a joint ain't one. Ow! Unless I was talking about your achy joints, then hey, old people joke. You know, Pep rode the old number 9 down Cutthroat Canyon. Yeehaw! I also was part of the original Gold Rush. Did you know that Pep was a time traveler? Actually, that's the secret, guys. That's the secret. I've been keeping something from you. I am a time traveler, and I am all over the history books. You can go into multiple history books and just kind of see a picture where you're like, that guy looks familiar. Is that Pep? It is. I don't care what it is. It is. It's me. PBR champion Pep Talks. That might be getting a little too close. He used to be a Queen's assistant for Queen Elizabeth before she passed. I mean, I wasn't on YouTube at that time, so maybe. You know, maybe that's why I'm so lippy now, is because I had to stay silent for so long. Corporate graphic design consultant firm? No. You were making a serious attempt there, and I'll just say no. I appreciate that, though. Because that's insinuating that I would have been good enough to do so. Funny enough, though, because of what I did do, I did some of that just like as a side thing. But that is true. Yeah, I dealt with billionaires. Is it fine? Hey, I'm not giving too many clues. But come on. You guys are Pep Talks viewers. Is it finances? I don't know. Is Pep good at math? No. You know what? I gotta, because you guys will probably get mad. I dealt with I did deal with numbers, but no, it has nothing to do with that. Although, before it was legal, I was a criminal. Before legalization, I committed lots of crimes. Just by the merit of it being illegal. In Minecraft. Was there too much time in between that? I don't think so. He gave life lessons to billionaires. Yes. I was a pickup artist that would go and go teach billionaires how to, rizz up some of the normie women. No. Do I now? I will not say. Oh, I like this. I like the air of mystery. But like I said, I also like to see the guesses. Although I'll be real. If one of you does get it, I think that I will not be able to hide my face where it's just like, ooh. Real estate agent and procuring rentals for rich do. No. Although I did work with people that were that. Unfortunately. Again, that wasn't part of the fucking NDAs. As long as I'm not doing, naming names. Dangerous game. This is a dangerous game. I will say this much. Professional jester for the rich. Damn! Nailed it. Right there. Right there. I told yucks for the rich. Will I get in trouble if we guess and you can't hide it? Possibly. I don't know. That's why Tinkerbell going, it's a dangerous game. I'm like, well, we'll see. Let's put it this way. I'm pretty confident that you will not guess. I had a very, very unique job. Actually, it wasn't a job. It was a career. Again, I made choices in my 20s, you know, and you do a lot of that stuff where people are just like, hey, you know, one of the worst pieces of advice I ever got, and you know what? Thanks, Dad. This is one of his, where he was just like, you don't have to necessarily love what you do. You just have to, you know, love the fact that you're getting security from it. I'm like, that's the opposite of like, love what you do and you don't work a day in your life type of shit. Like, I really did have the opposite of, like, every day I went to work, I lamented getting in the fucking car. Whereas, like, I don't want to do it. How much longer will that last? Hopefully by the end of this year. It's not just one. Like I said, I signed a bunch. The thing is, they all kind of have, like, they all sunset, but I don't want to fuck up and do, you know, something super irresponsible. Because, yes, I guarantee that there's at least a few of them that probably have it on their radar that this is what I'm doing now. Definition of selling out. Yeah, no, I totally sold out. Like, I couldn't do it anymore, though. So, Quantum Traveler, I understand. And it sucked. I hated it. I hated, like, literally every fucking moment of it. I hated it. Does the company have enough money to sue you? Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. They got lots of power, guys. That's why I'm like, I'm not playing with that. I'm not playing with that. At least you're a free man now. Yeah, no, I absolutely love my, like, I love my current situation, you know. I love streaming to you guys and doing that stuff, and also I like my other gig, but that one is also just a, yeah, they prefer that I not go into detail there, so there's reasons I don't do that. You said they get getting bankrupted or something? No. So this is where I'm saying I've had multiple ones. The one that I'm worried about specifically, trust me, when you do find out, it's gonna be like the most obvious thing where you're just like, oh, like, yeah, damn, like, you shouldn't have been playing. Like, Tinkerbell's probably the closest here where it's like, maybe I shouldn't even be playing with this fire, but I'm gonna be responsible. We're definitely living in scary times. Healing Happiness. I like your name. I really like your name. But yes, we are. Welcome to stream. Appreciate having you here. If you guys, I'm gonna do the thing. Please like and subscribe. Pep is Masad. No. Although, you know, I have to wonder, like, if anybody that I ever, like, ran into and worked with, maybe they were. Consultation of some type. All right, now we're getting a little too close. Let's not play. Let's not play anymore. Yeah, I'll leave it there, guys. No, and I mean it for real. Like, you guys can, like, still guess, but ooh, no, it's not a yes. It's just not a full no. That's a nervous sip right there. Very nervous sip. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no. Again, what I can say, number one is, so this, literally, like, I swear to God, it looks like a web shooter. Trying to change the subject. Yeah, no, you guys kind of know, yeah, the important bit, that I worked with some of the worst people on the planet. in general. Like anybody, like they have very shit motivations, and when you see what they're protecting, you're just like, why? Why? Because I will say that much, like if you understood how much money these people waste on the dumbest shit, just on the absolute dumbest shit. But yeah, I will keep you guys posted. Hopefully, you know what? While I'm thinking about it, I should probably send a text because it's important, you know. Make sure that I private equity. No, I'm proud to say that I was not into that. What were you into? Nothing. I'm not talking. I'm not gonna give any more details. So, man, I got 3-minute movie, no copyright, no ads. 3-minute movie. What is it? Galen Kroger, I appreciate you stopping by, and maybe I'll take a look at it, but I generally don't do links in chat unless the links come from me. Where here, if you want to send me a link, join our Discord. I will give you the invite, which hope you're cool. But yeah, for real. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord and you guys are interested in it, feel free to join now. My links are kind of exclusive invites. They're only open when I give the new link. It's a daily generated link. So, yes. You guys can consider it a personal invite from the host. But yeah, actually reading your private equity thing, I will say this though, like I saw the birth of like where that was going. Oh man. Give the mothers twins. You can see Pep's peppers. That sounds dirty. I don't know. It does, but it doesn't. It's one of those ones where it's like, no, it's perfectly innocent and innocuous. It's like, is it though? I don't know about that. All right, here we go. Let's do, like I said, the politics. It's that time. Because it was fun playing the guessing game. Just waiting for a text message back while I stall a little bit, because it'd be nice to actually get it. You know, it would be nice to have an answer about this, just to like have perfect clarity. Because per our last discussion, he was telling me that I should be pretty, I should be getting to that point where I will not have any more problems. Obviously, I will not be naming names of anything or anything like that. But yeah, I can guarantee you this. I'll give you guys the lowdown on what the industry was, how it worked, how long I did it, kind of stuff. But anyway, like I said, guys, if you guys can do me the solid of hitting the like button on the stream, that really helps out. Seeing a 100% like to concurrent viewer ratio would be really dope. So at the moment, 9 likes would be pretty dope. And also just, it would make you guys also dope. And you can tell exactly which which age demographic I'm from, because I'm using the term dope. Wait, did that one make a comeback, though? I don't know. These kids these days. Jacking our vernacular. Wait, jacking our vernacular? That sounds dirty. What are you doing? I was jacking my vernacular. Oh, man. Kids these days shaking my head. That's what RFK was doing. Let's not talk about that man right now. I finally had a day of peace where I did not have to think about that and just harvest. Ah, but there it is. Damn it. Tinkerbell! You know what? Have a happy harvest tomorrow. And I hope that you sit with that. For anybody that doesn't understand what's going on, oh, you missed Monday's show. It was a lot. Like, it was a lot. We learned about RFK shenanigans. And oh boy, is he a naughty boy. He is a naughty boy. He's one of those, Jimmy Norton. He's got the song, he's got a good boy phone and a naughty boy phone. Naughty boy phone and a good boy phone. Hey, Pep, do you do the dishes for your wife after Thanksgiving? That's true love, bro. Unfortunately, she is not going to be able to participate in Thanksgiving. Yeah, you know what? I'll give you guys little details on this one. Because of, like, her treatment schedule, we have gotten used to this much, at least, where we know when she's going to be super tired and just, like, pretty much inactive. So, starting today, literally, like, now, she is going through her, getting the chemo bag removed, but then she gets an infusion that makes her so sleepy. She calls it cocoon mode, and yeah, she literally goes into cocoon mode, and we'll probably get a little bit more life from her on Saturday, and then yeah, rinse and repeat. I just realized that it's kind of literal with her, in her case, though, because like it's the first thing she does when she finally, you know, emerges from the cocoon. Is she's like, I am stinky butterfly. I must go wash. Oh, dude, it was really funny though. This is why, like, I do love her sense of humor. Talking about this type of stuff, because she, I just kind of did this thing where I'm like, what's that smell? She's like, oh, it's chemo sweat. I was like, what? She's like, oh, that's the chemo sweat. Trust me. Like, smell. I was like, no. Least fun game of smell your finger. Actually, no. Ew. Bring her love. It's better than food. Oh, that she's got in spades. I try my best. Sometimes it even annoys her. That was something that was kind of starting to happen a little bit, where she was just like, okay, can you, like, not always, like, hover around me? Like, just space. Which, you know what? Everybody goes through this stuff a little bit differently. But yeah, when my dad had it, he was definitely of that mind where he did not want to be bogged down or bog anyone down. Like, that was his whole thing. He was just like, I don't want, or he was like, I don't want to be pitied. Don't pity me. Okay. All right, guys. Well, here we got the Tucker Carlson bit here that I wanted to get to. Like I said, we're not going to completely avoid the politics tonight, but we're also not going to go super duper into it. I've only got like four or five things brought up here. Can we put a W uni in chat? That'd be great. Yeah, if you guys can support my wife just with good vibes alone, I really appreciate that, because it goes a long way, guys. I had somebody today tell me how much they pray for her, and you know, I don't take it wrong. Like I said earlier in the program, I try to just be like, you know what? Sincerely, thank you. I appreciate you keeping her in your thoughts and your prayers. But anyway, let's do the politics bit.
Speaking of people outside the 40-yard lines, let's go ahead and take a look at this clip of Tucker Carlson on the Sean Ryan show that just, I don't know if you saw this, Ryan.
No, and what I hadn't, one of the things I love about
Ryan Grimm's eyes look a little like, I don't know.
this show is getting educated about the insanity that's going on, and
powers?
just the wild
Thank
circus
you.
that's going on in the right now. Because I need somebody to safari me through this jungle.
Gladly, I'll be the Sherpa here. This is
Safari me
Tucker
through this
Carlson
jungle.
making
I
a
like
comment that you might not think would be controversial, but the libertarians were quite upset with it. We can roll.
And on the Republican Party, which is almost to the point where it's just useless, and I'm going to have to oppose it because I hate them too much, but because they're such betrayers. But anyway, in the Republican Party, it's like, you a socialist? Are you from MAMDANI? No, not really socialist. Just, I don't want any more dollar stores. I don't want high density.
Well, Grimm has had some
housing in
work
my
done.
neighborhood. I don't want any more
I mean, he got a haircut, and I don't know. I just got to say that his eyes look a little
fucking strip malls that nobody goes to. No more karate studios and vape shops. Like, how about no?
karate studio. Oh my god. Oh my god. These fucking suburbanite dweebs.
Ooh, you socialist? You don't believe in the free market because you bribed a county commissioner to build more garbage? You don't even live here?
Mm-hmm.
In a normal society, we'd like burn your strip mall down. But you can't do that here. You can't turn my women into prostitutes. Sorry, OnlyFans. And you can't destroy the landscape that I live in. No. How about no? That's not crazy, is it?
We could
No,
probably
it's
stop
not,
it there.
Bud. No. And And you can't take
Well, isn't sex or S work like the oldest profession?
my tax dollars and
Like,
then
what
stop.
these money, like, dude, seriously. Oh my god.
Refuse to
These guys that just want to police everybody's sex lives, there's always something really fucked up about these guys.
do anything about child molestation.
Yeah.
Like, the whole reason you exist, county commissioners, is to protect my daughters from getting molested.
That and grifting.
Fair point. But people lost their minds, particularly over the dollar store comment, Ryan. And the old right was out in spades saying, rich guy hates dollar stores.
How does she do the collar underneath a sweater and somehow, some way, make it look just...
And it's amazing
What's
because
the word I'm looking for?
there's a
Bullyable?
wide variety of reasons.
Really, a denim collar under a blue sweater? Someone hire a stylist for her. Holy crap.
Research that's been
I mean, I shouldn't be talking, but... Yeesh.
done over time showing dollar stores increase the likelihood of the small
Homely. Homely is a good word for her.
local grocery store, the small local guy being run out of business as soon as that dollar store comes into
She has that very unfortunate Charlie Kirk part in her hair, too.
town. And so it's not as though dollar stores are uncontroversial in rural places or actually in inner city places at all. But of course, God forbid you say something like that. I mean, also the sentiment about the Republican Party is just like typical Tea Party era stuff. But the dollar stores, don't attack the dollar stores because God forbid we go after the dollar stores.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one to try to parse because the people who shop at dollar stores do not like dollar stores. Like
Or work at them.
or work at them. They hate them the most. They shop there because it's the only choice, and the system that we've built has left them with nothing but this dollar store. If they had any other options, certainly any other option to work, but any other option to shop, they would take that option. It reminds me of did you see this Campbell's Soup executive?
I saw you
Is Tucker saying that immigrants own strip malls or something? I think so.
tweeting about it, and I was like, why the hell is Ryan tweeting about Campbell's soup?
There's this
Okay, that was wild. Did you guys hear about this? Where there was a conference where the head of Campbell's Soup was talking to like the rest of like the distribution department and like the people that kind of, you know, they design the cans and all that kind of stuff. Like they're the actual, you know, workers. Well, this guy just kind of started going on a tirade about how they make food for poor people, and he recorded it and put it out there like a good citizen. Because fuck Campbell's.
Campbell's Soup exec.
I'll spend a couple extra cents for Progresso just to make sure that you don't get any of my dollars. How's that for poor man's food?
Is getting dragged for saying that their ravioli, their like beef ravioli is disgusting or whatever, and nobody knows what's in it, or whatever she said or he said. And it's like, everybody
Although a good Chef Boyardee, come on,
who's eating it
Chef Boyardee.
is saying the same thing. Like there's nobody that thinks this is anything other than like mystery meat.
How long until Republicans start becoming anti-strip mall? I mean, it's not the worst thing. We have way too many of them.
And they're making fun of themselves while they're eating it. Now they don't want you making fun of them. They would prefer to be eating something else in general. Some of their stuff is great.
I agree.
Listen, okay, so you guys know that I was sick last week, right? So what I do is when I'm sick, I like me some Campbell's chicken noodle soup, like any good American boy, with a little bit of a Sprite or a 7-Up or a Starry or just a lemon lime soda pop. But I like to spice up my my soup. I like to, I use it pretty much for the broth, the broth and noodles. Because like I had a bunch of shredded chicken that I was just like, okay, add some more shredded chicken into there. Then we're gonna put a little bit of spice, a little bit of salt and pepper, just a little dash, because you don't need to do too much. But then you put a little basil in there, get a little bit of a nicer flavor.
Yeah. Here we have the video.
Add a little bit of butter, and then boom, you got yourself a nice chicken noodle soup.
Some of it you're like,
anymore. It's healthy. Now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. The recording of
Jesus Christ, dude.
yeah, I mean that's how anybody's gonna feel about those products. Those super processed.
Fired.
Like what even is this kind of product?
Now,
people are mistaking what people do out of necessity for like their culture and how they want to defend their culture. Like there's nobody who's like, my culture is the dollar store, and how dare you?
Yeah, nobody's doing that.
Say something about it.
Right.
Now, it's
no, they see it as an attack on the things that they can actually afford, where they're just like, listen, I can't even afford to go to Walmart, and you're telling me to go to Walmart. That's not the fucking solution.
They're a rich person. Like it's one of those things. Like it's like your family. Like you can criticize them, but you don't really want somebody else to say it.
That's exactly right. Yeah, and
that's not honestly. That's pretty toxic.
I mean, first of all,
that enables a lot of toxic situations in families.
I think Tucker was speaking pretty casually there, but also just this idea that you have a massive global chain.
You know how many people literally have such bad people in their families that they're just like, yeah, but they're family.
That sells all kinds of junk. And to Ryan's point, what they'll do is run the local guy out of business. And then do you think maybe when it's safe, they raise prices again? Do you think maybe that's what happens? Of course, that's what happens. Do you think maybe they get really shitty about working conditions? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Once they've driven the other stores out, then they close some of their own stores and make you drive even further. Yeah.
And this is why your odds of having a better customer experience and worker experience with a local chain where the person has a stake in the community, because they're go to the PTA meetings, they're going to church, they're playing baseball, whatever, with you.
Well, yes,
it's not always perfect. Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
I'll add something unpopular. A lot of these small business owners in these small towns where you've known them your entire life,
Scrooge,
total jerks.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Of course.
So
they're human beings.
A lot of them are terrible bosses and terrible jerks.
Yeah, but you're going to have a terrible boss no matter what. I guess I'd just rather it be someone, the devil versus the devil who's somewhere in Midtown Manhattan, and you have to get through 5 layers of calls just to talk to somebody with a problem.
That's true.
Welcome to retail.
Turn your damn stuff.
He's our SOB at least. Yeah.
Yeah, and anyway, it does increase the likelihood that you'll have. I mean, I think it genuinely does increase the likelihood that you'll have somebody who has an incentive to have a good reputation in the community. Therefore, their incentive is not necessarily the GDP. Their incentive is to do a good job in the community because they have social ties that go along with more social ties that go along with their economic ties to the community. So anyway,
the perceived American isn't from where they think.
Mom and pop are often pretty cranky. That's all I'm saying.
They've
been the invaders' true story.
Ebenezer Scrooge, a mom and pop shop.
That's true. That's right.
But yeah, this clip just. The defenders of the dollar store, it was remarkable to see all these like conservative writers come out of the woodwork being like, rich guy hates the dollar store and we're supposed to believe he's a class warrior. Ha! Got him.
So I thought, so I watched this and I'm like, all right, let's see what's the controversy here. I thought it was going to be that the Republican Party is awful and I need to oppose it. Like I thought that was going to be the thing that people were animated about. But no,
they were mad about that too.
They're mad about that as well.
But again, like, I don't know. I mean, I think it depends on Republican voters have a pretty high level of support right now for the Republican Party, though it waxes and wanes. Unlike Dems, who have very low favorability of the Democratic Party right now, historically low favorability of the Democratic Party right now. But if you talk like that at most like county party headquarters, people are going to be like, "Yep," because they assume you're talking about the like elite, the Republican elite. They assume you're talking about like Lindsey Graham or something. So also didn't strike me as that crazy either.
Not necessarily. See, this is where she starts inserting herself there, where it's like, they're not talking about me. It's like, yeah, they are.
Well, so we need, actually, we have a main reporter who's been covering the Graham-Plattner race for us, Nathan Bernard. Maybe I'm going to have to ask him to go find out what strip mall was built on a road that's between Tucker's cabin and the river where he goes fishing every day. Because clearly some county commissioner got bribed by some developer to build a vape shop. We know everything that's in the strip mall. There's a vape shop.
Yep.
There's a dollar store. What was the third thing he was complaining about? A karate studio.
That one's funny.
There's a karate studio. So, okay, Nathan, if you're watching this, because I'm trying not to work as much on the holidays, so this is how I'll sign the story. See if you can find the strip mall with the karate studio, the vape shop, and the dollar store that has Tucker Carlson ready to declare war on the Republican Party. Because
we want to know what happened with the county commissioner.
And the owner does not live there. We know that. So these are the things we know.
Yeah, I think your experience in Vermont, I mean, I've always thought it was sort of like Vermont's billboard. You know, when you're coming up in the conservative movement, that's sort of looked at like as hippie nonsense. But I feel like the difference between the old right and the new right is looking at Vermont protecting the aesthetics of the like highway and saying, actually, I don't think that's an infringement on the rights of the free market, the free marketeers who want to sell their vapes or whatever on the highway. This is one of the most beautiful places in the world.
And it's really fun that Vermont and New Hampshire share.
Jesus Christ. So it's like right before they're traveling for Thanksgiving, they're shitting on the fact that this is every rest stop that they're about to hit on their way to mom and pop's house.
Share this massive border because you just go from Vermont into New Hampshire and like the hippie, communal focused approach gives way immediately to the libertarian approach. Like
strip malls, as far as the eye can see.
Where we lived, like you had to go over there.
That's literally all of the fucking highway counties in America. This actually tells you that, see, I don't do this. I don't do this because I've traveled. Also, perfect pause face for her. Yeah, they honestly, this kind of this exposes them as being a little bit of elitist douchebags.
If you wanted to go to the Walmart or any of the big box stores, just right across the border.
So you want to close down those strip malls, right? So there's small economies in small towns. So you're like, dude, they're just as bad sometimes with this fucking nostalgia for going back to the 1950s mom and pop store. Whoa, we need the general store run by the family that had they've lived here for 40 years.
Liquor,
like what the actual fuck? Yeah.
Liquor law is different.
Like I'm not exactly thrilled by the aesthetic of going to the, Appalachian Mountains and then also seeing like, oh, hey, a Perkins. Cool. But you know what? I also understand that fucking Perkins is making people money and that's people's livelihoods. So it's kind of nice that you guys get to do this too, where you're just like, oh, dollar stores, guffaw.
But yes, it just
fucking, dude,
looks wildly different. The billboards and the strip malls and the character as a result is different.
Well, that, I guess, is a good place to leave it for the pre-Thanksgiving show, Ryan, because...
I mean, this tired dad over here who's about to have a fucking meltdown at the Quick Trip.
We're leaving it here.
Let's give one update on our...
Let's take Honduras.
Well, after...
this guy's got a bunch of Cheerios in his car seats.
Dane. Well, yeah, okay, we can roll
We can keep rocking here. This is premature.
That's right. I have a 9:30 podcast. So I have a couple more minutes. So Afton Bain, there's a new poll out that has her down by 2 points.
Ooh.
This is the special election for, what's his name, Mark Green. Mark Green's seat in Nashville, stretches from Nashville and a bunch of rural areas outside of it. Latest poll has her down, I think down, was it down to or up to? I'm pretty sure it was down to. But this is a
sad part is I think me and Ryan Grimm are not that far apart in age.
Plus 22
Let's see
district. And she has been getting just blasted with her podcast. Like
and sometimes rightfully so, because wow.
Well, it's an inverse or it's a parallel.
Never mind, he's 47. Oh, I mean 10 years, really?
Well, not even inverse to Plattner in some ways.
Plattner fair here.
Inadvisably.
Yeah, but right here, dude. Literally, I probably passed that exact welcome sign. Crazy that like they're shitting on just like when you pass that sign, you got to hit a rest stop. Then you have, I don't know, one of those places you got to pull off and they might have a Bob Evans. Like, apparently they don't want the Bob Evans there because that's tacky.
Spent 15 years.
We want a general store.
Vomiting all of his darkest thoughts onto Reddit.
Ye weary travelers, would you like to have a little bowl of mush? Welcome to Cracker Barrel. We spell it with the hard R.
Afton Bain has spent years vomiting all of her thoughts, dark and otherwise, into a podcast.
Yeah, not anonymous.
Not anonymous at all.
Not P Hustle.
Not P Hustle. So then there was the one, I think though that they're overemphasizing the I Hate Nashville one. Because that's almost...
How in the fuck does she do her makeup so poorly that it literally looks like she has jaundice?
Too absurd. And I think people will...
Like, I look at her, I'm like, is her liver okay?
Quickly understand that the parallel would be like if a New Yorker said, I hate Times Square.
Exactly.
Truck stops are fun. Yeah, see, these people have never been to a Buc-ee's.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Like, yeah, of course, everybody hates
Go to a Buc-ee's and then tell me that you haven't changed your mind. Damn.
Times Square, except the tourists.
Or like the Iowa 80, which is cool.
Yeah.
And so she's
Iowa 80 is interesting because every time that a Buc-ee's opens up, they're just like, hold my beer.
talking about the tourist area, whereas some of the other ones are almost worse. He's talking about people who don't have kids and like,
hold my beer. I'm coming out with an even bigger cup. Look at it.
she can have more power with that. Like it's like whoa. But
and it was
they would've
2020,
needed
so
to-
it was like as this wave of elephant in the Zoom politics, as Ryan once wrote, was cresting, and everyone, I mean, nobody really thought it was going to go away. Everyone kind of thought it was going to be there for a while, and you had to be on the right side of it. You had to talk the right way about it.
Yeah. So we'll say that election is coming up. I think that today may be the last day of early voting or something.
Mhm.
And then we'll say, you think she has any shot at all?
You know, I think she has a shot of
Like less
making
than
it.
1% maybe.
Yeah, but it's certainly in a, what did you say, plus 20 something district. It's certainly a statement if you get close, and that can energize the local grassroots folks. So Afton Bain, Breaking Point's viewer, that is a race that we are watching closely. We had a few minutes with her last Friday that ended up, of course, on Fox News. Why else? Or where else? Producer Griffin asking Afton Bain about her podcast has gone very, very, asking her about her podcast remarks on Nashville that Ryan just referenced has gone very, very viral. Agree, they're probably over.
Apparently Fox is playing our Friday show interview.
Yeah, the one from last week. Yep. Congrats. Griffin, you should have said hi, Mom.
Which one did they play?
They played. So they played the one, Griffin keeps popping into here. I thought you guys could hear him, but you can't. He's offering very helpful tidbits throughout the show. But they played the moment where Griffin asked Afton Bain about her Nashville comments on the podcast. And she said that she was conceived to a George Strait song. Honestly, to Ryan's point, maybe not as much of a disaster as people might think. And
what's wrong with that? Yeah.
There you go. She said, I don't hate country music. I was conceived to a George Strait song. But if
Also,
you're a real country fan like me, you don't love George Strait. So that's a little different.
So maybe that's the problem with that.
That's the
that
problem.
comment.
George Strait is too soft.
But it's also stolen country valor. Like your parents liked George Strait.
True.
And people were looking it up. It sounds like they played in February of
what?
89 in Florida.
People are looking this up.
Yes.
Oh, God.
You got to fact check a claim like this.
That's hilarious.
So her parents, if they were in Florida in February, then that might be where they saw George Strait play.
Or they were just listening to George Strait on the radio.
And they just either they had a false memory or they lied to her. Also, why are you telling your daughter
You
that?
don't tell your kids that. Oh my gosh. Oh.
God, George Strait, poor man's Bob Dylan. Anyway, what's happening? I don't know. A bunch of white pontificating. For real. That was wild. These two have some gross energy going. They really do. Like, and it's not like the fun gross where we can speculate on, like, yeah, what do they do at conferences? It's more so just like, oh my God, you guys are just so lame, and you you're lame, but you're also mean, and it comes across as like some of the most boring content ever. So it's like, wow, how's that work? All right, you want the ultimate stream session? We got a streamer watching another thing. So this is going to be a quadruple stream. Wait. Like I said, stream session. Dude, this is insane. 1, 2, 3. All right. So this guy is reacting to Asmongold learning about the Arabic. Oh my God, I can't talk. The Arabic numbers or numerals. Scandal that took over Twitter, which was it was a smart person's joke, because if you graduated the 6th grade, then you would know that's what we use. I'm one of the smart ones. You see, I learned how to count to potato.
Oh, man. Zoran MAMDANI is expected to require all New York elementary school students
He's so monumentally stupid.
to learn Arabic.
How does this dude have such a big audience? I don't understand it. You have roaches in your house. You got dead shit in your house. You're just a gross mother effer. And you are also as dumb. Like, dude, I met boxes of rocks with more intelligence.
This is
facts.
How about you look it up, dude? How about you look up what are Arabic numerals before you freak out?
Faster is my fault. Probably by next year, you're going to have to learn about the Quran instead of the Constitution.
Oh my God.
He did a dramatic slam of... Oh, I can't. This is insane. Oh my God, they're changing America. They're coming to change America. I'm so sad. I'm mad about this whole boy.
Okay, no, he's being serious. He's being 100% serious.
Yeah,
he doesn't get it.
Is.
He doesn't know what Arabic
totally
numerals are. Arabic numerals are.
Young Don.
Right-wing fall for troll over Zoran Mamdani's Arabic numerals in school. Video by The Rational National. Yeah. I mean, these people are so easy to troll, bro.
And what has to be one of the greatest troll jobs.
Oh, actually, you know what? We got the crux of everything I wanted to watch right there, because then we can just go to The Rational National. Although I do like Young Don. He's one of the few that I still check out occasionally, so... Also, you guys should as well. He used to work at the IRS. He understands what Arabic numerals are. It's just rage bait. I see. He's playing it up for the 14-year-olds in his chat. I get it. I work for the government. I'm paying my taxes. Keeping it tight, Pep. Yeah. All right. Let's play roulette for a second, because we're pretty early into the show here, and I'm not ready to go to the Piers Morgan thing quite yet. Let's see. Keeping it tight with the time. I mean, I'm not trying to content, jack or anything like that, even though trust me, some people would probably accuse me of not being perfect with all this stuff. Oh my God, what? Shuan Head calls Nick Fuentes and Zoran Mamdani the same? That's how she's staying relevant? Really? For real? Fuck it. You know what? We got 2 of these. All right. Screw it. We're going to just go for it. All right. Let's do the Piers Morgan thing that I was teasing. Because, yeah, we were waiting for this. Well, at least I was. I was waiting for Piers Morgan to recognize the meeting between Zoran Mamdani and Trump, and I knew that he was not going to have exactly the best reaction, because it wasn't what he wanted, because it's not going to stir up the rage bait the way that he wants.
I want to know who said these things. How do you come to a place where some of the least impressive and most useless people who have no actual skills become billionaires?
Zoran?
Tucker Carlson.
Yep.
October the 7th in Israel was horrific, and all hostages must be returned. But so is the genocide.
I assume it's a Democrat that said that. Could it be Zoran?
No, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene again.
Get out of here!
What you're seeing here is what they call the horseshoe effect, where you have the left
Shoe on
and
head
the
is
right
so fake, yeah.
converging.
That's why I was saying, like, she's still relevant.
See them on social media.
Riley Gaines really has like the face of stupid.
Riley, the only reason that
like, I'm sorry.
Everybody knows who you are is because of culture war and gender politics.
I think there are few things more sinister than for someone to suggest that we stop talking about children who are getting healthy body parts cut off of their body.
That's literally not what I said, Riley, and that's what you do. You twist other people's words so that you can make money.
He has a job with Collider.
To me, you're embarrassing yourself.
We'll let the American
or Outkick.
decide
Oh,
who
okay,
embarrasses themselves.
that's fun. 5th place swimmer, you know, culture warrior.
One is a communist, the other a fascist. At least that's what each says about the other. But last week's Oval Office bromance between President Trump and New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani showed that left and right have quite a lot in common these days. The president said it himself.
Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
Well, their supporters may shudder to think about it, but Trump and Mamdani are really not so very different. Both men defied the establishment and defied the odds with a populist election campaign turbocharged by social media, which promised to swing a wrecking ball into the failing status quo. Both men said their opponents were boring, failing, and corrupt. Both men argued that the economy has left working-class Americans behind. Both men seem exceedingly relaxed about national debt and the idea that big government intervention is necessary to get what they want. As for the name-calling, well, it's all just part of the game.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about... That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Well, Trump and Mamdani do, of course, propose very different treatments for the problems they've diagnosed, but the big picture point remains the same. All of the experts, all of the pundits and all of the pollsters will always argue that both sides need to move to the centre. Well, voters are clearly a bit sick of it.
Well, it's weird because like the both extremes met there, and there it is. Like, okay, so you finally are recognizing this. Is this genuine, though?
New centre is actually where right and left meet in the middle. Well, joining me to discuss all this is Riley Gaines, host of Gaines for Girls on Outkick, Dean Obeidallah, the host of the Dean Obeidallah Show on SiriusXM, Mike Nellis, host of Endless Urgency, and former senior advisor to Kamala Harris, and Jack Posobiec, the senior editor at Human Events, who was actually in the room when that was all going down. Let me go to Riley. Riley, welcome back to Uncensored, first of all. Great to see you. It was a pretty jaw-dropping meeting, wasn't it, in the Oval Office? I don't think anyone expected these two, who had been branding each other communists and fascists, to come out like they were, you know, walk-on parts in Brokeback Mountain. What was going on?
Yeah, you're right. I think this was a shock to me. But truthfully, after watching the encounter, watching the press conference, taking some time to think about this, honestly, Piers, I think this is where Trump is best. One-on-one negotiations, he's done it his whole life. He knows exactly what he's doing. And so I'll say this, I trust President Trump. Again, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly who he's dealing with. He could deal with Mamdani, I believe, in his sleep. So I didn't really view this necessarily as Trump getting soft or changing. I more so view this as the Democratic Party continuing to unravel. Despite Mamdani's big and decisive win, I think Mamdani is smart enough to realize that his party as a whole has abandoned common sense voters on law enforcement, on border, on crime, on immigration, on gender insanity, on economic security. So I think he used this, Mamdani, I think he used this as a photo op that works in his favor, really to both sides. On one hand, it makes Mamdani appear as if he's reaching across the aisle, but I believe on the other hand, to his fringe,
wait, where's the other guy?
Radical base, they view this as him.
Isn't there a or where's the other left winger?
Owning President Trump, if you will. So I'm giving Mamdani like approximately 0 credit because despite his efforts to rub elbows with the president, he is still a freaking communist.
Well, Mike Nellis, here's my question really: if Donald Trump really is a fascist, as Mamdani said before and after their meeting, why would he give him the time of day? Why would he go and be his best buddy in the Oval Office? Surely that's the last thing you do with an actual fascist. Could it be that he doesn't really think that Trump is an actual fascist?
I think it's that the federal government has an incredible amount of control over the resources that heads to New York City. So of course he's going to go build a relationship with the guy. I think Riley's spin there is sort of interesting to me though, because the Republicans for the better part of the last 6 months have been talking about how they're in.
Wait, is that Jack Posobiec? Okay, so I'm assuming that the guy in the middle is a left winger too?
Higher midterm strategy.
Either that or this is one of the most unbalanced panels yet.
Paint Zoran Mondani as this evil boogeyman, tie every
Wouldn't put it
Democrat
past
to them.
PEIRS to do
and
that.
Donald Trump blew that up in one meeting. Trump is sort of a classic bully to me, a classic internet bully. He'll laugh at your face, he'll make fun of you on the internet, but the minute you're in a room with them, he's going to be all lovey-dovey with you. So to me, this meeting was entirely predictable. And I do think it was smart of Mamdani to go, because now the next time Donald Trump or someone in his administration is trying to fuck with the city of New York, they're going to think twice, or Trump's going to step in and help him. It's the same thing that Governor Gretchen Whitmer did in Michigan, and it's been used to great effect for her.
All right, Jack Posobiec, you were in the room when these two were putting on this extraordinary show of camaraderie. First of all, were you stunned by what you were watching?
Well, PEIRS, we had actually been in some kind of communication with some of the White House staff. So we had heard going in that President Trump...
Oh my God, this guy's still going around like he somehow had a W in there.
...was planning to be cordial.
This is it, guys. This is it. Like, that's how you apparently win in politics. Is
so I wasn't...
You just constantly just go, yeah, you know what?
Really surprised, perhaps surprised.
Oh my God, dude. It looks like an awkward meet and greet at a Comic-Con. What the fuck? Don't get within or you can only get within a foot of the president. What do I do with my hands?
How friendly they both were to one another. And
what's up, Tony?
I think really that President Trump perhaps is reading the room a little more in terms of the affordability crisis, the cost of living crisis, economic conditions crisis that's going on, not just in New York City, but in so many places across the country. We've got Bidenflation that's still rampant throughout the system. That
you do understand that Trump has been in charge for over a year now. You can't call it Biden inflation when the tariffs have now taken an effect. Like, I'm sorry, man. I understand that you guys really count on your audience being just absolute R words, but even they have woken up to your complete BS. And the funniest part is, even Trump threw you under the bus, and you guys are just like, yes, throw me again, sir. Can you make it a bigger bus?
That the administration's been working on.
I'm so honored.
But yeah, I don't know if I was expecting it to be quite as bro-y as it was.
I mean, the same question for you, Jack, is, you know, if Trump really believes this guy's a communist who's going to wreck New York, why would he say he'd be very happy to live in New York under him? Again, it doesn't really make much sense.
It's almost like they're a bunch of liars.
Well, I think he's given him an opportunity to work together. And that's what we were told over and over, that the message is we want to work together. We don't want to start this from a confrontational, antagonistic standpoint. Obviously, during the campaign, both sides, as President Trump is during many campaigns, quite belligerent. But at least starting from this conversation, look, he's going to be mayor for the next 4 years. President Trump is going to be president for the next 3 years. So they are going to have to work together. We also saw President Trump work together with Gavin Newsom during COVID, during some of the wildfires, with Andrew Cuomo when he was governor of New York during COVID. So it wouldn't necessarily be out of turn for him.
Dean Abidallah, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you.
How long is this going to last, this friendship, do you think? I mean, I'm giving it about 3 weeks.
Look, PEIRS, what people are missing is, and I can say this as a Muslim, we have a special superpower. We can make people like us, PEIRS. And that's what Zoran used. It wasn't expected. It's like his cologne was a combination of like cumin, cardamom, and ecstasy. It brings people in, we hypnotize you, we mesmerize you. Before you know it, you're giving us all the aid we need to run our city. That's what happened. All right, so that's one angle.
It was lame, but simultaneously funny. That was a weird one.
The other angle is
I'll allow
Donald
it.
Trump likes to be with the winner. Donald Trump's approval rating at the lowest in his entire second term, even the first term, on the economy. Fox News poll last week, 75% of Americans view the economy negatively. He's at the bottom. He got crushed in the election a few weeks ago. It was embarrassing. And now, here comes a big winner. Young guy, charismatic. New York City, Trump does have a place in his heart for New York City. There's no doubt about that. And he's like, this is the guy I'm going to align with here. And I don't care if I piss off my base, because he doesn't care about his base anymore. He's got the wealthy oligarchs on his side. So this was a win-win for both of them. It served both their interests. Zoran gets the support of the president for what we need in New York, where I live in New York City. We don't have troops here occupying our streets. Trump gets to stand next to winner and smile.
All right, Riley, here's the sort of bizarre point of this, is that almost every pro-Trump person in the media, every member of MAGA that I've seen on social media and so on, we're all spending the weeks before this, ever since Mamdani won, going absolutely nuts about this guy, that he was going to be the worst thing that's ever happened to New York, potentially to America if the Democrats followed his path.
God, doesn't she always look like you just asked her randomly to solve the equation to pi?
Obviously, it would be devastating for the country. He's a communist. He's a terrible socialist. All of these things, and then suddenly their guy,
I mean, jeez.
Donald
Sometimes I swear she goes cross-eyed.
Trump, is not just being magnanimous with him, but being openly supportive, saying, "Follow my conversations with him. I think it's going to be great for New York." I mean, there's got to be a lot of
Yes, empty behind the eyes. She really does. Just
on the right.
Absolute airhead.
Yeah, look, again, MAMDANI, he is very charismatic. He's very charming. He promises free things. That's appealing to a lot of people.
You mean like $2,000 stimulus checks? $5,000 stimulus checks? What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb broad?
Trump has a special affinity for New York, as previously mentioned. So, again, this really wasn't too much of a shock. I believe it was maybe Winston Churchill who said something to the effect of, like, a communist is like a crocodile when it opens its mouth. You can't tell whether it's trying to smile or preparing to eat you up. We don't know what was said behind those closed doors. Hopefully this is, again, it's a good sign. Two people representing two different bases, but both working.
She looks clueless. I mean, the thing is, this isn't the first time. She looks clueless on every appearance she's ever made, whether it's on Fox News. It doesn't matter.
People working together.
Like, all she's good for is the culture warrior stuff.
I mean, I see this as a win. So despite what you see on
Like,
social
that's
media,
it.
people coming after MAMDANI or Trump, I see this as a win, and excited to see how the city of New York, the direction it goes, hopefully with the help of President Trump.
Right, but nobody on the right was excited about this before this meeting. Everyone on the right was saying this is going to be the worst thing that's ever happened to New York City. I was there when MAMDANI won. I was in New York. And everybody on the right was like, this is going to be an absolute horror story, right? This guy's going to come
Yeah,
and,
Tucker Carlson was crying for his friends.
rape and pillage our people economically.
Yeah. You're gonna be paying higher
and now
taxes. Oh,
suddenly,
no.
The same people are having to kind of eat their words a bit because Trump's been so ecstatically supportive of him. I mean, it's a weird thing, isn't it?
I don't think there's... I think time will tell, right? I don't think there are a ton of people yet eating their words, or at least I'll certainly speak for myself. Watching this interaction again, I think it's a good sign. I think there's feelings of optimism and feelings of hopefulness, but I don't think I'm eating my words, or other people like me who have said people like MAMDANI, not even just MAMDANI himself, but people who embrace a socialist regime. I wish we had examples of where this was not successful, where this failed, like Venezuela or Cuba or the Czech Republic or North Korea. I mean,
It's called Czechia.
No, listen, I heard
knowledge.
all this rhetoric, and yeah, I kind of agreed. And then I'd see Donald Trump, who branded this guy a awful communist, basically saying, no, I think he's going to be great. And I was scratching my head.
She is a perfect example of a swimmer that let way too much chlorine in between the ear cavities.
Surprised that so many on the right have just sucked this up.
Petered out on that one.
I'm equally surprised that people on the left...
What up, Herbert?
Seeing their guy in the Oval Office with the fascists, which, just to be clear, MAMDANI has carried on calling Trump since that meeting, sucking up to a fascist in the Oval Office. Again, I find it totally perplexing.
I mean, look, they're going to have to find a way to work together, even though they disagree on stuff. What I think is most interesting is I follow Riley on social media. I follow Jack on social media. Jack and I have tussled on this show before. When you go back and look at their MAMDANI posts, I'm sure, over the course of the last weeks and months, it's going to be, he's a radical communist jihadist. He's going to steal your women. He's going to destroy America. Everything's terrible. And that was the entire Republican game plan for 2026, was to say that was the entirety of the Democratic Party. And Trump blew it up. And to me, as we see Riley and Jack on here right now, who are being much more, let's say, demure in terms of their critique of MAMDANI after Trump, it just goes to show you that they're just going to float wherever the winds are to get the most social media.
That's not true. I pressed him in the Oval Office. The video is all over social media. Anyone can see it.
Well, to be fair to Jack, you did. Let's play the clip you're talking about.
But are you clear you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes?
No, to be very clear, no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
I mean, again, Mike, you know, here's what I'm just perplexed about. If you genuinely think he's a fascist, as so many on the left do, how can you...
Wait. How are you pivoting that question to the other guy about the fascist talking point instead of Jack Posobiec getting his ass handed to him by Zoran Mamdani right there? Really? Come on, man.
Just stand there and basically...
That's a failure on your end.
...endorse him in the way that Mamdani was doing.
I mean, look, I believe that Donald Trump is a fascist. I don't think he's a very successful fascist, but I think he is one. And I think the way that he uses power is to abuse it on his own behalf.
So would you go to the Oval Office if he asked you to come?
Yeah. Yes, I would. I'd give him a piece of my mind. I'd try to find a way to work together. Like, look, at the end of the day, Zoran Mamdani's got millions and millions of people that he's got a responsibility to help make a city more affordable. You take an opportunity to go to the White House, meet with the President of the United States. I don't care who it is. Donald Trump, Barack Obama, it doesn't matter. You take that meeting, you try to get as much out of it as you can.
If it was, you know, the equivalent of Mussolini or Hitler, you going to do it?
I mean, I'm going to have to because I'm going to try to deliver for my people.
Really?
That's the job.
You
as
would
an
go and
executive.
stand there if that was Adolf Hitler or someone with that mentality standing in the Oval Office?
I mean, I'd give him a piece of my mind.
You give
But
Hitler a
at the
piece
end
of your
the day,
mind. I
you've got a
should hope so.
responsibility to your people.
No, but
I
you know
think
my
one
point.
thing
My
that
point
people-
being, and by the way, this point applies to both sides. If you know, I believed everybody before this meeting. I thought that the right genuinely thought he was a communist jihadi, and I thought the people on the left thought that Trump was a Nazi stroke fascist. And yet here we
I don't
are.
think he's a Nazi,
now
but I think
everyone
he's a
is
fascist.
now
That's a
all
different
of
thing.
you,
Hold on.
all of you. Hang on, all of you, and I say this very respectfully because I like all of you, but all of you are now expressing a very different sentiment to the one you would have done before this meeting.
Piers, you're missing one thing.
What am I missing?
You're missing something that we see on the left. We didn't see Zoran kissing up to Trump. We didn't see Zoran patting Donald Trump on the back. We didn't say, I think he's going to do a great job. I think he'll do a better job in America. I can sleep better now. We saw Trump do that. We saw Trump look at Zoran the way we want everyone we're in love with to look at us. It's like a buddy cop movie. Like I heard Trump wants a new Rush Hour. It's Trump.
I didn't hear Zoran Mamdani call him a fascist in the Oval Office.
Well, that's because Trump told him he
did.
Right, but if he genuinely believes it, I mean, afterwards he did. So why didn't he have the balls in the moment to go, actually, Mr.
He did. You're actually like you can play the clip that we've all seen it, man. Because he literally goes, hey, you can say it. You can say it. He's like, yeah, I do.
President, you are a fascist. He didn't. He bottled it. He bottled it.
You played the clip where he said he was going to say it.
Thank
Trump
you.
said, don't say it.
He didn't say
Trump
it.
said, say yes.
Trump just played him.
Play the clip. Play the clip, Piers, right now. Play the clip. You guys have it.
It's fine. The reason we're not upset on the left is that we view Trump as being played. People on the right, you can.
Piers is trying pretty hard on this one, but even that was like, no, we got eyes, we got ears. Like, okay, we get it, man. You're trying to pivot here.
Go through your mental
Not doing a good
masturbation,
job.
Whatever you want to justify this. I thought Jack's question was perfect. It showed how the obsession with the right, with race and identity, which is a losing proposition.
Not my obsession, Dean. It's what he said.
That's what it
He's
was.
the
That
one
is your
who said
obsession,
race.
Jack. And I
You
know I'm
wanna
not
hold on.
scolding you for it. I think it's great.
You're doing the
I think it's
exact
great
same
you
thing
asked
that
it. I
he
think
did.
you guys are
He
all
said,
about
I didn't
identity
say that.
politics.
Yes,
Both of
he
you
did say
are the
it.
king and
He
queen of
brought up
identity
race.
politics. And I'm not saying
He
who's the king
brought
or the
up
queen. I'm
race.
just saying
He's
both of you
obsessed with
are the
race.
king and queen
He
of identity
said
politics.
white-based
It's lewd.
neighborhood. White-based
Here's the thing.
taxation. That's my
Jack, he didn't say that. That was in the writing, but when he spoke to you about it, and
literally
he
said
spoke
that.
on earlier in the campaign. But here's the thing, Piers.
Richer,
Donald Trump
whiter
gets
neighborhood.
race-based politics, identity politics is no longer going to win when the economy is challenging. That's the truth. I'm not spinning this. This is nothing else.
Look, listen, don't get me wrong. Listen, don't get me wrong, Dean. Listen, I am, to be clear.
That's all people want to hear about the economy. That's all they want to hear about.
Just to be clear, my own view is I love seeing people from different sides come together, right? I just think it's good, it's healthy for democracy. I'm only holding people to account who've actually been expressing for weeks that the other one is a fascist, and this one's a communist, and this one's a jihadist, and this one's a Nazi, and so on and so on and so on. And now suddenly, because they put on this buddy show, everyone's like, oh, maybe I was a little hasty. Let's give them time, these new friends. This is all good. Now, I like the way that the rhetoric is toned down, but it is quite funny to watch.
Do you really, Piers?
Wait, what if we could get the new Rush Hour starring Trump and Mamdani as the two cops?
I'm into that.
Right. There you go. That's
Now,
Trump
Jack,
wants it.
could it be, Jack? There's another working theory that actually what you're seeing here is what they call the horseshoe effect, where you have the left and the right basically converging together, right? Which is why Mamdani and Trump found, probably to their mutual surprise, more in common than they realized they had. Is that a possibility?
I reject the horseshoe theory. I don't think it's a real thing. I know that's something that's been brought up a lot. There's a lot of people who, kind of in the center who try to bring that up. I don't think it's a real thing. I think you can be critical of a current situation. You can also be cognizant of a current situation like cost of living in many parts of America, which is a true problem.
I reject the horseshoe theory, as I know everything about horseshoe theory, as I am a horse's ass.
We should be honest about that. But I don't think the prescriptions necessarily are the same at all. I think the way people come to politics is differently. So I know there could be sometimes optically where it may look like people are on similar sides on a certain issue, but I just don't think horseshoe theory in the end really carries weight.
ExpressVPN is the simple way to protect your privacy. Where I'm from, chips are called crisps, and our chips are actually... Look, I want to have a bit of fun with you guys because we've got a quiz here to test my theory that actually the horseshoe theory might have validity. So I think we'll start with you, Mike, with the first one. I want to know who said these things, right? I blame the Republicans. They are slaves to all of the big industries in Washington, the military-industrial complex, big pharma, health insurance industries, you name it, they are slaves to them.
I'm going to guess, I think you're trying to trick me, so I'm going to guess Marjorie Taylor Greene.
You're correct.
Wow,
but only because you smelt a rat. All right.
Well, I mean, PEIRS, you are you.
Let me ask
I
Riley.
also read the statement.
Let me ask Riley this one. Who said this? You may be happy with the state of the U.S. economy, but many young people aren't. The main problem, the reason capitalism is increasingly discredited and socialism increasingly popular, is that for too many young people, our current system isn't working.
I'm going to say this is our friend Charlie Kirk.
Actually, Tucker Carlson said that, sounding a bit like Bernie Sanders. All right, let me go to you, Dean. October the 7th in Israel was horrific, and all hostages must be returned.
Try to shoehorn
So
Charlie Kirk. Give me a break.
Crisis and starvation happening in Gaza.
I'm not going to say Trump. I assume it's a Democrat that said that. Could it be Zoran?
No, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene again.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Is she going to show up on the show now? Surprise us?
Well, no, I was going to keep going. We've got a few more here. It's quite fun. So, Jack, who said this? Nobody thinks legal immigration is appropriate. We need comprehensive immigration reform, but I don't think it's appropriate for people to be coming across the border illegally. So we've got to work now on immigration reform.
Barack Obama.
Bernie Sanders.
Close.
It's interesting, this, isn't it? All right, let's go to Mike again.
Riley's out there just like, people are going to start liking him. God, PEIRS, what are you doing?
Unfairness of the system drives people crazy. They are useless and they are rich. How do you come to a place where some of the least impressive and most useless people who have no actual skills become billionaires? Leaving aside my committed socialism, can you answer the question?
My committed socialism. I'm not sure on that one. Zoran?
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson. Yep.
Riley, who said this about Zoran Mamdani? He really ran a campaign where he looked directly to the people. He was focused on their issues, focused on their problems, and talking to the people about his solutions. When we're not talking to the people and not working on the people's problems, we lose the people and the people will turn elsewhere.
MTG.
Tell me. I don't know.
Have a guess.
Have a guess. Come on. Come on, dummy. Come on, dum-dum.
J.D. Vance.
Dum-dum.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Again.
Hey, this is a salute to Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's
No, I love this, Dean. This one's for you. This one's for you.
Oh, my gosh. Look at her.
We've got a few more here. I'm enjoying this because it's sort of proving my point as we go. Dean, you said this. Young people
oh my God.
once again be able to afford a mortgage.
Are you going to have a face that looks dumber than you actually are?
And a home.
That is a...
No tax on overtime. No tax on social...
And how did they give her a show Oh my God, do her producers hate her? Like they're all laughing. They're like, we're gonna make a lot of money because she stirs the pot with the trans stuff. But oh my God, we're about to also make a lot of money because she's just so stupid.
Protect our workers, protect our jobs.
Donald Trump?
Yes, Donald Trump.
I got it. You're going to ruin your own show if we all get along. Do you understand that, Piers? You're putting yourself out of business.
Well, not really. No, not really. It would ruin my show if you all got it right. Because the point being,
rename the show Kumbaya with
my
Piers
point
Morgan.
being that the more you get wrong, the more you get wrong, the more it proves my horseshoe theory, right? So let's go to I think it's Jack, isn't it? Next, who said this? Freedom is not about saying nice things or agreeing with those in power. It's the right to express your point of view without government interference. We mustn't allow anyone to take that freedom away from us.
Her existence is just rage bait, especially in the media. That's all it is.
Josh Shapiro.
Bernie Sanders. Who said this, Riley? Young people are in hock to debt. They are completely indebted. Their student loans.
She's like, God, don't come to me because I'm gonna be wrong.
They're required to get a degree to get a job that no longer exists. Unemployment is out of control. They followed every instruction dutifully, and they've been completely betrayed.
She's already tuned out. Did you see that? That little glimmer that she, like, just the teeny one that she had in her eye just went.
And shafted.
And aneurysm.
Again, I'm going to say Charlie Kirk. I think until his final moments,
well, again,
even
you're close.
Mamdani, these were issues and concerns that he was
raising. It's actually Tucker again, actually. All right, Mike, who said an unspoken secret in Congress is that much of the reflexive
Riley ran out of politicians she knows.
Unconditional vote support for nearly any Israeli government action isn't from actual agreement. It's from fear. Reps are terrified of this. It
was a radical leftist. I know that. Actually, it was a Republican. Damn.
I'm going to guess Marjorie Taylor Greene again.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, all right.
All right, three more. Let me go to you, Dean. This is a problem primarily on the right. Nobody has sympathy for young people. Conservatives have been trained to blame the borrower, not the lender. It's a feature of the mindset. Pay back what you owe. It's not that simple.
Well, I'm going to say Zorn, although I think you want me to say Marjorie Taylor Greene.
It's actually Tucker Carlson. Not
Who
Zoran
is this guy?
Mamdani. Okay, let's go to, I think it's Jack next, is it? Who is worse, the guy who borrows the money or the guy who loans the money at some ridiculous rate? There are payday loans with 600%.
This really shows how keyed in politically each of these guests actually is, which is little to none.
Annual interest rate. There is a moral obligation to say that is disgusting.
To be fair, I think I'd get these wrong too.
Is that Tucker again?
It is. And finally, I think this is for, who's this for? I think this might be Riley. I'll leave you with the last one. We need trade policies
She's like, damn.
to benefit American workers. Tariffs can be a powerful tool.
Bad.
They can help level the playing
She does not have a good poker face.
American auto workers and steel workers, they're outsourcing American jobs to factories abroad.
Joker face, maybe.
Let's see. Let's say President Biden.
Bernie Sanders. So here's my point. You got about 2 or 3.
How did she keep guessing people that he was not like bouncing around there? Like, did she not see again? How certifiably stupid is she? She has a college degree, people.
It used to be that these kind of statements, it would be pretty obvious who had said them, left
Remember that
or right.
next time that you see somebody get a swimming scholarship.
Horseshoe thing. I mean, Mike, let me come to you about that. It is really interesting that a lot of these, if you listen to, say, Hillary Clinton.
Has anybody made that joke to her yet? It's like, hey, we do know that you at least medal in you at least placed 5th in the backstroke.
Talking about immigration, 10 years ago, and compare it to the way Trump does now, there's not much difference, right? So there's a lot of rhetoric here that is quite similar, whether you're talking about
they give degrees to anyone who pays for them.
Economy or affordability or immigration or Israel or whatever, you're suddenly seeing a lot of convergence of thought and agreement between people on the right and people on the left. And that may explain, using the horseshoe theory, why actually Mamdani and Trump, when they got in a room together and began to talk about stuff, found to their probably astonishment that they had a lot more in common than they realized.
I'm not sure that it explains the White House meeting between Zoran and Trump, but I do think there are a lot of areas where we could agree, and what's happening is we're being pit against each other by social media algorithms and wealthy people that just, very, very, very wealthy people that just want to suck up what limited resources the rest of us have. And I think people are pretty frustrated with it. The other thing too is I think the way our politics and our media apparatus are set up is to kind of dehumanize one another. My guess would be if you locked me in a room with Jack or you locked me in a room with Riley and we had to solve 10 of America's biggest problems, we'd probably walk away with some real solutions. The problem is you've got 500-600 members of Congress who don't want to fix anything because they're
Is this meeting taking place on a cruise ship where you can just kind of go like, I don't know where Riley went. She would, I mean, she's a swimmer. I guess she might have gone swimming, guys. I don't know.
rich donors don't want to help them. I mean, I think that AOC quote about AIPAC is really true, is that people don't fight for Israel because they genuinely believe in the cause of the Israelites. It's because they're afraid of super PAC spending in their primary.
Yeah, but I would say it's not just the fault of Congress. When I do these panels, invariably, people take quite a tribal position. And they don't like to deviate particularly, and they certainly don't like to reach across the aisle, or in this case, across.
All right, his overall point here is not that bad. Let's see if he ruins it.
A screen and say, you know what, I totally agree with you. And when I hear it, it's so refreshing because I do think political rhetoric whipped up by social media has become overly tribal and toxic. And actually, you're right. If you were in a room together, say you went and had dinner together or whatever, any of you, right, from left and right, I reckon you'd find a lot of things you have in common, things you might agree with you weren't expecting and so on. But it would be a much more civilized encounter. The problem with all political discourse in America right now is all of it is designed to be confrontational. And people accuse me of doing that on this show, but in a way, I'm trying to be the antidote. I'm trying to bring people to a point where they will actually reach points of agreement. I think it would be really empowering and refreshing if it happened.
But then they don't make money. None of these shitheads make money if they do that.
Can I add one thing to that though? Is that I think
the new show you're doing now?
Well, no, I just look. I don't. If people want to disagree, if people disagree with each other, it's fine. But actually,
being passionate in a disagreement doesn't mean I hate the person I'm disagreeing with, unless they're bigoted, right? And look, even before this, Piers, look at polling. How many Americans support taking big money out of politics? Talking 80, 85%. How many Americans support the idea of expanding Medicare to give our seniors hearing, dental, vision? 85%. We have a bunch of things like that. But we have people in Congress who have to answer to their donors that prevent us from getting along. We're still going to fight on other issues, and we should. This is America. I don't want to agree with Jack on most things, frankly. But on certain things, it's called populism. And that every quote you read, Piers, was populism, economic, not MAGA populism, down the middle populism. And that's where we're going forward. And you might find some common ground on certain issues because people are struggling. It's a real issue. Even Jack admitted it. Prices going up. Trump doesn't admit it. This populism is the winner for the near term until something else becomes. But I'd love us to get along on populist issues, to fight for the working class, the working poor, for all of us. We watch the wealthy get wealthier every single day, and we struggle to make ends meet. And I speak for everyone else who calls my radio show. That's exactly how they feel. So if it's someone on the right or the left, giving them an answer that's going to change their lives, really, not cultural bullshit, but really, like freezing the rent or giving free childcare with the second biggest expense in New York, they're going to gravitate and vote for that person. That's why Zoran won 70% of people under 45. That's unheard of. Black, white, brown, 70% of them want a better life in the city.
But the problem is, Jack, it becomes a Jack of that. The problem is, I still don't believe that MAMDANI has got a cat and hell's chance of affording, ironically, all these affordability maneuvers, right? He says he wants to get affordability, but the cost of doing that, as has been proven time and again in places where they've tried actual socialism, is you can't afford it. We've got the same issue in the UK now. We've got a left-wing government.
Well, it's almost like you should, I don't know, all kind of agree that having like a cap on like billionaires, and then they kind of fund the whole thing, that could work, but no. We can't allow that because we got to create more trillionaires.
They made all sorts of grandiose promises not to raise taxes, not to do this, to do that. And all they've done is chuck huge millions and billions at extra public spending. And now they're just going to go and tax all the wealthier people and make them pay for it. It's the old,
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Tax of envy and so on.
You make more, you pay more. That's how that should go.
And I don't like any of that kind of politics.
Yeah, of course you don't. Of course you don't. Why wouldn't you?
But I mean,
God, how many more fucking houses do you need? How many? Like, again, the idea that greed doesn't play into this and that there can never be a cap and capping, wealth it should be unheard of, because then you're stifling progress.
Take, for example, here, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who we've got to be quoted a few times. She's now said she's not going to run for president. She's third favorite with the bookmakers to potentially be the next president. She said she doesn't want to do it. I never take people on face value when they say that. But she's split from Trump over some fundamental policy issues that she disagrees with them about. Are we seeing the inevitable fracturing of the MAGA movement as we head towards Trump being inevitably a lame duck president?
Well, Piers, I wouldn't say that Trump is necessarily a lame duck at this point.
Well, he will be after the midterms, right? I mean, that's just that is the automatic thing.
That'll be a different thing, because what's really going on now isn't a fracturing of the party. I think what's happening is that the 2028 primary has already begun. And so it's going to be a vicious primary. We know J.D. Vance is in pole position, but there's going to be a lot of people. I think you're going to see Ted Cruz run. Ron DeSantis is obviously making noise again. Marjorie Taylor Greene currently making a play here, obviously making a play here for either that or one of the Senate seats in Georgia. And look, this is politics. I think politics is always going to move this way. I don't think that Trump is going to come in and put his thumb on the scale. We know that he likes to do, the apprentice thing, the celebrity apprentice thing. So I think that's what you're seeing with a lot of this. It's a lot of the 2028 primary already sort of setting the table for what's to come.
I mean, my experience when he does the celebrity apprentice thing is he normally chooses the standout candidate.
He can, but you never know. I mean, he likes to see the competition.
That was a joke, mate. I won Celebrity Apprentice.
No, I know. Oh, right. Of course. I remembered you were on. I remember. Okay, yes, right.
That's how I met Donald Trump.
Yes.
Trump's going to endorse Zoran. That's what I'm going to predict right now. Let's not get into the
Constitution. You can't run. Not born here.
I know. Let's not putting the Constitution aside. He likes that guy. I mean, let's be honest. He knows a winner. Trump always knows winners.
I would love to know. I mean, Mike Nellis. I would love to know what. I'd love to know what went on between them in private that made them come out like that in the Oval Office.
I would too. I think it would be amazing. I tweeted right before the meeting. I was like, they should have sold tickets to it. They could have paid down the national debt because people would have wanted to see it.
Yeah.
I want to add one.
I was outside the room. I'll just add. I hear it was very much the same. I heard it was very cordial.
Yeah, wow. That seems consistent. I want to add something on the culture war stuff, though, because I do think American politics gets completely bogged down in the culture war stuff. And maybe we've got an opportunity to reset with this Zoran and Trump meeting here. But look, I'm here because I'm one of the founders of White Dudes for Harris. It's how I got a little bit of popularity on the internet with my people.
Oh, my God. That's who he is.
He's done his stuff. Riley's done a lot of stuff on anti-trans stuff. We disagree on those things. But it's pretty clear right now, like Piers, you and I.
All right, what's my hook, guys?
Thought about wokeism and stuff like that before. Like that draws attention, it draws clicks. You've
make Pep your rep.
Built a huge audience for it, but we're very far away from getting on the same page, talking about how to help people buy a house and put food on the table and retire with dignity and send their kids to college. I'd like to spend less time on the culture war bullshit and more time on.
Yeah, but see, it's interesting how you always phrase the culture war stuff as bullshit, and I say, and I say that issues, and I'll come to Riley about this in a moment, but I say that issues like trans athletes in women's sport, they're not culture war issues.
That's exactly what it is, though. It's a culture war issue. You're the only ones who care. When one side cares, that's the culture war, dude.
Most Americans don't care about. Anyone who's
saying
got
that you want to spend more time on that than you want to talk about the economy, things that actually.
I don't want to spend more or less time on it, but the more, I have to be honest, the more you guys on the woke left, and I'm afraid I do categorize you as one of the leading lights of that movement, but the more that guys like you say nobody cares about that issue, the more nuts I think you've got and the less in touch with reality you are. People do care. That's one of the reasons Trump won. It's one of the reasons you lot blew up at the election.
I think, Piers, I think a lot of people on the fringes of the internet care, but I think everyday Americans care a lot more about the economy.
Have you asked any parent with a daughter who competes in sport in America?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I've actually talked to quite a few people that are just like, wait, what? A lot of them don't even know that this is a thing. A lot of them that do know the culture war side of things, they go, I don't care.
Most people don't care about the issue. It's not a salient issue.
Next step starts with Pep. Ooh.
That drives their voting choices. It drives a lot of social media engagement.
I don't like where this is going.
I made this point to you
but how seriously, Mike, all due respect, you said you were White Dudes for Kamala. How did that go?
Yeah. How'd that go? I mean, we raised a lot of money.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
Yeah, but they didn't actually
win. She did. Hey, listen, you might not like it. She did marginally better with white men in the last election.
You were about the only white dude who thought Kamala should be president in the end, it turned out.
Well, no, she won 41% of white guys, but all right.
Right, but does it suggest to you that maybe your political antennae...
Pop her up when you pop her down.
I would do away with that kind of identity.
Nice shot.
I don't like it. I'm not going to disavow the work
You
that we
literally
did.
had a group called White Dudes for Kamala.
Yeah, and in the context of the week that
What
happened,
could be
where
a
there was
bigger
black
culture
women
war
for
move than
Harris and
that?
black men for Harris and all the others, it made sense. But like, I am generally someone who doesn't think that level of identity
You
politics works for the
literally took
Democratic Party.
identity politics and you amplified it 1,000,000%.
That's actually not a bad point from him. And honestly, you should just be like, yeah, you know what? But now that's what it's like. You do understand that identity. So it's like, no, Piers, then you know that identity politics are absurd.
By calling your organization White Dudes for
Yeah, well, we
Kamala.
did it in the
You're
context
one
of
of
what
the
other
guys that did
Democratic
it.
Party groups were doing, Pierce. I mean, whatever. Like, again, you want to
Whatever.
debate this, but we're not debating the economy.
Not my opinion. Just saying that you could throw it back into Pierce's face like
An
that.
end to identity and hang on, just to be clear, you want an end to identity politics and culture war, clickbait stuff, and you called your group White Dudes for Kamala.
Right, which again, in the context of what was going on that week, where there were other
What happened to
affinity
just
groups, also
jokes?
black women and
Oh.
black men and Latino men, it
Okay.
made sense to call it that at the time. But I would encourage
Make comedy legal again. Okay,
the
okay.
Democratic Party to move on
Context
from
of
that.
what's been going on for years.
Pierce just keeps talking over him.
Right. Well,
This
Riley,
is
the
his,
only
I
reason-
mean, honestly, this is all the ego boost part of
That
this.
anybody knows who you are is because of
Not letting him explain. No.
culture war
Why
and
would
gender
he?
politics.
Actually, no. The only reason
He
people
can't
know
have
who
a good
I am is
answer
because
to
she
counter this
very courageously
on his
stood
program.
up to
That would
protect
be
women's rights
that would
when a
expose
6'3"
that would expose the man.
biological
Come on
male
now,
swimmer
can't have
called Leah
that.
Thomas robbed her of potential glory, and that's the reality. People can pretend
Excuse me.
otherwise.
Yeah, but again, the
Well, I
entire
think
Republican
it's
Party
funny you
only
make
wants to
this
talk about that
point.
stuff and doesn't want to
No,
talk
they
about
don't.
the economy.
They talk about all
especially
sorts
now
of
that
things.
Donald Trump's in
You
office
lot
and
are
everything's more
desperate.
expensive.
You're desperate to move off that topic because you know how
I'm not desperate
damaging
to
it is,
move off of it.
while simultaneously pretending nobody cares. Riley, let me bring you in here because you've been. I mean, you were back in the news in the last few days for
yeah.
a new relentless attack on you. So for those who missed it, tell us what happened there.
Honestly, Piers, I didn't even read it because it's so baseless and filled with like total
Because you can't read. Be honest.
falsehoods.
Come on.
There's a guy, I guess by the name of Pablo Torres. I never truthfully heard of him. Not meant to be a knock at him. I just had no idea who this man was. Said he did a 6-month-long investigation, deep dive into my life. And what did he find? He found that I have a job. I get paid for certain things that I do, just as everyone on this panel does, just as you do, Piers. He found that my coach, my collegiate coach of my team, is accused of sexual misconduct towards swimmers, which I very quickly, when I learned about this, took to my Twitter to release a 4-paragraph condemnation of this, saying that any person who engages in sexual misconduct is bad, especially a person in a position of authority such as a coach. So again, a total nothing sandwich is what this man found. But nonetheless, I just want to make a very quick point. You say that people don't care about this cultural stuff by also telling me that the only way that people know who I am is because of this issue. Don't you realize the irony in that? I did not ask to be where I am. Quite frankly, this isn't where I want to be, even still. I was in dental school prior to all of this. I think I would have lived a very fine life, happily married, pursuing dentistry, okay? I did not ask to be where I am, but people cared. People cared enough, even still, to continue to, listen to what I have to say. Lord knows why, right? So I think it's just
All right, fair.
disingenuous to say that.
I have that one a little bit sometimes too.
On one hand, no one would know who I am without this
Love you
issue,
guys,
but on
but-
the other hand, people don't really care about this
no,
stuff.
yeah.
I have millions of followers. I think 1.6 or 1.7 on X, 1.5 on TikTok, over 1.2 on Instagram. It's not because I'm posting constantly. Gosh, I live a very normal life. I never asked to be where I am. So let's make that very clear. And secondly, I think there are few things more sinister than for someone to suggest that we stop talking about children who are getting healthy body parts cut off of their body. I mean, few things more sinister than that. And when we're talking about populist ideas and these 80-20 issues, no, it's literally what you just said. And we're talking about these 80-20 issues.
That's literally not what I said, Riley, and that's what you do. You twist other people's words so that you can make money on the internet. Instead of going to get a real job.
It is literally...
You don't have a real job, you fucking numbnut. if you're going to play that game, if you're going to call all media commentators not having real jobs, like, again, this is the Kyle Kulinski take. Honestly, she got you on that one.
What you said.
It's not what I said.
You just showed your ass there, bud.
Or figuratively what I
This is
said.
crazy to me.
Maybe you're having some audio issues
This is
over there.
why
She's showing your
you
ass.
guys, like,
No.
resounding...
Sorry, man. Unfortunately, you
I
kind
didn't
of
hear
showed your ass on
last
that
part. What's
one.
it again?
You could have, I don't know, stood up for the idea that what she's talking about is ridiculous, but no.
I mean, you're just...
Like, you were just like, you don't have a real job. It's like, okay.
I mean, to me, you're embarrassing yourself. Like, what you do is you twist other people's words. You're claiming I said something that I didn't. And what you'll do is you'll crop this later for social media and it'll look good for your audience.
She's reading all this. You can see it in her eyes. Well, yeah. Yeah. No, that one she definitely had, like, kind of in the, in her laptop there. Because why else would she go on Piers Morgan? I mean, come on. She's a one-trick pony.
We'll let the American people decide who embarrasses themselves.
I guess.
I mean...
I guess. The point that I was making, Riley...
To be fair, I'm also going to say this. I do think that her time in the media is not going to be long-winded because she is kind of just a one-trick pony. You can't keep... Unless it is the thing where people watch her because they feel smarter than her, which I do know that's a thing.
Common sense.
That's a real thing. Who else has that audience, huh? Hint, hint.
Standard default position on virtually everything.
Not me.
On virtually everything.
Come on now,
Like the
better
position
than
that I
that.
take on...
Talking about Joe Rogan,
I
people.
do believe, maybe this makes me a radical, that abortion is up there with like child sacrifice, especially in the way that the Democratic Party celebrates it as a mobile
You think abortion is
clinic
like
outside
child
of their,
sacrifice and you think that's a
DNC
common sense issue in the
convention.
United States? That's crazy.
Well, allow me to
No,
jump,
I said that
allow
might
me
be my
to jump
one
in
radical
there and
position,
say,
even amongst the conservative party. I would say that I had the very standard default position of everyone. I mean, 2 decades ago, even. So
well, let
let the
me
American
end by
people
saying,
decide who embarrasses themselves.
Let
The
me end by
women-
saying,
Can I add one final
well,
thought?
let me
before we
end
end
by
the show?
saying, Mike, let me end by saying,
yes.
On the issue of trans women in sport and trans women in women's spaces, I'm 100% with Riley. On the issue
you've made that very clear
on the
over time,
issue of
Piers.
whether women who have an abortion are engaged in child sacrifice, I couldn't be further against Riley's beliefs. But you know what? I respect her right to her
in
beliefs.
the way that the Democratic Party celebrates it.
Yeah, well, look.
Celebrates it. Like, nobody
And I said this
celebrates
is a new
abortion in
mom.
the
I've got a
Democratic
baby
Party.
who's a
Like,
few
you
weeks
celebrate
old.
women having a right.
Let's
This is
not have a
example.
whole abortion
No,
debate.
they seriously think that it's like some Wiccan cult where it's just like, yes, we only have one use for babies.
Boasting of the numbers they got.
The point
They were
being,
boasting of
boasting
the
about the
they
number
got
of
outside-
Snack time. Oh God, what was the thing? What was their whole thing? Oh God, I forgot the name of the. Speaking of blood, adrenochrome.
I'm not having an abortion debate, but I agree and disagree with all of you about various
We're all
things.
getting along, you see?
And the thing is,
Yeah, I know.
we were all getting along great.
Yeah, until you literally made it into a bullshit. Like, actually, that was a good exposure of what he just did there. Notice how he succeeded in getting them all to realize it's like, oh, maybe we don't know as much as we thought. But then he pivoted to the culture war issue, of course, the one he cares the most about, because he's a fucking weirdo.
Now look at it.
That's why we need this show, Piers.
Now look
so
at
we
it.
can
Now
fight.
you're back. Now you're a bit like Al Pacino in Godfather.
I swear to God, like, he didn't even deal with a trans athlete. He dealt with a girl that was better than his daughter that had maybe a little bit of, a masculine figure or something. And he was just like, something must be done about this. Then when he found out, he was just like, what? No, this must be secret trans. There's no way they're that much better than my daughter.
Other three, you've sucked me back in. Right, there was me trying to find a nice, happy, we're all
We had an abortion.
friends
Block party.
together, Mamdani Trump kind of vibe. And look at us. Look at us. We couldn't even
I'll
last
see them on
45
social
minutes.
media.
Anyway, the battle goes on to find points of agreement. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure it does. Well, prepare yourselves because we ain't done yet.
But they literally open up the border and
I did the smart thing, though. I didn't save this for the fun half. The fun half is actually going to be a fun half.
allow every illegal person that they can possibly find to allow them to come into our country, to flood our cities so they can win elections forever. Are we in some sort of immigrant?
Oh, okay. So this actually might be okay because these two alone, I would watch this for.
Emergency here in America.
I don't know who this guy
the
is.
number of immigrants are going down, not up.
Ultimately, this is a cultural problem. When you have people coming from certain places where, let's be honest, women are considered second-class citizens, if not cattle.
I think this idea that your sort of
America
culture, your national identity, can potentially be diluted by people of a different skin tone or indeed religious background is a pretty pathetic argument.
So people who believe in Sharia law.
Whoa, replacement theory from
Do they believe in civil liberty?
Constantine, you keep asking me the same question. I'm going to keep giving you the same answer.
Should we deport people who want Sharia law?
Immigration, failing government, and the economy. It doesn't matter whether you're in Birmingham, Alabama, or just Birmingham in the UK. The issues riding voters are the same. Immigration, failing
I think you guys might say it a little differently. Just saying.
government, and the economy. They're all connected. People tend to be a lot more tolerant, a lot more open to ideas like multiculturalism when everyone's getting richer. But a sluggish economy, which doesn't serve the middle or working class, often leads to resentment.
What causes the sluggish economy? It's are you saying it's the immigrants? Because you're not right about that. You're objectively wrong about that. It's tax policy and the fact that there's a lot of rich fuckers that are dodging paying what they owe.
And to blame a lot of that blame off.
Which keep tooting that horn, dude. Because honestly, in 2025, man, people ain't as dumb as you think. And I know that actually almost hurt me to say, but for real, people just really aren't that stupid.
Falls on immigrants, especially when failing leaders preside over.
There's a contingent that they definitely platform in the media where they're like, look how many people are on Twitter talking about this. But then you go out into the real life or into your real life and you're just like, well, yeah, that's not what really is reflected.
Systems which are chaotic and unsafe. And in the US and the UK, the mistake made by educated and comfortable liberals has been to dismiss everyone who's unhappy as a racist. The issue of immigration and the attitude towards the people who are...
No. We dismiss the people that are saying that it's the brown people that are taking too much from the system. They are racists.
Sorry about it. I'll put Donald Trump back.
Because also, you're not really hitting the other side of that one where it's just like, wait a minute. So are you going to say takers are a problem? Is that the general problem? Or is it just brown takers that may or may not be citizens because you guys don't understand how getting subsidies works? But okay.
Back in the White House. Many agreed on the problems, as we're now seeing every day, not necessarily the solutions. And with the issue of immigration now threatening to completely reshape British politics, we're going to look at this in more detail on both sides of the pond. Joining me to discuss all this is Konstantin Gistin, the host of Trigonometry, whose new documentary looks at asylum protests in the English town of Crowborough in Sussex, Ollie Dugmore, the digital editor at The New Statesman, Cenk Uygur, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, and Brandon Tatum, better known as The Office.
There's one...
So Tatum, so a stellar panel. Welcome to all of you. Konstantin, you've done this documentary. Interestingly, for me,
it's like the wheels of the cart where it's just like, all right, okay. Like even this guy, like he may annoy the crap out of me, but he can at least like produce a decent argument that you can just go, oh, well, that's bullshit, but at least he can engage. This is like having the shaky wheel on the cart.
It's centered on the English town of Crowborough, down near the south coast.
Hell yeah, that is also what we had there, Bloodstone. Hence why I got me a new little toy.
I'm very aware of this issue because a lot of the locals have been telling me about it and wanted me to get involved. So I'm glad we're doing this. Let's take a clip first and then explain briefly what this is all about.
What are you terrified about?
It's the undocumented men, and it is such a huge saturation for a small area. My son is 11. He won't get to experience walking to school on his own.
Crowborough's a small town. It's a very it's a community that is.
Does it have anything to do with like you in your head and just
very close knit? And putting 600 people of unknown origin in a camp, which is actually going to be non-detained and open, is a concern for people.
Yeah, and one of the things I've noticed walking around,
racism and stupidity don't seem to be regional.
Down the road is how much of a sense of a community there is here. This is really, it's just where people live with their families. It's not just a random area for people to be dumped in. So is that part of the concern as well? I know there are a lot of schools next to the camp, and safety is obviously a big issue as well.
Yeah, huge. I mean, this is on the edge of a forest. So you have got completely unlit and little parks, forest areas. So any crimes that do go on, they're going to go unheard and unstopped.
The constantly really interesting documentary, and I know a lot of people from Crowborough. It's just a very average, ordinary little town in East Sussex. They're not a bunch of racists. They're not people instinctively, I think, who would have an abhorrence of foreigners or anything like that. But they are legitimately concerned about this sudden invasion, as they see it, of asylum seekers. They don't know who these people are, where they're from, what crimes they may have.
I feel like at Atriok, chat would actually appreciate this channel.
Committed.
Oh, well, send them
all
over.
They do know
Or shout me
is
out.
they've just been dumped right bang in the middle of the town. What do you make of this?
Well, speaking to people there, I think your points are incredibly valid. And I would also add, I think in your intro you talked about immigration. We need to
geez, when did he
disentangle
send that?
these things. This isn't
Oh man,
about
I just realized that my
immigration.
Twitch
This is about
chat
people
froze.
entering our country illegally, and then us as taxpayers having to put them up at our expense. And this is part of Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary's plan, of course, to empty the asylum hotels, where hidden in the small print was they would be put on military bases. And when you think of a military base, you think safety, security, it's organized, people are going to be under surveillance. What actually is the case is they can leave the camp, they can walk out of there, they can take the bus. There's a bus stop directly outside. They can take the bus to Tunbridge Wells, which is a town just up the road. They can take a bus to Brighton. And there was a rape on Brighton Beach only a few days ago. 3 men were charged with that rape. They were all asylum seekers confirmed by the Home Office, all from the Middle East. And that's exactly the profile of the people who are going to be housed in this camp. So when you have a town of 20,000 people where you've got 600 unvetted, unchecked men,
Powder your forehead
all men,
check.
being housed
Oh man, the lights really are just like, wow.
in this facility that they can leave at will, no infrastructure in the town, nothing for them to do, you can understand why basically the entire community turned out on Sunday, which is what I filmed. And those conversations you saw, they're representative of what was happening there. This isn't some political thing. This
Oh my
is
God, isn't that where Harry Potter's aunt like flew over?
about politics. It's
After
not
she
about
blew up?
right versus left. It's about right versus wrong. And when you put hundreds of young men into this kind of community, of course people are going to be concerned. And not only are they going to be concerned, they are right to be concerned.
Right, Ollie Dugmore, 400,000 people have sought asylum in the UK in the last 4 years. Nearly 40% of asylum seekers arrive on the small boats, which has been an ongoing crisis down on the southern border. Record numbers will have crossed the English Channel, predominantly from France, since the start of 2025 on previous years, despite the Prime Minister saying he'd smashed the gangs. He hasn't done that at all. Nearly the same amount arrive legally as a visitor or on a work or study visa and then go on to claim asylum. Over 100,000 people in the UK currently live in asylum accommodation, and asylum claims in Britain are a record high, with 111,000 applications in the year to June 2025, with a backlog in the appeal system of more than 50,000 people and a waiting time of at least a year. And what causes the agitation is over half of refugees remain on benefits 8 years after they've arrived. There are, for example, 700 Albanian families living in taxpayer-funded accommodation having failed their asylum claim because the UK currently doesn't remove family groups, and so on. So this has been a badly handled thing for a long time under successive governments, Conservative and Labour, in my opinion. And I do think it should be able to be scrutinised without everyone who raises a complaining eye or a concerned eye immediately being branded racist. I think it's so unhelpful to the debate. What do you think is going on here? Why has it got out of control? Why can't we run a better asylum system? What do we do about this?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Piers. I think calling people racists basically is not a productive way to conduct this conversation.
No, not Albanian.
In my mind, what's going on here is a complete fake.
Well, again, this is where I don't know why, but us going through our whole immigration crisis, it really is kind of like giving the game away for the rest of the world, where it's like, no, guys, you can't just take our rhetoric, then just put different race here, but still same problem. It's like, okay, like the way that they talk about Muslims in the UK specifically.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Here's some turtle
Here are
doves.
some turtle doves.
Bandit. Oh, I'm gonna be watching the Home Alone series coming up here soon. I can't wait.
Capacity, whether
I have to do a little watch party in Discord or something.
Whether it's to process asylum claims, whether it's to
That'd
build
be fun.
adequate housing and infrastructure for people that do arrive in the UK, top to bottom, it is a story of state failure in terms of addressing the small boats crisis. My proposal for addressing that is quite simple. I think you should put a processing centre in France. I think people should be able to make their asylum claim there. The French have offered it to us. We decline the opportunity to do so. We can assess whether or not they have a valid asylum claim, and if they do, we can admit them to the UK. They can get on, they can get a job, they can contribute to society, which I think is the ideal that all of us would like. Additionally, if we had that processing centre in France, you've got a pretty good idea then that if someone doesn't want to submit an asylum application and tries to cross the channel in a dinghy, you've got a pretty good idea of whether or not they're trying to get here with a legitimate claim to asylum or not. So that'd be my approach to resolving it.
Check Yuga, in America, it's been very interesting watching what's happened under the Trump administration. So the big tick in the box that most people can, I think, sign up to with approval is he's pretty well shut the southern border down to illegal immigrants coming in. From various reports, it is estimated that as many as 10 million, maybe more.
Citizenship has always been a tool of oppression to justify violence against a group they wish to other, i.e. when we implemented it in America, it was used to oppress more of the indigenous and the poor.
Over that border in the 4 years under Joe Biden. We don't know the exact number, but broadly speaking, most Americans I've talked to approve of that, of Trump stopping that happening.
Excuse me.
They also approve of people who are in the country undocumented. If they commit a crime unconnected to their status, to their immigration status, then they should be deported. Most Americans agree with that. The flashpoint in America has been the extra step through these ICE agents going around places like Los Angeles, picking up undocumented people, seemingly often on a whim or a suspicion, and those people being removed from the country, even if in some cases they've built a family there, they've had kids there, they contribute to society, they're paying taxes and so on. So I think there's been some big wins for Trump on this issue of illegal immigration in America, comparative to his previous administration under Biden, but also this contentious point as to whether if you're in a country illegally, whatever life you've built for yourself, however long you've been there, the state should still have the right to just pick you up and throw you out. Today's show is...
Wait, so again, how far back does that go? Because, like, we brought up about the indigenous people. Like, dude, you do realize that...
Yeah, first of all, you're all racist, and I cancel all of you. Okay, so no, nobody's talking about that anymore. Okay. Listen, there's two different issues on immigration in America. First is, are we allowing too many immigrants in? So let me give you some context on that. For the first time since the 1960s, the number of foreign-born people in America has gone down by 1 million people. And by the way, you can say, hey, the American people kind of like that. That's why they like that Trump, stopped the people coming in from the border. And that's a fair point, right? But are we in some sort
We are 1/4 to the
sort of immigrant emergency here in America? No, the number of immigrants are going down, not up. And further context, so about 15% of Americans are foreign-born. If that seems like a high number to you, it's much higher in other countries. 22% in Canada, 29% in Switzerland, 30% in Australia. So we don't have some sort of immigration emergency in that sense here. So that context is super important. Nevertheless, I understand that people are wary of change, and sometimes change doesn't bring positive things, right? Or it might bring a lot of positive stuff, but has some negative consequences. So we have to make rational decisions here. Part of the problem, PEIRS, is that it leads to the second issue, which is that people want you to look at immigrants and say that's the real problem. And the reason they're doing that is because they don't want you to look up. So the guy coming in across the border in America, just crossed the Rio Grande, doesn't have any money, doesn't have any power. He didn't rig the system against you. The donor class in America did. And they desperately don't want you to know that, so they want you to get angry at immigrants instead. So I think the number one source of discontent here in the U.S., and I would bet that it's the same in the U.K., is not the raw numbers. It's that we feel that our government isn't delivering for us. So, the right wing says America first. These days on the Young Turks, we say...
Don't speak ill of elites.
Americans first. It's because we never get anything. And you see, like, it's not like these immigrants that are, for example, in Chicago, where people were complaining about it, including, by the way, black and brown communities in Chicago, right? And they were getting a certain stipend. and the stipend's not huge or anything. But as a resident of Chicago, they were looking at that and thinking, I'm not getting anything. And now all of a sudden, these guys are getting something. It's not much, but it's something. So why do I never get anything? And the real answer to that, of course, has nothing to do with immigrants. It has to do with the richest people in the country and mainly corporate rule that has decided that they're going to extract all of our wealth in the form of like $35 billion in oil subsidies, endless wars that enrich the defense contractors, and by the way, create waves of new immigrants as unrest in those countries occur. So if you really want to fix these problems, you have to look at the donors and the people in power, the people setting the rules, rather than just hating on new immigrants that came in.
Officer Tatum, you know, one of the big flashpoints in the UK, as I mentioned, these small boats just coming in all the time on the southern border with illegal immigrants pouring in.
Wait, small boats, illegal immigrants pouring in. You see how that doesn't make any sense? Small boats can only hold so many people. And how many fucking small boats are coming? Like, it sounds like you're just, I don't know, spewing a bunch of horse shit.
Then once they get there, the government in the UK feeling obliged to house them, and they're putting them up often in rather nice hotels. And the flashpoint there is, why are these asylum seekers, as many of them, they all claim to be, but they're not all legitimate asylum seekers. For example, a year and a half ago, they discovered 15,000 of the year total number who come in on the small boats actually turned out to be young, economic male Albanians from Albania, which is not a war-torn country. So they weren't genuine asylum seekers, they were economic migrants.
Anyone who sees immigration as a problem instead of an opportunity is not cool. Yep.
Seeking a better life for themselves. Nothing wrong with that, but they needed a proper process of going through the legal way of getting in. So there's a lot of anger that's been building up by people living through a cost of living crisis, can't afford to feed their kids.
Again, not the immigrants doing that, you fucking numbnut.
Real problem with public services as the UK population continues to rise. 50 million back in the 50s, nearly 70 million now. Crumbling health service because you can't cope with the extra volume of people. Education, all the public services creaking at the seams. And then they have this constant flashpoint of these people coming in illegally and seemingly in many cases being treated better than people already in the country.
This is literally the myth that they got used to get people upset in Chicago, which it was a myth.
It's been causing a lot of the anger, which is now erupting in places around the country.
Yeah, it's the same thing that's happening in the United States of America. It's a lot to unpack here. The government is a fraudulent organization when it comes to this illegal immigration stuff, and most of it is from the Democrat Party. They legitimately, or I wasn't legitimate, but they literally opened up the border and allowed every illegal person that they can possibly find to allow them to come into our country, to flood our cities so they can win elections forever. This is exactly what they did. They don't give a...
Oh my God, these people are so... This is the thing. I don't like watching this, even on my channel, because I know I'm contributing.
And explain
just even by watching this in a public forum.
Just explain why that would help the Democrats win elections.
Well, when you get an influx of people into certain areas and then you give them amnesty, which is the ultimate plan, now you have more electoral college.
Yeah, just leave and re-immigrate so I can get treated better than other citizens.
Yeah,
exactly.
You have more Congress representation. All of those things they can leverage. Now,
why would you assume they'd all want to vote Democrat, though?
Well, let me explain. If you get a bunch of people who have no hope from the country that they came from, and they're believing they come to America, which is utopia, they get all this free stuff, they get all the government funding, and then when you give them amnesty, when you say you are a citizen, you can now stay here. We support you. Who do you think they're going to vote for? The party that does that for them.
Yeah. It's almost like you guys missed an opportunity, you fucking... Oh my God, does he not see it? He doesn't see it.
Done the same thing.
It's almost like your racism cost you votes.
The black people in this country, they manipulated the black vote by giving them handouts and different things like that.
Jesus. You know what? I'm just going to call it out. These Uncle Tom motherfuckers. Like, I can't stand these guys. I really can't. These race traders. Like, these guys that literally will throw the entire black community under the bus because they got their white woman. They got their they got all of their white existence. And again, these Uncle Ruckus motherfuckers.
And now they secured the black.
It really is fucking gross.
Vote. That's why black people vote unanimously.
And it's not exclusive to the black community, by the way. Anybody that, like, is just blatantly a race trader and does the thing where you're just like, yeah, you know what? I'm one of the good ones, but they all suck.
For Democrats, even though Democrats have done nothing
A.
for black people in this country. They plan to do the same thing for illegal aliens. They're losing some of the minority votes, so now they have a new demographic. And also, they don't give a F about these people coming over here. Because if they did, they would shut the border down and have them come through a legal process. Because people will get...
You do understand that part of the legal process is technically living here on a visa, which you classify as living here illegally. Again.
Getting raped. Children are getting sex trafficked.
Damn, dude.
These people, the cartel.
Not even that, but anyone who's a class trader. Oh, yeah, that too.
Money. Coyotes are escorting these people through the desert.
Nah, I'm calling it out because honestly, at least I have the benefit of knowing that, like, when the Nick Fuenteses get their use out of, Captain Cocksucker up here, then they're gonna fucking turn on them. They already do that. Like, we've already seen it with Fresh and Fit.
On the die. So it's a shame that our government is doing this. And it's not just a minor inconvenience for the American people. We're talking billions of taxpayer dollars spent on housing these people. And they're not just coming over here for a better life. They're unassimilated. They do not want to be a part of America. They want to do their own thing.
Wait, so you're saying that they come here because of all the utopian free stuff, but they also don't want to start living within the confines of America? They're trying to turn it into their country? I mean, dude, your fear-mongering doesn't even work.
Their culture is very different than American culture.
People got trafficked, allegedly, by the president.
They're raping people.
Bro,
yeah,
exactly.
Doing a lot of other things. Now, let me clarify this because I don't want people to take it out of context. It's not every illegal alien that's doing this, but it is enough.
Well, I mean, the way that you're demonizing them, you might as well. Why even make this correction?
To be an issue. And we shouldn't even have an issue with this because if you came here illegally, you shouldn't be here in the first place. I don't care if your grandma, nana, whoever it is, built a life here. You built it on illegal terms. That's like me breaking in your house, PEIRS, and I'm living there.
Holy shit.
And all of a sudden I start cooking.
Holy shit, dude. This guy. Whoa.
In your house, and I have a kid, and now my kid live in your house. Somehow I'm afforded all of the amenities that you've built. No, that don't work like that. You got to go home. You got to get out of here. You should have never been here in the first place.
All right, Constantine, you wanted to get in there.
Well, there's a few things that both...
You know what's really funny? He is way more at risk than anybody else on this panel of being told that exact thing.
Cenk and Brandon, the few points
He's
that
got
they
all
made,
the talking points, eh? Yep.
Relevant but different in the UK.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a mirror, apparently.
Okay, in particular, this Crowborough protest that I spoke to people at. One of the things they were very keen to emphasize is there are hundreds of Ukrainians living in the town or have been living in the town over the last 2 or 3 years, within families, within homes that people welcome them in. But what they're saying is there's a big difference between women and children fleeing war and people who get on a boat in France, throw their passport or their ID in the sea, and then get here and a single man being housed, unvetted, unchecked, etc. So, well, again, I think it's very important. The conversation's been about immigration. This is not about immigration. Both the United States, where I spent a lot of time, Brandon and Cenk have both been on my show when we've been over there, right? You guys both know this. America is the most pro-immigrant country in the world that I've ever been to. UK, probably second or third in terms of some
almost like it was built on that principle.
Places that
Weird.
You might compare it to. These are welcoming countries that we live in. We welcome people to...
I mean, you don't call it immigration. You call it, to
come here.
We call it colonization, but...
Start business.
Actually, my point was backwards. They do call it immigration.
As key contributors. But when you come to the...
And then now they're doing the thing where they're like, they're trying to colonize us. It's like, how's it feel? You starting to understand? No? Okay.
This country, and you are someone who's deliberately broken the rules in order to get in here. We're right to be suspicious of you, and we should be keeping these people under lock and key so they can't go out into the local community and threaten and menace women, children, and residents, elderly residents. And in Crowborough, the place I filmed, do you know that you probably know this, Piers? The police station there is...
You know, a lot of vacation countries have the opportunity to do something very funny, to turn away certain people. You know, the way that they kind of tried to do that with Hassan, where they went through social media? Yeah.
Unmanned.
That'd be very funny if they got denied the opportunity to go and relax on a fucking beach because, you know, they're racist assholes.
Because it's such a safe place. Now, what happens when you've got hundreds
And
of
also
people?
don't recognize the irony of them trying to go to another country. And it's like, well, technically you're there illegally. No, I'm not. I'm a tourist. It's like, okay.
Running around, but you don't know what
So,
they are.
but open borders, they let you in, right?
And they've got nothing to do. You've got big problems building up because of that. To say nothing of the fact, yeah, we've got the same problem that Brandon mentions in the UK, where at one point we were spending £1 million a day on hotels for illegal immigrants. And the cost of housing on these military bases is basically the same.
ExpressVPN is the simple way to protect your
They're criminals. They're taking our jobs. What was your job?
privacy online. In the US,
What exactly do you do for
record
work?
your online activity. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, although it is an illegal immigration issue.
Hold on, stop asking questions. I didn't mean it that way.
What we're talking about here, there's also been a massive legal immigration issue, Constantine, in the UK, where a year or so ago they worked out nearly 1 million people in terms of net migration for the year had come into the UK. A lot of it was obviously Ukraine and a lot from Hong Kong and places like that, but a huge number of people, like I say, into a country already creaking at the seams in terms of its ability for the public services to serve the current population. Again, all that does is create a lot of tension. And it turned out the biggest problem was not bringing in like highly skilled people who can contribute well to society and so on, who you want to bring to a country, any country. But they were allowed to bring a huge number of dependents with them. You know, families of 5, 6, 7 people were coming in with each of the people allowed in. That was actually the big problem. But, you know, if you start rising the population of the UK by 1 million a year, very, very quickly, you're going to see the problems we've been seeing massively exacerbated.
Well, let me make just a very brief bit of context, give a very brief bit of context that I think sets the UK situation in a very clear light. We had the Blair government and 13 years of the Labour government then, and then it got worse under the Conservatives thereafter, as you made the point. Under one government, we had more people come into this country than had come to Britain in its entire history. Since the Battle of Hastings in 1066 up until 1950, the number of people that came in under Blair and Brown was higher than the total over 1,000 years.
And that was mainly from Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Right? So this wasn't a question. This is why when the genuine racists get into this debate, which is always an unfortunate side effect of it, they often come at it from a skin colour perspective. It's the brown and black people that are the problem. Actually, as Constantine just rightly said, in the first part of this century, it was opening the floodgates, quite literally, to a lot of people from Eastern Europe.
Okay, bye-bye Polacks. Like, is that what this is? Like, seriously. Like, god damn. What is this? We are seriously slipping back to, like, the 1920s.
They were white. But that was
like, what?
What caused the initial big problem.
Now they're doing the thing where they're just like, oh, it's actually the dirty Eastern Europeans, the you know, can't have Italians coming in. What the actual fuck is these imperialistic just twat waffles? What the hell? And hey, Mr. Smartly dressed this guy, you know, I like the black, outer shirt with the white inner. Always a good choice. But you really aren't doing anything here.
Problem, I think.
You've let them monopolize the conversation. You've let them all set the narrative, and now you're not going to say, hey, you guys are complete assholes.
I agree, and I think
Twat waffle.
you then add on top of that the subsequent Conservative governments, which then opened.
Okay, do you invade the whole world? Fuck off with everyone's resources, and now you're hoarding it all on your islands, saying no one else can come in.
The
yeah.
floodgates to the rest of the world, and so we've got this cumulative problem.
Brits are so racist, they rank white ethnicities. No, for real. For real, dude. That's why anytime that anytime you think of a racist, don't do a Southern accent. Do a British accent, because they truly are the most racists.
And look,
holy crap.
It's very important to say. I mean, there are differences between different groups of people.
I mean, this guy, he's got too dark a hair. I'm questioning his whole background now. You know what? I want to make sure that his mom was here legally.
And so you mentioned the racism point. Well, we've had tens of thousands of Hong Kongers come in. Do you hear a lot of...
By the way, did you hear about Kayleigh, is it Kayleigh McEnany? I can't even remember who the frickin' Trump spokesperson, but she apparently had a relative get arrested by ICE.
Anti-Hong Konger rhetoric in this country. We've had hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing the war come in. Are you hearing lots of anti-Ukrainian sentiment? No, because ultimately this is a cultural problem. And this point that Brandon made very well.
Levitt, Caroline Levitt, not McEnany.
You have people coming from certain places where, let's be honest, women are considered second-class citizens, if not cattle. Then, of course, you're going to be expecting that some of the incidents that we've seen, whether it's grooming gangs, whether there's lots of other problems that we've had up and down the country. So we also have to be reasonable and actually delineate between immigration, legal immigration, and what we basically have is people coming illegally against the wishes of the British public. And the final point I'll make is this. Both in the United States and here, nobody, and I mean nobody, voted for this. Nobody voted for this. Nobody signed up to this. And I'm glad we're sitting here with the four of us from different political perspectives. And all of us now today agree it's not racist to bring this up. But also, let's be honest, Piers. 5 years ago, bringing these points up would have got you demonized.
We wouldn't have had the debate.
Correct.
Right? Because people would have said, if you're raising any concerns about this, obviously you're a racist.
And that's one of the benefits of this problem getting so bad, at least.
Well, the weird part is, if it's been a problem for this many years, how come you guys haven't done enough to, fix the problem?
We're finally allowed to talk about it.
Ollie, what do we do about the fact that it does, unfortunately, always bring out the genuine racists, right? There are genuine racists. They're sort of more easily...
Yeah, and they usually love guys like you. You ever wonder why that is?
Identifiable now because of things like...
I'm pretty sure that if I had a bunch of people that I disagree with, and I actually disagree with, liking my content, and they say, hey, you're based because, you really stuck it to these people, it's like, oh, no.
Social media, we can see them in the marches or whatever. But there is a racist element who don't want any foreigners coming into the country. And that tends to turn the debate into something rather different. What do we do? How do we have this debate and sort things out without that element exploiting it?
Great question, Piers. I would also clarify as well this point about...
Oh my God, are we going to start calling them undesirable soon? What is going on here? You guys see the slip, right? This is happening very fast.
The racism that black and brown...
If he's this comfortable saying this on a YouTube show, this is happening fast.
People experience and the racism that people of Eastern Europeans...
And I'm pretty sure that none of it's organic.
...experiences.
This is why I do get pissed, where it's like, okay, the bot farming thing, it apparently works.
Well,
as someone with a little bit of integrity here that gets pissed off at the thought of that happening on his channel. Yeah, don't know why I said thought like that. But
I used to work in a McDonald's with 50% of the staff was from Poland, and I assure you there is plenty of anti-Polish racism amongst the British public, even though they're white people as well. Yeah, of course there is. And I remember at the time as well, there was plenty. But look, how do you confront racism? Multi-pronged approach. Education being the primary one. I think a strong functioning economy.
They're so gleeful being racist while claiming not to be.
A functioning state is a second one, I think. The debate we've been having, like, for example, that police station in Crowborough that Constantine mentioned. Yeah, I'm sure Crowborough's a pretty safe place. Police stations and police officer numbers over the last 14 years were cut. Every touchstone in this conversation, the failure of the state, whether it's in the planning of skills and training, medicine is a great example, Piers. You spoke about the NHS, right? Huge number of foreign-born doctors in the NHS. Huge number of British-trained doctors that the British state has invested in training, going abroad to practice medicine in other countries. These don't seem like sort of intractable problems for us to solve. And I think that I would commend the tenor of the debate so far on this programme. I think it's perfectly reasonable to have a conversation about the costs and the benefits, costs and benefits of 1 million people coming in, costs and benefits of net zero people coming in. There's clearly a middle ground between the two. Both involve trade-offs. Probably at the extreme end of one, you're talking about social cohesion. At the extreme end of the other, you're talking about some pretty significant macro effects to the economy. There is a balance between those two things that we should strike. But primarily in terms of confronting the far right, absolutely, it's education, it's a strong economy, and in extremists, it's confronting them face to face.
We could just deal with the problem. I mean, this is the other problem, right? Is if you didn't have illegal immigration, there wouldn't be any racists getting any support at all, because the British public is overwhelmingly not of that world. Well,
that's why it's interesting. Like Tommy Robinson regularly goes on American Airways, and he sells them a bit of a dummy story about himself. He's like this, picked upon, poor, oppressed guy who's just preaching the truth and so on. There's a lot more complicated than that. But the reason he's getting more and more support from people who I would certainly not categorize as far right or racist is because he's exposing very loudly genuine problems. I mean, Cenk, this is the thing, isn't it? You're always going to attract the far right for this stuff, and that's a very unsavory...
It's always a diversion. Say you are okay with immigrants, just want the illegal ones out while simultaneously trying to make it harder to immigrate. Put the two together, and the plan is clear. Yep.
Aspect of it. But I do think that the governments in America and the UK have brought this all on themselves.
But again, this is where I think that instead of always being reactionary to this stuff, you'd kind of like... The thing that I would do, especially on Piers Morgan's channel here, is anticipation is the word. You should anticipate how he's going to try and manipulate the conversation. It's clear the way that he thinks. It's clear what he believes. So I always get just completely flabbergasted, if you will, to take one from the UK. I'm flabbergasted by just
a lot of this anger,
the lack of pushback from some of his guests, because they're always just like,
amongst ordinary people. And what you're seeing now is a lot of ordinary people who are not on the far right or the far left. A lot of I know Crowborough, this town well.
I mean, dude, do you know how realistically how many of the arguments come down to that? Like, I know you are, but what am I?
Regular people.
It's pretty much
near
that.
my village, they want to go to the pub, play a bit of sport at the weekend, have local schools, they all know each other. It's very genteel down there.
Excuse me.
And suddenly they've got 600 male asylum seekers from all parts of the world. No one knows much about them. They're very concerned about how
I'd have to study and prep, especially since he's so predictable. Like, seriously, like, what would your answer to, like, the second that he says trans in sport? It's like, what's the tirade?
And you don't need many. As Officer Tatum
just create tons of dialogue trees.
There,
not a bad idea.
Obviously, they're not all criminals. For all we know, none of them might be criminally minded. But it wouldn't take much in terms of one or two of those people in there to commit some heinous crime.
Whoa. His fractions are fucked, and honestly, that can be applied to anybody, any population. So, all right, pre-crime. Dude, this guy wants my Minority Report so bad.
In Crowborough, for that to become a real powder keg.
I mean, that's conservatives, realistically, where they're just like, we need to stop the crime before it can even happen.
And then people would
Stan's
attack
like,
the
I'm
people
out.
of Crowborough. And I'd be like, well, hang on. Just hang on a second.
He just fucked off. I heard him hop on the couch out there.
This was inflicted on them as a society. And if it blows up in their face in an ugly way, it's going to cause a lot of unrest.
Yeah. So let me address both sides of that. So first of all, for the folks who are worried about race and all that, and is it anti-immigrant mentality is by definition racist? No, because I can give you examples from other countries again. And for example, in Turkey, they took in a ton of Syrian immigrants and Afghan immigrants because of the wars there. And a lot of the native Turks were pissed. They didn't want it either, right?
Well,
So,
Germany. I mean, in
opposed...
Germany, it cost Angela Merkel her job. She let 1 million in, mainly from Syria. And ultimately, that was one of the main reasons she got kicked out. Where I'm from, chips are called crisps, and our chips are actually what Americans call French fries.
And look, it's.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that UK knowledge there.
It's a natural thing that happens. That
they do have good chocolate in the UK, though.
One, people are used to their way of life, and when things change a little bit, they get
proximity to people who are different than you isn't something that's inflicted on you.
Discomforted by it. So I understand it. It's a natural reaction. And at the same time, especially when your government doesn't deliver for you, as is happening in both Turkey and the UK and America, people get frustrated and go, why doesn't anybody, our government, ever represent us? And now we've got these new folks in, and they might be getting a nickel and a dime, but it's a nickel and a dime more than I'm getting. So that's why that frustration happens, and I understand. And I'm an immigrant, and what I would say to the immigrant community is, and most of us are overwhelmingly grateful, right? And so look, for example, we talk about all the Eastern Europeans that came in the biggest wave of immigration to the UK. My guess is that Constantine's family came from Eastern Europe at some point into the UK. Right? But Constantine's grateful from what I've seen. I'm grateful for America, right? And I would tell those immigrants, especially in the UK where they're, for some magical reason, not allowed to work for a year, go to the local church, go to the local community and volunteer. Say, how can we help, right? And get to know people and get them to know you so that people are less alarmed, right? Now, at the same time, I want to say to the folks who are non-immigrants, don't do the demagoguing, right? So on crime, for example, here in America, unfortunately, natural-born citizens are twice as likely to commit crime as undocumented immigrants and 4 times more likely to commit crime than legal immigrants like myself and my family, right? So that doesn't mean that...
Did you know statistically rich people will commit more crimes because they can get away with it?
Natural-born Americans are somehow worse. It's just these are all different geopolitical, social, and cultural...
And they do. The thing is, they're also the ones more likely to be repeat offenders.
Context that leads to those numbers.
But whatever.
But are immigrants in the U.S. more likely to do crime? No, they're actually less likely to do crime. So let's be honest about that, and let's be clear about that. So we don't need to
Oi, you brought in too many Browns. You did.
Demagogue over that. And then in terms of what Tatum said earlier. Look, there is no amnesty here. There is no plan for amnesty. If there was a plan for amnesty, why didn't Obama do it? Why didn't Biden do it? The last time we had amnesty was actually under Ronald Reagan. You're right. No, they didn't.
The people that wanted to know what the Shirley Temple.
And right now, the mass deportations. No.
I call it a kitty cocktail, but it's this one.
And they don't vote. There's all these demagoguing about, oh my God, they're all going to vote. They're all coming. No, they don't have citizenship and they can't vote. So, look, last thing on this is
feeling super spicy tonight.
In terms of how it's going so far in America, you were right in your beginning, Piers. No question that people like the closing of the border and they like kicking out the criminals who are undocumented, and that's super rational.
Oh, you got those with zero sugar?
Now almost no one on the left objects to that.
Jake is doing really well. I have to give him credit. He is actually doing really well with those.
So the part
Canada Dry,
where we begin to disagree is the mass deportations. Right. Not begin, we definitely disagree. And by the way, their independents are on our side, saying, don't do the mass deportations. They're ugly. They're not the right way to go. As we see with so many immigrants in other countries, as I said before, Canada, Switzerland, et cetera, it isn't the number of immigrants you have, it's the system you have. Do you have the right system? Do you assimilate them well? Do they assimilate well? Are they contributing to this society? So while Syrians might be a problem in some perceived ways because of the crowding issues and the economic issues in Germany and in Turkey, Steve Jobs' dad was a Muslim Syrian immigrant, and it led to Steve Jobs, which led to Apple. Elon Musk is an immigrant. So obviously immigrants can make massive, massive contributions, and that is why America is the #1 country in the world, because we're the most open to immigrants.
I mean, obviously, let me just repeat my favourite comment at this stage of these debates, which is that the biggest deporter in American presidential history per year
makes you think that makes you wonder, does Canada have a drink called U.S. Dry?
In office was Barack Obama.
It's just Crystal Pepsi.
Who deported over 3 million people in 8 years. He was known as deporter-in-chief in Mexico.
Keep trying.
He was the biggest mass deporter of them all. The only difference is the liberal world didn't care. If I asked any of my liberal friends in the last few years how many people did Obama deport, they had no idea. It never crossed their mind he might be a mass deporter. Everybody in Mexico knew how many he was deporting because it was on an industrial scale. So there's been a lot of hypocrisy politically about this, and I would say in the UK that
no, it's what they call American beer.
The cross-party reality is they've all.
I will say that's dude. When I was in Toronto, they had a thing against American beer there that I did not know existed.
All cock this up. All of them. None of them have worked out how to stop 60,000 or so people coming over illegally on the small boats. They've tried everything from threatening to send them to Rwanda to all sorts of different ploys. None of them have worked.
My least favorite of the big three.
Now got this gigantic backlog, which is ridiculous. Obviously, a lot of the people claiming asylum are not actually asylum seekers. We know that. Most of them are young male economic migrants trying it on. But, as obviously Ronald Reagan said so rightly, if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. That's the whole point of a border is to protect your border so you are a country. And I do think one of the issues we haven't really touched on, but if you look at Europe, for example, in the last decade, because of various wars led by Syria and others, the number of people that have come across the European continent has been, I think, 7-8 million was the last number I read in just a few years. It's an enormous number of people. You've not really seen this since the end of the Second World War. And that has, and this is the other part of the debate I think we should just touch on, that has a real-time sea change effect on the social fabric of a country, right? So if you look at someone like the UK, for example, if you look at the demographic of what we were like back in the start of last century, predominantly white Christian country, vast majority of people. Now it's a far less white country by comparison. It's a far less Christian country. A lot of that down to actually people not having any religious beliefs, but also we have a lot of Muslims in the UK, 4 million, about the same as they have in America. In America, you have about...
Notice how he also moved the goalpost there?
The same number of Jews, for example.
Now you have to conform to the religion too.
250,000 Jews.
Otherwise, they're losing their culture.
More of a flashpoint between the Muslim community and the Jewish community, because the Muslim community outnumbers the Jewish community many, many times comparative to America. Now, the point of saying this is just that these are statistical facts. And I was having a debate with Tucker Carlson, which is going on his show later today, in which we were talking about it. He thinks this is a really bad thing. I was defending it, saying the UK in particular, like America, has always been an extraordinary melting pot of cultures and faiths and skin colours and everything else. And I like that. I live in a high street in West London. I walk down pretty much every store, every service place, every hotel, every restaurant has a multicultural staff. I like it. Right? I've got no problem with it. But are we creating a problem in 20 years' time if we carry on down this route? Does it matter? Do you stop being England, for example? It's just what Tucker Carlson was arguing. I argue strenuously, no, we don't. But there's no doubt the country will look very different in 50 years' time to what it did 50 years ago.
Yeah, Pierce, I think there's a big difference, and we got to delineate between the two. There's a difference between immigration and illegal immigration. The people that are coming out to our country illegally are committing a crime. If you come into our country and you sneak past the port of entry and you go up under a fence, you committed a crime. You should be prosecuted for that crime. The fact that we let it go on so long is the reason why it's been exacerbated. And if a person comes into this country and they seek asylum and they lied or they didn't show up to court, they should be deported. That's according to the law that we have on the books. And let's go beyond that. I do push back on this idea that because America is less white, somehow it's going to be less American. America is not a race; it's an idea. So
that's what I believe. Just to be clear, but Tucker Carlson and people like him, they get very nationalistic about this, right? And they say that culturally, if you invite too many people from other cultures into your country, that you lose your own identity and culture as a country. What do you say to that argument?
Well, Pierce, I think that same people...
They showed up to court dates. ICE just arrested them,
...understand that it's not about color, it's about assimilation. There is no difference between an American that is black and an American that is white because we both believe in American values. What happens is when you start getting people into this country that do not make a vow to assimilate to American values and our Constitution and our way of life, that's where the problem happens. And unfortunately, one of the closest countries to us is Mexico and South America. And so a lot of people are coming over.
I really want to watch a show where it's like Charlemagne the God and like a few black commentators watch this guy
that just so happen to be,
or even talk to him,
of that demographic, and they're not Because
holy crap, man,
by the American values,
this guy,
and that's why you see a color change. But if everybody that we allow to come over here, like many immigrants that have come over here and that have contributed tremendously to the success of America, Elon Musk being one of them, and a lot of others, because they do what? Assimilate. They believe in American values. They believe in the capitalism. They're not coming over here to be socialists and communists. They're not coming over here to weaponize empathy to try to create the world to be a new way of life. Like we see these mind-dead congressmen or congresswomen.
He's so racist.
Have literally said that they want to rewrite.
He doesn't even. The thing is, I don't think he gets it.
Right, American.
That's the worst part.
Values. They want to get rid of the Constitution. I mean, these things are an apparel or are negative to the American.
I mean, the Constitution.
The
Constitution. It's interesting as we approach Thanksgiving, but the Constitution. You know, I think there's often a misunderstanding about it. It's not some sacrosanct, untouchable document. There are 27 amendments to the Constitution. It's been amended many times. There's no reason. In fact, the Founding Fathers made it crystal clear it was a document for the people, right? And
yeah, but by that same logic, then we can also go back to the Second Amendment and be like, well, what? Hey, do we make changes there, PEIRS? Oh, wait. What, are you going to say what now?
They imply there should be natural evolution, that the people of the moment should determine the
weaponized empathy tells you exactly what kind of piece of shit he is. Yep.
The way the country is run.
Yep.
And I do feel sometimes that some
quality burp 8 out of 10. Thank you.
Americans get very strict about the absolute tiny wording of the Constitution to
this conservative Brit is schooling this guy on the Constitution, though. Yeah.
Explain and justify whatever it is they want to do without any sense it can ever evolve. I mean, all documents like that should be living documents, shouldn't they?
PEIRS, that could be true, but we have never gotten rid of the Constitution. We've made amendments to the Constitution. Yes. That means we've improved upon.
That's what I mean.
We don't.
Yeah, but you understand what that means to these people. He just kind of he gave it away right there.
Don't get rid of it, and I think it's right. Of course, the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment were all valuable amendments, right? To eliminate slavery.
No, notice how he skipped one.
And actually,
come on, man.
For the citizenship of black people. It wasn't the anchor baby stuff that they're doing today. It was actually the citizenship of black people and the right for black people to vote. So the amendments as we grow.
Oh, now you see the value of that, huh?
And evolve.
Fucking
as a nation, and you know what I'm saying, we fulfill the promises that our founding fathers had in their intent with the document.
Please go debate Nick Fuentes, please.
It's something that I support, but to say we need to rewrite the whole thing.
I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I do think there's a good argument.
In our country that feel that way.
I don't think that at all. But I do think the founding fathers made it clear that Americans in any given moment they could evolve the Constitution. Hence the fact there have been 27 amendments. In other words, nothing should stay still forever. If the country changes, if the way of life changes.
This guy who would have been a slave back then is trying to defend another another underclass.
The ethos of the Constitution to continue, but the exact way it gets framed and how it is utilized could evolve. Hence the amendments.
There's a democratic way of doing that, though, and this is kind of the point.
Sorry, Bobbin. I have to kind of. No, I know you didn't mean it negatively. It's just for some reason.
In terms of everything that we've been.
It gave me like the warning with that one, so I can't let that
discussing in this conversation, right? The way you amend
I guess that's blatantly a no word on Twitch. Just so you guys know.
U.S. Constitution is by having a democratic process to do that. Illegal immigration in the way that we've been talking about it today, as I made the point earlier.
I will thumb my nose when it is applicable. That was not applicable. That was just Twitch be Twitch.
Is something nobody voted for. Nobody voted.
There's no reason to assume someone who wants to make amendments to the Constitution wants to amend the whole Constitution, weirdos.
Border. Nobody voted. And you got to understand what has happened.
Well, again, can't apply that to their own thought process.
I came here 1996.
Honestly, that's kind of what I was talking about. You just turn their logic around on them and then just go would you be comfortable with that? No. Okay.
55,000 people came here net legally in 1996. Today, the number of people coming here illegally.
This is why you guys should watch this space, though, is because every single one of these guys is playing on a golf course you would never be allowed on.
Is greater than that. And
just for the merit of being poor.
And nobody ever voted for this. And this is
the
why
the number coming in legally under the Labour budget.
He just wants to participate in.
He
just wanted to participate in the conversation,
which is 4 more years to average about 360,000 a year, I think, and actually goes up in the next few years. So massively different to what it was like when you first came. Because to say on that wider point that Tucker Carlson and many like him have started talking about, which is countries losing their identity culturally. What do you think about that?
I think that America is unique in that way, in that it seems to me as a visitor, and look, it's up to Americans to decide how they see that country, of course, but as someone who loves the country and visits
the jacket makes him look like a country club waiter. Oh, you put a fez on him and I'm handing him the keys.
Frequently and spends a lot of time there. I do think that...
Slip a little... It's like, here, I'll slip you a hundo if you park it in a good spot.
The idea that America is an idea seems to me to be how Americans behave. I think that is not true in Europe. I think that European countries do have a national identity, a cultural identity, a religious identity. And I think that if Britain was filled with people who were of a completely different religion and a completely different...
He wishes it was the 1970s. I mean, I do for different reasons.
...ethnic background. I don't think it would be England and Britain in the way that it has been in history.
I mean, seriously, you put a fez on him, you put him in one of those rickety old elevators that, like, you know, it opens from the bottom and then it's like going up, ding, ding. He would definitely be like the bellhop.
So I think that doesn't necessarily...
Specifically in one of those Wes Anderson films.
...preclude us from welcoming people in.
Yeah, it's like, haven't I seen you? Didn't I see you in the Grand Budapest Hotel?
And assimilating them into our country. And that has been happening for decades and even centuries. But I think Brandon is right. The assimilation is the point.
Let's go, Brandon.
If you want to come to our country,
Jesus.
You want to apply for a visa, you want to follow the rules, you want to
Thanks,
adopt
conservatives,
our culture,
for making
you
that
want to
funny.
teach your children to love this country, to speak English, to integrate, to contribute, as Cenk was saying, you know, go out and actually...
The snow in the 70s was far out, I hear. So are the bushes.
...contribute to the country you've just arrived in. That's great. But that is not what we have in Europe. We have large ghettos of non-integrating populations who do not want to participate, who do not want to contribute, who do not want to speak our language. And look, I lived in Tower Hamlets for some time. I went to the doctor's surgery. The leaflet is in 100 languages. I don't understand why. This is an English-speaking country, and you either speak English or you find a country with a language you prefer.
Ollie.
Well, unlike Constantine, I think people that speak...
I mean, to be fair, you got like half the contingent that like speaks your English, you know, your British English, and then you got the other assholes that, oi, listen to what he say about the immigrants.
Speak other languages are all...
You do, you did?
So entitled.
Wait a minute, that was a bad accent.
Healthcare. I would just add
I didn't say that they're not entitled to healthcare. I said they should learn English.
No, I don't want to give it any no respect here. Fuck these guys.
If they want to live
Please,
here.
I'd like to speak. So I think this idea that your sort of culture, your national identity can potentially be diluted by people of a different skin tone or indeed religious background is a pretty pathetic argument. It's a patriotism that's grounded in weakness and fragility. My patriotism is grounded in strength. I believe the ideas of English national identity,
Some of them
British
need
national
subtitles.
identity are pretty strong, and I'm not that worried about people.
Like Jason Statham.
That comes to
barely understand what that guy had to say all the time.
the UK with a different idea of what that could be, coming over here and diluting it. You know, from Magna Carta through to now, a sense of fair play unless the English are invading your country. I think, you know, we've got a pretty good solid idea of what English values and identity are.
What are they?
I just said. I gave you a sense of...
Speaking English, integrating and contributing is exactly what immigrants are doing. There are some isolated communities that are less proficient in English, but they're still contributing.
Validity.
Well, notice how they're not going after Amish communities that, you know, they speak in, what, Yiddish or whatever the hell it is?
A pride and a sense of fair play.
So people
honesty.
who believe in Sharia law, which a large number of the Muslim community in this country do believe in and want to impose, do they believe in civil liberty?
I would say the people that want to impose Sharia law,
do they comply with English values or British values as you define them?
No, I think if you want to come over and, you know, sort of overhaul the system of government in Britain, I think there's a pretty valid argument for us to say that you're probably not welcome in the country.
So what should we do? Should we deport you for having...
Oi, I'm from Manchester. I don't care if me English says so good. I speak with me fists.
Agreement about civil liberties.
If you're an insurrectionist, if you're literally saying that we should introduce corporal and capital punishment in Britain,
What if you just want to vote for it? You know, that 33% of the Muslim community, according to some estimates, believe in Sharia law, want Sharia law in Britain. Should they be able to elect people who will advocate for that?
Constantine, you keep asking me the same question.
No, it's a different question.
I'm going to keep giving you the same answer.
Nice. Glad you called that out.
No, what is the answer?
I've just told you.
Should we deport people who want Sharia law? That's what I'm asking.
If you want to overthrow the system of government, i.e. impose Sharia law instead of secular democracy, yes, I have a ginormous problem with that. Additionally, I have a ginormous problem with the British head of state being a religious figure in King Charles. I have a ginormous problem with a permanent fixture in our legislature.
Speak Dutch, German?
Being religious representatives. There are
Why?
only two countries. There are only two countries in the world where that's the case. One is the UK, the other is Iran. You know, I have problems with both of those things. I want us to live in a secular democracy. What happens between you and the man that you think exists in the sky is your business.
Still, the vast majority of people in the UK identify as Christian, just under 50%. The next highest in terms of faith is actually non-believers completely, about 35%, I think. And then you're down to like sort of 5% Muslim and then down to the other religions. So, you know, it's still a predominantly Christian. Of those who have a faith, we are predominantly a Christian country. So there shouldn't be intrinsically, by that criteria,
But it's not just that.
Too much of an issue of the head of the church being the king.
It's not just that. We'll just walk around London. The entire architecture of this city is Christian in its every definition. Everything about this country has roots in Christianity. Now, that is not to say that everybody must be Christian, and I certainly haven't been Christian for most of my life, and I don't even know if I'm Christian now. My point is, even when I was an atheist, I still thought it was a Christian country, because it is, because that's a fact, because you can see it with your own eyes. So I don't understand the squeamishness about saying it is a Christian country, and in my view, should remain so.
It's called the Enlightenment.
Well, I would
it's like chai tea.
Secular liberal democracy.
Well, as we approach Thanksgiving, we've got to wrap things up. But Cenk and Brandon, you're over there in America. I just feel like the one thing you could do with immigration in the United States is have a massively higher influx
he's running
of British people, because ultimately you all speak English over there. You all are jealous of our accents. And if it hadn't been for Mad King George, who was useless, then we would still have a monarchy in America, and we could well have King Piers.
Beatty.
I think that would enrich your society immeasurably.
English goes far back before Christians.
That was designed to achieve the unthinkable of bringing Cenk Uygur and Oliver Tatum together.
But
in silence.
Okay. Well,
chai tea latte, tea coffee.
Piers, you don't turn me anti-immigrant by threatening us by threatening us with more British folks. Look, I do want to say the last couple of things real quick. So, look, America is different than the other countries. I get it if France or Germany or even Britain says, hey, we got to determine what it means to be French, what it means to be German. But in America, as we all agree, America is an idea. It's not a race, a nationality, ethnicity.
I'll keep my southern accent, thanks.
Right? So, but at the same time, it's fair to ask people.
Come on, you don't want to try the British one?
Idea. We all agree, of course, the Constitution can be and should be amended from time to time. In fact, we should get money out of politics, and the best way to do that is an amendment. But if somebody comes over here and says, I just don't even believe in your Constitution, well, it's okay to say that, no, well, then this is not the country for you. But that almost never happens, guys. And so for the folks who say, well, how about Sharia law, et cetera, I interviewed Pastor Wilson, who's a well-known Christian nationalist. So he wants to turn America into something it isn't today. He wants it to be ruled by a religion. And when we say Christian nation, if you say America is majority Christian, that's obviously true, right? If
it's
you say
unfortunate
America
lighting
should be
placement
ruled by
too.
Christianity, that's a different comment, right? Then if you mean that by Christian nation, then I don't agree at all.
You can't be the only one having that problem.
By the way, Pastor Wilson is a Christian nationalist, which is not what we are here in America. But I would say to that, so what? So a guy believes in Sharia law and a guy believes in Christian nationalism. And by the way, some people believe in white nationalism, right? But it's a big country. Let them believe whatever they believe as long as they follow the law.
I think the issue on Sharia law...
Man, Piers really does that thing. Hold on.
...is you can't have a rival set of laws operating within a country that has its own laws. I don't think, right? If you try to go to the Middle East,
Yeah, that's why everybody has
if
to
you try
follow
to
the
go to the
law.
Middle
That's
East and
right.
have your own courts running your own kind of legal system, they wouldn't tolerate it. And we should have the same.
And can we admit that illegal immigration is not adhering to our laws and the founding of our country?
100%.
You come here illegally, you are not abiding.
100%. And by the way, as I would say, Officer Tatum, I do things the legal way to live and work a lot of the time in America. It is painstaking. It involves a lot of form filling, paying lawyers, all the rest of it, then immigration interviews and so on. And then hopefully you get your visa and you're allowed in legally for another 2-3 years, whatever it may be. And so it pisses me off when people just waltz in over the border illegally. And that's why I think in the end, Trump, he won for a few reasons. I think, the economy certainly and the woke stuff definitely. But immigration was a massive part of it. That's why he had the younger Latino vote. I mean, more Latinos voted for Trump than voted for Kamala Harris. Pretty well. I mean, none of us could have predicted that. But one of the reasons was I think a lot of those Latinos get pissed off with people just gaming the system and coming in illegally. So I think that unusually, this panel has been one of the more civilized debates that's probably ever been heard about this issue, which is a really good thing because it means we've got to a place where we can have a rational debate about it all and hopefully get to rational solutions without everyone screaming racist at each other or fascist or Nazi or whatever else it may be. So I'd like to congratulate my panel on really, we've reached a great point between us. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having us, Piers. Can I just make one very quick point on this healthy solutions thing? The citizens of Crowborough, they've organised a group called Crowborough Shield. They've raised a lot of money. They've raised even more money since our documentary came out. I'd encourage everybody
Coming from their headquarters, Cobra Law,
to go and donate and support their attempt to put a judicial read to the government, because what that will do is it will create more difficulties. And that really is what needs to happen.
Too,
the
right?
government has to be told this isn't going to happen. So Crowborough Shield, go over there and donate.
And I would endorse that, despite the fact that for many years, 20 years, as a cricketer in East Sussex, Crowborough were the sworn enemy of my village. And I would do everything in my power to ruin their lives on a cricket field. So despite that, I'm prepared to join, and I support them. I understand.
Can't even play baseball right. Shut up. Play with a freaking flat bat. Hit it from the bottom. Like, come on, man. Golf wasn't even, like, you guys couldn't be happy with golf. You guys go and do that, but then you're just like, oi, you know what I want to do? I want to hit this little ball, but I want to make sure that you hit it with the flat of this big piece of wood. You mean like baseball? No, not like that Yankee shit. Shite. I'm talking a real man's game. In cricket, you gotta use unsubbing. Oh, jeez. All right, well, this might have been one of my most American takes of all time. I like how I can't do this. Have you ever played cricket? No, I'm listen, I make fun of things just habitually. That's just what I do. I may actually enjoy it, who knows. It was like that time that I was I got like really big into curling for a minute there, where I was just like, you know what? Curling's an interesting sport. I caught myself watching curling on a non-Olympic non-Olympic year, and I was like, I guess I'm a fan of curling now. Oi. Or wait. That's not an oi. That's a, oh, yeah. You know what? We were getting a little tired of hockey, yeah? We also had Bob over here. He forgot to bring his skates, so we found a bunch of these stones. We drew a little circle. We got really drunk, and then we created a game. For real. That's what happened. Who's the best curler? I forgot his name, but he actually looks like a chud. Where like he had the chud mustache. At one point, he even like had a mullet. Like he really leaned into it. But he's actually really good at curling. He also does team curling with his wife. As far as like the intergender curling, and dude, they dominate. Cricket is way harder than it looks. The thing is, cricket is one of those sports that I could never understand how it's played. That and rugby, where I'm just like, I don't get it. It's like I thought American football was confusing, and then you got to go and show me that, where I'm just like, okay, what are we doing here? Where's the end zone? Although I got friends that swear by rugby too. See, I do have friends that are like, they fancy themselves. Same friends were into curling for a little bit. I'll admit that one took. But yeah, I remember we were watching cricket at one point, and I'm just like, I really don't understand what's going on here. They're like, it's kind of like baseball. I'm like, it really isn't. Like, the rules seem completely different, but okay. Basketball was super confusing for me to get into. Okay. But meanwhile, hockey is pretty self-explanatory. Can you strap blades to your feet, and can you stand and can you move well? Cool. Now here's a stick. Juggle that little piece of rubber. Boring like basketball for sure. I am one of the worst types of basketball fans where I'll only really watch the fourth quarter. Other three. You know what that's for? Chores. Same with baseball. America's pastime is called America's pastime for just that reason. You pass time with baseball in the background. You know there's field hockey too? Yeah. No, I have played field hockey. I've also played lacrosse. I'm all right. Lacrosse is fun. Lacrosse is a lot of fun, but it's also, like, realistically, it is just... It's running around, playing hockey with nets, and you just shoot from the top instead of the bottom. That could be definitely taken and cut up into something that I don't want it to be. We're saying baseball, not basketball. Oh, baseball? Wait. Oh, you said baseball. Whatever, I got... You know what's up. My brain tells me different things. Oh, come on, really? I have to go and run upstairs real quick. I'm 28, never heard anything involving ice skates. Never tried anything involving ice skates. Wonder if I'd be good at it. If you are good at rollerblading, then there's a good chance that you are good at ice skates. You have to get over the, like, weird thing, though, where it's like the flats. It is like a little bit of muscle memory, but once you get it, like, it's so easy. Pro darts. Oh, pro darts. Pro darts is good. Dude, forget this shit. I went to a party not too long ago, and they had a bar dartboard in their garage. This was their fault, though, for the placement of the dartboard, because they put the dartboard like right where, like, there's this it's a cable for their garage door, and I just happened to hit that special spot when I missed. It severed the cord for the garage door. I was like, oh, that sucked. And I did kind of like, I took care of them. I did make sure that it's like, all right, man, I feel bad about this. Let's do something here. But I did keep saying, I'm like, why would you put a fucking dartboard there? Why would you put a dartboard there? Because I never thought anybody would actually hit the cord. I'm like, lucky me. The funniest part was, it was a bullshit shot where I was just like, I was trying to make my friend laugh. I was just like, hey, dude, check it out. And he's just like, snap. And he's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I was kind of mad about that. I'll be honest. Like, whatever. Again, took care of him. Admitted my fault. Everybody, you know, make sure that you're a good house guest. And if something like that happens, I was lucky to have a roommate who explained to me a lot while I was watching America's Sports. Oh, nice. I still can't believe, yeah, like, for real. Who puts a dartboard in an area that even has that as a possibility. That's like putting a dartboard and then having an electrical outlet right under it. Oh, yeah, he totally did. Yeah, I'm not kidding about that. So stupid. They knew? You think? You think that was like some... I mean... really smart. Oh, yeah, especially with like, the heavy metal darts. There are YouTube videos now that explain the rules of all sports, like difference between CFL and NFL. Oh, nice. You know how many Americans watch that shit? A lot. No, you're kidding. I mean, I know you're kidding, but there's this part of me that's like, I mean, you had to know that was a bad idea when you're putting it up. Just like, even to adjust it, it's just like, you never have that realization that it's just like, huh. Especially with all the holes in the wall, because there were tons. Everybody missed. So it's just like, wait, this was just asking to happen. And it's just like, again, I was the lucky one where it was just like, fuck. Hearing that, like the thuck. And it's stuck into the wall, but then seeing the cord just sever. Do you know how my heart just like dropped? That sucked. I'm reliving it again. Can you guys tell I feel a little bit guilty though? Because it was just like, as I said, I was trying to make them laugh. So I was not really doing the thing where like I was looking, which that was such a bad move. We are not Enron. Really?
NVIDIA says we are not Enron. And as usual, anytime anyone invokes the name, I am summoned like a spirit to judge what's really going on here. All of the world's
at least he fucking owns it.
Biggest companies, with the exception of Apple, have been spending
original Enron
billions,
sweater?
even committing trillions of dollars to an AI-centered build-out, and most of that has benefited.
My dad lost a lot of money in the Enron crash.
Guess who? NVIDIA. They have basically become a data center company. You can see right here that recently all their gaming PC revenue, it's basically like an afterthought. It's not relevant when we're thinking about their overall business.
Oh, I love CSI in the wall at a bar where the dartboard is. Some of those holes have a story.
They are all in on AI.
Trust me, I'm that guy where it's like, yep, I would probably have a signature
in
one.
fact, our entire economy is basically all in on AI. NVIDIA, along with the hyperscalers, make up a huge portion of not only the U.S. economy, but the entire world's economy. So what happens to them matters, not just to people building AI who care about AI, but to everyone, actually, leading to memes like this, which are kind of true. And the CEO even acknowledged it. During a recent earnings report, which they beat, Jensen Huang said that expectations for NVIDIA were sky high and the company was in a no-win position. He nodded to online chatter, saying if we delivered a bad quarter, if we're off by just a hair, if it looked a little bit creaky, the whole world would have fallen apart. There's no question about that, okay? You've seen some of the memes that are on the internet. We're basically holding the planet together, and it's not untrue. And actually, the AI czar of America, David Sachs, agrees. He says, according to today's Wall Street Journal, AI-related investment accounts for half of GDP growth. A reversal would risk recession. We can't afford to go backwards. In other words, we are all in this boat somehow together. I don't know how or why we're in this boat, but we're all in on AI, whether we like it or not. Whether you like AI, Sora, slop, your 401k is all in. And this is citing a Wall Street Journal article saying how the U.S. economy became hooked on AI spending because all of these capital expenditures have been massively profitable for NVIDIA, and to a lesser extent, these tech companies, which haven't been making a ton of money from the AI yet compared with their expenses, but have benefited from huge boosts in their stock prices because they're seen as being the future of the future, the AI, basically. And furthering the idea that we're just all in on this one thing, I want to mention that Trump recently signed an executive order launching an AI initiative being compared to the Manhattan Project called the Genesis Mission. This is from the White House. They talk about the Genesis Mission building an integrated AI platform to harness federal scientific data sets. And specifically, you can see they are partnered with all the leading companies, Google, NVIDIA, Anthropic, AMD, Microsoft, AWS. This is all the table stakes we're dealing with. You have to know that AI, and specifically NVIDIA, is a gigantic part of our economy, and our White House acknowledges that it's basically the only thing keeping us from a recession right now. With most people feeling like they already are in a recession because of their earnings being stagnant and because of inflation ripping. But I want to talk about NVIDIA's response, because obviously that
tell you what, my budget changed.
Sets the stage for the "We Are Not Enron" claim, because there have
for
been
those grocery prices to go down for real.
Questions boiling up about all of this investment. Is it worth it? Is anyone doing anything suspicious? So we saw NVIDIA sent a report to certain outlets basically fighting back on the FUD. And two of their source documents were a guy on X, aka Michael Burry, the guy from The Big Short, who's recently been criticizing them, and another article which said the
good for you
algorithm that detected a $610 billion fraud, how machine intelligence exposed the
Sorry, every time I see Christian Bale, I have to do the impression of him freaking out on the guy.
AI industry's circular financing scheme. Now, I want to specifically talk about Michael Burry because he's the main thing they're responding to. He has been kind of shaking up the industry with an interesting critique that I don't think a lot of people have focused on. So far, a lot of the criticism about AI bubbles has been that AI
We're heading to a recession. We're already in a recession, yes.
Not as impactful as we thought, or that it is being overhyped. But
if you're into cosmetics and you want to know if there is a recession, go check and see if lipstick has gone up.
Michael Burry,
as far as like sales,
comes to it from a very different angle.
If lipstick starts going up in sales, that's never a good thing.
And I want to talk about his Substack articles he's been putting out. He's recently become a blogger, a bit of an influencer recently after he shut down his hedge fund. And so now he...
Not saying you should... Trump's giving a speech? Really? What kind of speech? Agenda free!
The hearts of all Americans tonight are with those two members of the West Virginia National Guard and their families. The love of our entire country is pouring out for them, and we are lifting them up in our prayers. As we are filled with anguish and grief for those who were shot, we're also filled with righteous anger and ferocious resolve. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays.
What happened? Two National Guardsmen were shot.
I can report tonight that based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth.
Foreigner?
He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021 on those infamous flights that everybody was talking about. Nobody knew who was coming in. Nobody knew anything about it. His status was extended under legislation signed by President Biden, a disastrous president, the worst in the history of our country. This
I wonder if he just had the thought where he's like, where's he going with this? What's this leading to?
Facing our nation. The last administration let in 20 million unknown and unvetted foreigners from all over the world, from places that you don't want to even know about. No country can tell.
Places unknown, yeah. Coming at you, the ultimate warrior. Places unknown is where all of the bad things come from. Yeah, Trump is onto something. He also knows to fear the warrior.
It's such a risk to our very survival. An example is Minnesota, where hundreds of thousands of Somalians
every time I hear places unknown, I can't not.
Our country and ripping apart that once great state. Billions of dollars are lost, and gangs of Somalians come from a country.
Wait, so you went from Afghanistans to Somalians? What?
That doesn't even
Is
have a
anyone going to acknowledge that he's just got to do it? He's bouncing around to races, or to races to
as their representatives in our country,
different immigrants, and just being like, they're all bad.
How our country is no good. We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. America will never bend and never yield in the face of terror. And at the same time, we will not be deterred from the mission these service members were so nobly fulfilling. That is why tonight I can announce that I have directed the Department of War to mobilize an additional 500 troops to help protect our capital city. We will make America totally safe again, and we will bring the perpetrator of this barbaric attack to swift and certain justice if the bullets going in the opposite direction haven't already done that. During this
What? How do you know all this about the perpetrator without catching the motherfucker? What are you... What?
Time of the year when we gather at home with loved ones. These two patriots were wearing the uniform of our country, patrolling the streets of our capital.
I, Donald Trump, am a complete disaster, suffering from amnesia, and blah, blah, blah.
That is exactly what they were doing.
Who the fuck is writing my teleprompter?
Gunned down in
he keeps doing the thing where he pauses and he's waiting.
Savage attack. I want to express my extraordinary gratitude to every member.
They didn't catch him, and he's saying this. Wow. I don't think Kash Patel is out of a job there, folks.
Military who is deployed tonight at home and abroad. I also want to thank the Secret Service and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department for their work today. This Thanksgiving, I ask every family to say a prayer for the two great heroes who were so horribly shot, and for their loved ones. Please say a prayer. May God bless them and comfort them, and may God bless and protect the United States of America. Thank you and good night.
False flag is looking pretty.
Okay, so that was President Trump. He did confirm that the suspect came to the U.S. from Afghanistan in 2021.
How?
So we did get that confirmed. He blamed the Biden administration for bringing him in. I'm trying to think if there was any more. I mean, the thing about 500 more National Guardsmen being requested to go to D.C., Pete Hegseth already said that earlier today, that was happening.
Yeah, he was arrested after the shooting.
I don't know that we got any huge updates. I mean, he did say he wants the authorities to re-examine everyone who has come in from Afghanistan.
Great commentary,
and then
Steve.
Gave some of his, if you followed him, his
9,000 watching this asshole
to get people in the country illegally.
I have one less because I'm done with this bullshit. As much as I love agenda-free Steve, I can only tolerate his shenanigans for so long before I start going, all right, that's gonna drive me nuts. And throw Somalis in for good measure. Yep. Yup. Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun just kind of watching all of it happen as obvious as we do? Thank you for giving yourself a headache from President Amnesia. Oh, yeah. You're welcome. Zilla has the energy. Yeah, let's go back to Zilla.
Publicly comment on articles he's been putting out. He's recently become a blogger, a bit of an influencer recently after he shut down his hedge fund, and so now he can publicly comment on these types of issues. Now, I'll obviously link below to his articles, but understand they are paid.
Did Steve? No.
I think it's like $390
yes.
for the
He touched me with his content.
year, so
my heart couldn't take it.
I bought it for you, so you don't have to. I'm going to be...
No, I love me some agenda-free Steve.
Talking about it. But
oh, boy! Oh, something's happening! Oh!
Let me just say, he's a great writer. I'm not going to feature much of it because, obviously, it's paywalled stuff. But I just want to give you the basic arguments so we can talk about the implication of what NVIDIA's really so worried about. So the first thing Michael Burry lays out is a primer on the dot-com bubble, which he calls a supply-side gluttony. And the main thing he lays out is
breaking news.
It's the idea that the original dot-com bubble.
I have to get my stuff from the air fryer. Whoa!
Bubble from 1999, 2000 that everyone remembers. is sort of misremembered. It's sort of like one of these Mandela effect things where everyone's collective memory is not quite what really happened. If you ask your average person, if you ask even me what the dot-com bubble was about, I'd probably mention something like pets.com, some of these dot-com businesses that had no revenues and basically were complete vaporware that were trading
Pep Talks doesn't answer my messages anymore.
at massive valuations that didn't support anything. And
Joke's on you.
this is what the AI defenders
How's it going, LT?
say when you bring up the dot-com bubble, the massive amounts of spending. They might quote someone like Jerome Powell, who says that unlike the dot-com bubble, AI spending
All right, I hate to say, but if they made Sean Hannity the director of the FBI, that might be a little funny.
isn't a bubble. Quote, I won't go into particular names,
I mean,
but they
you don't hear a lot about Judge Janine Pirro.
actually have earnings. The idea being that back in the pets.com days, the Ask Jeeves days, there wasn't actual revenues to support the valuations. Unlike here, you actually have companies like Google who are making tons of money. So it's just kind of not the same thing. And Michael Burry argues that that's actually
not a
not
bad
true.
idea
That the
there, Bandit.
dot-com bubble was a lot more about overbuilt infrastructure from companies that were profitable. Specifically, he brings up Cisco Systems, which was one of the most valuable companies in the year 2000, and specifically was valued based on a lot of their interconnecting equipment sales for the internet, the future, basically. And a lot of the narrative at the time was that the internet is the future, so you have to invest massively in infrastructure for the future. And because of that, there was a massive overbuild. And that all blew up when there just wasn't the demand to meet the supply. And everyone had found out that they had overspent on a bunch of infrastructure that wasn't going to be used. So Burry says, hey, look, these dot-com companies that everyone likes to cite, they weren't big companies, big players in the game.
No.
The biggest players who were leading the large cap did have revenues. It was just all based on an overspend on infrastructure. And he argues the same thing is happening with AI. I should also mention there's a lot of talk about the WorldCom scandal, which is basically a telecommunication company. And their big thing was essentially accounting fraud. They basically moved line items from the expenses category to the assets and made it seem like they were more profitable than they were. Okay, so to zoom out, what does
it's called fraud.
this all have to do with NVIDIA, right? Why are we talking about the dot-com bubble? Well, Michael Burry is basically making a two-pronged case so far, which is one, that there's a ton of overbuilding on supply, just like there was for the early internet, that's not necessarily tied to any revenues, and that's going to become a huge problem. And secondly, he thinks there are some accounting tricks that are happening that is basically overstating revenues. And this is in his next post called Unicorns and Cockroaches, Blessed Fraud. This is where he takes a deep look on the depreciation of GPUs. Now, GPUs are basically the lifeblood of NVIDIA. This is what they're selling primarily to these data centers. This is what's doing a lot of the AI compute. And recently, there has been an accounting change in how these things are depreciated. Basically, several of the major companies have been shifting their depreciation costs on GPUs from 3 years to about 6 years, or 4 years to 6 years. And this basically has the effect of increasing stated earnings because you are depreciating slower. So if you lengthen the amount of time that you can depreciate something over, your earnings during those years are going to increase. And the problem, of course, is if the actual life cycle of the thing is not as long as your depreciation schedule says it is, because it will make investors think you have assets that really aren't assets, basically. Now, I should say, not everyone agrees this is a mistake. Some people say that there's a justification for this, that several of these old chips are actually being used in what's called inference for these AI models. But today I want to take a look at that because that is where I think Burry's arguments cut the most true. I don't see why we think GPU life cycles are going to be longer instead of shorter in today's age. I don't think there's any evidence for that. And that leads to Michael Burry's whole argument. He says, responding to NVIDIA's claim that they are not Enron, quote, I am not claiming that NVIDIA is Enron. It's clearly Cisco. And this is obviously referencing the idea that the criticism here is that this is an infrastructure overbuild out. All this commitment for massive, massive, massive data centers, the likes of which we've never seen, before there is revenues to support it for the hyperscalers like Google, Amazon, Microsoft. It just doesn't make sense. And that's
no, and it seems just way too obvious. Like, why is this the most obvious bubble?
A question of whether AI's real
and we're all just sitting here watching it slowly happen
or not. It's just a question of, do you need this before there
kind of shows you that we have no power in this
demand for it? But now we're going to dive deep into this criticism of depreciation. Basically, these GPUs are not valuable past a few years, or are they valuable for 6 years? Because NVIDIA said in their whole response to Michael Burry and, you know, the haters, they said, rebutting this claim, some companies have increased useful life estimates
right now
to
that
reflect
some
the
of
fact
the ones
that GPUs remain useful.
no, the newer ones, they've been
And
ass.
profitable for longer than
They don't last as long as they used to.
originally anticipated in many
Fuck, I had a 10-year-old computer that like did me just fine up until,
cases
you know,
for 6 years or more.
about 2
But
years
this,
ago.
even for me, rang very hollow because I've seen podcasts where the CEO of NVIDIA is talking about how they're not slowing down the pace of development. They're actually accelerating it. And they're actually introducing an annual cycle for putting out new chips now, which is faster than ever before. So if anything, the pace at which your GPUs will become outdated is not slower than before. It's actually arguably faster than before.
So the first thing is, because the token generation rate is going up so incredibly.
You always drag 10 years off of your
two
GPU.
exponentials on top of each other. We have to, unless we increase the performance at incredible rates, the cost of token generation will keep growing because Moore's law is dead, right? Because transistors basically cost the same every single year now. And power is largely the same. And between those two fundamental laws, unless we come up with new technologies to drive the cost down, even if there's a slight difference in growth, you give somebody a discount of a few percent, how's that going to make up for two exponentials? And so we have to increase our performance annually at a pace that keeps up with that exponential.
Now, I want to pause here because basically what he's saying is we are accelerating in order to keep pace with the demand. But this acceleration also means that if you previously, your GPU would sort of become irrelevant in several years, it's actually going to become irrelevant even faster now. And you can kind of see here how the performance of some of their products has increased over time and decreased the amount of energy you need to generate a token. And that's going to become really relevant because, as you'll see, part of the problem for these data centers is the cost per watt. Basically, the electricity cost fundamentally is what you're pushing against. And so as these GPUs get more powerful or get more efficient per watt, then you're going to have to replace it. Otherwise, you're just not competitive with the general marketplace. And alongside that, now we can listen to Jensen explain why this performance increase eventually means that other people's GPUs are literally not worth running because they're so much less efficient than these new models or new GPUs.
Some people where you say, our competitors building ASICs, they could literally, all their chips are cheaper already today, but they could literally price them at zero. Our objective is they could price them at zero, and you would still buy an NVIDIA system because the total cost of operating that system, power, data center, land, etc., the intelligence out is still a better bet than buying a chip, even if it's given to you for free.
Because the land, power, and shell is already $15 billion.
Right. Yeah.
Let's just think about it from a perspective of revenues.
Yes.
Okay. So everybody's power limited. And let's say you were able to secure 2 more gigawatts of power. Well, that 2 gigawatts of power you would like to have translate to revenues.
Yes.
Gotta do it.
So you're
1.21 gigawatts. Per the gigawatt.
Performance or tokens per watt was twice as high as somebody else's token per watt.
And this is where I'm very sympathetic to Burry's argument, where NVIDIA sort of wants to have it both ways. They want to have a long lifespan for their products, but they also want an insane annual cycle pace, which is accelerating ever faster. And literally they're saying, look, you can't even buy our competitors' chips because performance per watt, it's not even worth running them. But you can also say if they keep increasing the pace of
Dude, you can literally see that in the market right now.
their development this fast, then they're actually cutting against what? Their old chips too. It's not just their competitors' chips. It's their own chips are not worth running. And so that's the whole.
And then now you have like the Apple thing where it's just like, okay. And then they have a way to kind of make sure that there just happens to be a little bit of a throttle, you know?
Argument for this depreciation cycle not making sense. And if it doesn't make sense, what happens to everyone's earnings? All these hyperscalers, well, they would be overstated. They actually aren't what they thought, and they are much lower, which would mean that their market price would
So
go
much
down.
waste.
So,
oh, yeah. Trust me.
ironically,
It's not like they're recycling the components either, which would be very smart. Like, Having a buyback program would be very smart for them.
NVIDIA is sort of
just pay for the materials alone.
cutting off the
give you, for every one you turn in, you get 40% off of a new chip.
tree that they're
standing
on,
processor.
in part because they are making their chips less useful faster because of their development pace. Now, the question, of course, is, well, can they slow down?
Really
Not really, because Google is right on their heels with
So much
Gemini
e-waste,
3,
yeah.
which they supposedly developed with just their in-house TPUs, which, funny enough, the NVIDIA newsroom actually commented on, saying we are delighted by Google's success. They've made great
You're not even
advances
trying.
in AI, and we continue.
At least get IGN or somebody. Fucking A. IGN has no soul. They would have done it for free.
Google, NVIDIA is a generation ahead of the industry.
So believe it or not, they use the poor die chips for mid-range gaming chips. Oh, really?
Computing is done. But within this,
You
a
know
lot of
this
people
stuff.
sense
You're my
a
go-to
hope.
guy, so
they were trying to just
I will
kind of
take your word
reassure
on
everybody, hey guys,
any
we're
of
still
that.
the best, right? But the question is, are they going to be the best forever? And so they really can't stop the pace, which ironically is going to hurt their customers who have to constantly cycle through these chips in order to be competitive with the rest of the industry. I should also notice that there are also cheaper open source Chinese models that are getting quite good. There's something called Kimi K2. And the question ultimately is not whether AI is a thing, at least not according to Michael Burry, but rather whether NVIDIA is worth all this capital expenditure, whether it makes sense, whether they are overbuilding, whether a company that is primarily valued on their data center revenue, whether those data centers are going to make money. Because if it doesn't, basically our entire economy is built on this. It's built on this giant scale up. And even our government officials acknowledge that and say, we can't afford to go backwards. In other words, we sort of can't afford this not to work out. And yeah, that's basically the story of NVIDIA. Actually, I do have to admit, I agree with them. They're not Enron, ultimately, after looking at the evidence, but maybe they are Cisco. Maybe a little bit, or maybe not at all. I don't know. Ultimately, I'm a YouTuber.
What up, DJX?
But I am compelled by the idea that the depreciation on these chips, if NVIDIA is able to accelerate their development.
The wafer gets you like 144 chips and 10% are poor quality. They will put those towards Xbox GPU, etc., depending on the die quality of the chip. It's called binding. Very interesting process.
As they say. I think this whole 6-year thing really doesn't make sense at all. Now, the effect that might be having, whether that's significant enough to really matter.
Like I said, Kazman knows.
Whether the AI takeoff is going to be as revolutionary as they say. I'm not really going to give my opinion here. I thought it was just interesting to look at. Even if you agree with Michael Burry, that's not necessarily a reason to try to make some kind of prediction based on the markets. You never know when the markets are going to change. They can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent, and just in general, it's a bad idea to time the market. So I do not recommend you make financial trades based on any of this. It's just a look at what's happening in our world in an industry that's going to affect all of us.
You think the new Steam machine will use some reject chips from AMD? That makes a lot of sense if that's the process that Kaz was just explaining to us. Also, welcome everybody. Appreciate you guys being here. I know that there was a little bit of a turnover here, so welcome to the show. Appreciate you guys being here, enjoying yourselves. Repeating myself. All right, roulette. We're in roulette mode. Also, Friday I'll be doing the Jesse Lee Peterson's stuff I wanted to do. I did not forget. Because yesterday we brought up how Jesse Lee Peterson had some pretty infamous moments. Yeah, I'm definitely clipping those together and we're going to go through them. Just did not have the time today. All right, let's take a look. Any word on the White House shooter? Yeah, apparently they identified him, but they also arrested him, but Trump was just like, you know what? Bet he's a bad guy from Afghanistan. Don't know if he was on the other side of the bullets. Like, he said some weird shit. Let's be real. Also, yeah, if you have not joined the Discord yet and want to have some fun with the community, yeah, join the Discord. Got a very nice little bit of content in there. But all right. Let's see. I just realized I could have played a little bit of Good Morning Comrade from yesterday while I needed to pee, but oh, speaking of, there it is. Here, let me share this. You guys want to see the episode from yesterday? There you go. I had a great time. Alrighty. Marianne runs the numbers on holiday shopping. Don't care. Roasting Sweden's government. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. You know what? We might be able just to hang. Wait. Witnesses say he saw a National Guard member being resuscitated after shooting. Roulette is not working out too much. Wait. Wait. No, I'm not doing that. Okay. Well. That's that. We'll play roulette in a minute. I keep missing Left Past 10. Bad timing. Can't watch it again tonight because I watched the game with my uncle. Oh, you watched the game with your uncle. I was about to say, is it 10? Because I know it's 9:41, so I'm assuming you're saying you're gonna have to miss it. Oh. Which I don't want you to do that. I was about to say, Letterhack's still alive. Game starts at 7 p.m. Oh, Pacific. Right. I forgot. You guys got like that whole long ass, what is it, 2 hour? Yeah, I think it's a 2 hour difference to me, right? So is it 6? Yeah, 6:41. Why is it always, like, I know this is just how time works, but we have less day than you. Oh, man. I'm sure that's something I would have said when I was a little kid. DJX missed your stream, but I dropped a like. Hey, no, I appreciate you guys doing that. Not just for me. I'm saying for like DJX and this space. Like, make sure you always leave a like over on the This Space stream. It's not just because I happen to be on one. It's just a cool thing. It is a very cool thing to do. It's very cool to support all the creators over there. Yeah, I love being over there. I really do. It's this space is the space to be at. Right, Stan? Yeah. Stan Cam. What's up, boo? What's up? You look like you always have so much to say. Doesn't he? He's so emotive. I used to live on the East Coast. The games would come on too late. Yeah. Nah, it always sucks when I have to watch like a West Coast game for the Hawks. Freaking ends at like 1 a.m. Like, yeah. So DJX, you know how that goes. Thank you. I notice I get more likes now, which is cool. Well, I hope that I'm a good influence on all of the fine people that watch our content. 'Cause yeah, I'm big on this one. What do I think about Amazon making a new Stargate? Cool. I'll be happy to see what they do. I hope they answer some of the plot holes that they left open with the universe, and SG-1 also had a few things that they could have wrapped up a little bit nicer, but Atlantis is great. Don't touch Atlantis. Atlantis, honestly, just leave it alone. Yeah, no, I'm excited. That's all I can really say. I mean, they haven't really released much about it. Once I start seeing, like, you know, set photos and get a few plot outlines here or there, that, you know, then I will have more to come back at you with. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'm excited. I also heard that they're not only going forward with the Star Trek 7 of 9 show, which I was really worried that was going to get canceled. Apparently, they are teasing doing a kind of like a wrap-up of the other shows that of the older generation of Star Trek, which, you know, Voyager, Deep Space Nine, which would be awesome. Oh man, that'd be so cool. And if they could definitely kick it off in the 7 of 9 show, which I'm so happy to see her captain a ship. That's gonna be so cool. Anyway, I'm nerding out. I can tell you right now what I'm not excited for, but I'm interested in seeing is the Doomsday, like Avengers Doomsday. Like, man, Marvel is losing their touch. Deep Space Nine callback would be epic. I'm telling you, there was rumors that they're looking for certain recastings, which sucks, but it kind of makes sense if, you know, the actors are no longer here. But yeah, they dropped a hint that it was Dax. I was just like, what? So, like, we get, like, Dax, Quark, like, come on. Like, I kind of see what's going on there. It's like, all right. But we'll see. We'll see. I know that a good portion of, like, the Voyager crew is going to be showing up on the 7 of 9 show. Harry Kim, he can't keep his damn mouth. The guy who plays him cannot, Garrett Wong, he cannot keep his mouth shut. So he was just like, I am back at work. It's just like, I'm pretty sure you weren't supposed to do that, but thank you. Of course, it's Dax. She can exist in any human form. I know. It's just, when I saw that, I was like, that's pretty cool. Is he going to be Ensign Kim? Yeah, of course he is. I can't wait. Dude. Oh. I'm so excited if any of this is, you know, legit. Because you never know with Paramount. Paramount has announced several of these types of projects. Like, they announced a Worf project where it was him being an actual captain of, you know, not just the Defiant. Like, oh, man. Still one of my favorite scenes where he's just like, in First Contact, permission to come aboard. It's just like, oh, the Defiant is it's a tough little ship. Little? Fuck Paramount. Oh, dude, Paramount is one of those companies where it's just like, yeah. Not only do they suck as a corporation, it sucks as an app. It does. And I hate to say it, yes, I still have it because I can't, I need something to stream all the Star Trek until I can, like, own all the physical copy for a decent price. I got into Enterprise but left off after a season. Yeah, I think I watched up to season 3? Yeah. I got like halfway through it, then I watched the final season, so I feel like I saw it all. Watch Picard season 3 brings back memories. Oh, yeah. Picard season 1 and 3 were good. Picard season 2, I have no idea what they were doing. I've told everybody that I've ever had to recommend, like, Picard to just skip season 2, where I was just like, don't watch it. It's just not worth it. My father-in-law was even just like, yeah, I watched it. Wasn't good. It's like, I told you. I told you. The vineyards, man. 2 episodes spent in those damn vineyards, and I was like, this is just boring. Like, this is the biggest sin. Like, don't overthink this. And then season 3 came in and they were like, we're not overthinking this. We're giving you all the stuff that you want. It's like, thank you. Yes, I want the crew of the Enterprise to be on the fucking Enterprise. Even though did not make sense. The Orville was amusing. Orville's a good show. No, Orville was not just amusing. It was a good show. For playing into the comedy, but also pulling off the actual drama aspect, and like it was believable. You know, like I actually liked the first few seasons of the Orville. It did kind of fall off. Like when they were threatening to cancel it, they kind of should have. I hate to say, like the Dolly Parton bit got me. God, I can't even remember. Like, that sucks though, because that was a show that I binged. So it's like Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but I can only really quote so much of it because I watched it in my 30s and stoned. And yeah, there's just when you binge something like that, it doesn't stick with you the way that it used to. Also, we saw the same, Chappelle Show skit 70 times before we got a new episode. Although, one of my favorite skits from that show is the Black KK. I can't finish that one, but the black member, but he's blind. And he's just like, look, there's where, yeah. Dude, oh my god, Chappelle Show was peak. God, Bill Burr was on that show. Oh god. Yeah, Clayton Bigsby. That was it. Yeah, where he divorced his wife at the end. Oh my god, that's right. And he divorced his wife for a quote. Oh my god. And of course the Rick James. Although Rick James, we obviously did the Charlie Murphy. Especially, with me. And dude, one of my favorite things is the fuck your couch. Just stopping your feet on the couch. Oh, and the story about Prince playing basketball, which I believe every word of. Every single word I believe of that. Yeah, Charlie Murphy versus Prince. Yeah. Yeah, I believe it, literally every single word of that, because Prince, like, there is footage of him playing, and he was something to behold, apparently. So, keeping it real goes wrong was oh yeah. See, these I can remember. Like I can remember pretty much every single one of those, and that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know, binging stuff just doesn't allow for that. Like I'm worried. I'm probably get off stream here in a little bit and go watch some Stranger Things because yeah, I've been very excited for this. I have my theories, and I hope I'm wrong, but we'll see. I swear to God, if Eddie doesn't come back as his lieutenant, I don't know, man. That just means that I'm so bad at the theory game then. It's like old Eddie Murphy was so funny. Oh, no. Raw, I remember watching Raw, and like, it gets to that point. Once he used the F word for gays, and I mean a lot. It was one of the first times that I was just like, this isn't funny. I don't like this. Like it sucks. The comedy lost all of its funny with that. Maybe you should just purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. Hey, you know what? I saw Morris Day and the Time live in Rockford. It was a dope show. They also they brought Johnny Lang on stage. It was pretty cool. Honestly, it was a hell of a show. Oh, you posted the... Okay, I'm gonna watch that after stream. I can't watch that on stream, but it's gonna be great. Thank you for that. I need it. Like, see, I love when you guys send me that funny stuff, and like if you guys send me like references from the show, that always helps. Somebody did. Wait, which one was it? Because somebody posted something in I think it was memes that legit. It was Tinkerbell, and it was her Pokemon meme. That I was having a really bad day. And I peeked at Discord, saw that, and I felt my mood get better because it was freaking hilarious. It's funny, he caps on Charlie. Really? I remember showing that to me. I didn't get gay people back then. He educated me on that. Do you know where the origin... No, I don't. Well, I know... Well, is it like... Because it was... a bundle of sticks. I've heard the bundle of sticks thing, and I've heard British cigarettes, but I don't know. No, so enlighten me, please. I'm not even trying to be a dick about it. Like, I don't know. What is it? My friend. Oh, your friend. Oh, I see what you're saying there. I'm gonna hide the news there because I don't really need that. On today's episode of Slur Etymology. You know what? I mean, every once in a while I do want to know where, like, some of these things came from. Keep saying Charlie got his ass kicked as a child. That's why he learned. Bundle of sticks used to light a fire to burn witches. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, no, I heard that one. Because we used to make that joke where, you know, we were stupid high school kids. And it's just like, you bundle of sticks. R.I.P. Charlie Murphy too soon. Yeah. Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, I remember. Like, just... He was one of them that got me where I was like, oh, no. There's been a few, though, where I'm just like, okay. I remember growing up watching History of the F. Oh, yeah. The History of the F Word. I remember that. Yeah, that was one of my sister's favorite things to play. Oh, my God. I remember when she showed my dad that, and, like, watching my dad cackle laugh, it was, like, the first time I've ever seen him legit just, like, he was laughing uncontrollably. It was so funny. Oh, man. Let's see. Got anything else for tonight? Because I was looking for an update on this situation. I'm not going to go to Steve because we know Steve doesn't know what he's talking about. Wait.
So I was going to try to have a light and friendly, hey, welcome to the Philip DeFranco show. There's no show tomorrow. Happy Thanksgiving. But now, horrifyingly, we're getting the breaking news that 2 members of the National Guard were shot near the White House. With this being breaking news, there's some conflicting reporting right now. Earlier, you had the governor of West Virginia saying that the troops were from the state's National Guard and that they were dead. But then he also followed that up saying we are now receiving conflicting reports about the condition of our 2 Guard members and will provide additional updates once we receive more complete information. And so right now, there's a lot of back and forth reporting here. And with that in mind, you had local police saying one suspect
Dude, Alex, come on. No. I got to bring this up because Alex Jones would have been losing his shit at that if that was any other news situation like this. Just going to put it that way. But for real, he would have been losing his absolute mind just like, see, they just gave the game away. They were planning on them not to survive. They actually messed up. This was an obvious F flag attack that it's unfolding right in front of our eyes, folks. Right in front of our eyes. They think that you are some of the dumbest people on the planet.
This individual,
and we would be giving right into them if we just let him get away with it.
Injuries appear not to be life-threatening. Also, as far as the shooter, you had Trump calling them an animal and saying that they will pay a steep price, and adding, God bless our great National Guard and all our military and law enforcement. These are truly great people. Right, and with this happening where it did, you had the White House being put under red alert, signifying a potential threat to life, but that has been downgraded to just a high-risk alert. Also, you now have D.C. police saying that the scene has been secured. And now, as we wait for more information, the broader context here is that you also still have more than 2,000 National Guard troops deployed throughout Washington.
Is he doing this like from his nephew's gaming room?
DC. And it was actually only just last week that you had a judge ruling that this deployment was illegal and the order blocking it set to go into effect on December 11th. Right? And so with all this, one of the things we're already seeing is that it's being politicized by people on the right, blaming Democrats for speaking out against National Guard deployments in American cities.
I think that's the case because that looks like a
So
drawing.
with that, you had some
well done,
calling out the
but
lawmakers who made a video telling
I don't think
troops
Phil
that
did
they're
that.
allowed to reject illegal orders. But that also is you have many noting that their accusations, they come as we really don't know all that much. And at least as of recording, there is no official evidence right now that this was the motive behind it. And so this is something we're definitely going to have our eyes on, but for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens from here. And of course, in the meantime, thoughts, prayers, well wishes to the servicemen and their families. But then next up today, let's talk about Donald Trump's mental fitness. Right, in part because the New York Times got
dipping out. All right. Hey, man, I hope you enjoy your game.
called Trump mentally fatigued, and so Trump called one of their reporters a
Hope X team wins.
But that was the apparent
X will give it to you.
Tit for tat started by an article that the paper published yesterday titled Shorter Days, Signs of Fatigue, Trump Faces Realities of Aging in Office. The piece was written by Katie Rogers and Dylan Friedman, and it said, with headline-grabbing posts on social media, combative interactions with reporters, and speeches full of partisan red meat, Mr. Trump can project
It's not lost on me that my arf sounded like a little
energy, virility, and physical stamina.
It was definitely not the DMX.
But then adding, the reality is more complicated. Mr. Trump, 79, is the oldest person to be elected to the presidency, and he is aging. With the men analyzing his schedule, noting that he has fewer public events than he did in his first term. Right, also noting that he has a shorter public working window, with most appearances only occurring between noon and 5 p.m. And it also said, when he is in public, occasionally his battery shows signs of wear. During an Oval Office event, Trump sat behind his desk for about 20 minutes as executives standing around him talked about weight loss drugs. At one point, Mr. Trump's eyelids drooped until his eyes were almost closed, and he appeared to doze on and off for several seconds. It then also detailed other instances where his age showed, like when he said that he got an MRI and he didn't even know what was being analyzed. They also pointed to more general trends like his meandering speeches and newfound obsession with the afterlife, as well as just general concerns about his health. And as far as Trump, he wasn't a fan of the article. And so in order to combat a report laying out concerns about his mental state, he
You're
then
telling
went
me
on
that he took that one laying down and he ignored it?
Nearly 300 words.
Wait, you're telling me he didn't?
Social rant insulting the journalists behind it, saying the creeps at the failing New York Times are at it again. He then repeated his talking points, claiming he's solving wars and saving the economy, and then he added, to do this requires a lot of work and energy, and I have never worked so hard in my life. Yet despite all of this, the radical left lunatics in the soon-to-fold New York Times did a hit piece on me that I am perhaps losing my energy, despite facts that show the exact opposite. They know this is wrong, as is almost everything they write about me. This cheap rag is truly an enemy of the people. The writer of the story, Katie Rogers, who is assigned to write only bad things about me, is a third-rate reporter who is ugly, both inside and out. There will be a day when I run low on energy. It happens to everyone, but with a perfect physical exam and a comprehensive cognitive
Okay.
that was 8.
That's a strange bit of humility. Hold on. When he adds those are the things you got to look out for where you're like, oh, no, I think he's sick.
Just recently taken. It certainly is not now. And this rant then took off with tons of people going, what the hell? Also, you had a group of people kind of outraged that he called the reporter ugly. Right, noting that it comes not long after he already called a female reporter a piggy just for asking a question about Epstein. And so because of that, and for other reasons, you had tons of people defending Katie Rogers, including the New York Times itself, with a spokesperson releasing a statement saying, the Times reporting is accurate and built on first-hand reporting of the facts. Name-calling and personal insults don't change that, nor will our journalists hesitate to cover this administration in the face of intimidation tactics like this. Right, and again, this isn't just some outlier situation. This is happening as Trump's mental state has been a major talking point pretty much everywhere. I mean, after Trump accused a group of lawmakers of sedition and said that they could be subject to the death penalty, you had people like AOC saying,
the president's remarks I think, indicate a level of instability. It's not just shocking, it's not just offensive, it's bizarre, it is erratic, it's volatile.
Do I have the same watch band as DeFranco? No.
And I think it indicates a mental.
No, he has the way expensive version of what I have. Mine is a few years old, and mine is just like the
emotional, mental, what have you.
And then earlier this month, you had Trump's niece, Mary Trump, who's a clinical psychologist, comparing Trump to his father, who had Alzheimer's.
There are times I look at him and I see my grandfather. I see that same look of confusion. I see that he does not always seem to be oriented to time and place. His short-term memory seems to be deteriorating.
You know, well, obviously, she's not actually diagnosing him with anything, nor has a doctor officially diagnosed him with this kind of decline. She is far from the first person to speculate. But I mean, one of Gavin Newsom's primary attacks on Trump is his mental fitness. He even recently suggested that Trump has dementia and previously said he's incapable of even a train of thought. You know, this is a conversation that has left political circles. I mean, you're even seeing it pop up on things like Shane Gillis's podcast.
Do you think he's getting dementia?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think he just seems a little slower than usual. But
That's
he's definitely not. He's not at Pine Brains yet.
No, not yet.
But he's circling the drain.
Yeah, because
Quiet Piggy was crazy.
Also, general polling showing growing concerns about Trump's age, with 49% of Americans thinking that he's just too old to be president, which is up from 43% when he first took office. And so we wait to see how things continue, or depending on how you look at it, decline. I really would love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to what we're seeing here. But then next up today, we've got to talk about how a Campbell's exec allegedly went on a completely tirade about poor people, 3D printed meat, and Indian employees. Especially because apparently the guy who recorded it says he was fired for reporting it. So the employee in question is a man by the name of Robert Garza, who has worked as a cybersecurity analyst for the company. And Garza says that this recording was from a meeting that he had at a restaurant last November with Martin Bali. Martin Bali is a vice president and chief information security officer at Campbell's. And specifically, Garza claims that he was expecting to just discuss his salary in this meeting with Bali, but instead the executive launches into a lengthy rant that Garza secretly recorded. And in this hour-long recording, which Garza's lawyer sent to numerous outlets, the speaker, who Garza says is Bali, can be heard making a number of problematic comments about Campbell's products and customers.
If you look at our pantry, we have for poor people, right? We have that's for poor people. Who buys our? I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's so healthy. Now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at it. Look at me, bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
Then also beyond that, another standout from the lengthy rant were these comments about Indian.
No, not really.
Employees.
They couldn't think for the problem, you dumb.
Right, and those were just two of the most controversial comments from the recording.
Just remember, guys,
which were
this is how if this is a story, oh boy.
Also outlined in the lawsuit. As you got the court filings also alleging that Bali said that
spend 20 minutes on a golf course with these assholes.
That he often came to work high on weed edibles. But, you know, really the meat and pun intended there of Garza's lawsuit, it centers around what happened after those alleged comments. Because Garza claims that he brought his concerns about Bali to his manager, who is also a defendant in this lawsuit, but the higher-up didn't encourage him to report the incident to HR or tell him how he should proceed. And then, according to the complaint, 2 weeks later, Garza was abruptly terminated, with a lawsuit alleging that he was fired in retaliation for reporting the matter to his boss and accusing the company of fostering a racially hostile environment. And you also had Garza's lawyer telling reporters that his client's termination was especially shocking because Bali had praised his work during this meeting, and he claimed that he had never faced any disciplinary action or write-ups for work performance. Now, with all that said, as far as how Campbell's has responded, the company issued a series of statements, saying in one, it has not been able to verify the validity of the recording and has not been provided with a copy either. But they then also said in a separate press release that if the comments were indeed made by Bali, they are unacceptable, and added, such language does not reflect our values and the culture of our company. We do not tolerate that kind of language under any circumstances. And then noting that Bali's been temporarily placed on leave while they investigate this. Also, beyond that, Campbell's has fervently denied the claims made in the recording about the meat that it uses, recalling those remarks inaccurate and patently absurd, claiming...
Well, I mean, dude, it was one of your executives, and you fired the guy that recorded it, which, of course, you would. Because, guys, remember that NDA conversation we had at the around the beginning of the show where I was kind of playing some games? Yeah, this is why I quit at a certain point.
They use 100% real chicken meat that comes from long trusted USDA-approved U.S. suppliers and meets high-quality standards, and asserting that any claims to the contrary are completely false. And with that, adding the person alleged to be speaking on the recording works in IT and has nothing to do with how we make our food. And then, as far as Garza's firing, you had Campbell saying that it can't comment on personal matters, but claimed that he was terminated for good reason. And so, you know, for now, we're going to have to see how the lawsuit plays out, but it's also not the only challenge that the company
he publicly embarrassed your company, man. I mean, say that's pretty good reason.
Right now. Because after the news of the lawsuit broke, Florida's Attorney General announced that the state's Consumer Protection Division would be launching an investigation into Campbell's. And that because, Florida has a ban on lab-grown meat. And so this is going to be an interesting one to watch for a few different reasons. And then we're going to dive into even more in just a minute. But first, let me say, we got to be honest. Most shoes, they can't handle a spilled drink, let alone a coastal jacket before they sell out. Most unlimited amount of money to contractors to track down undocumented people. So their agents can then just swoop in to arrest them. And one of the interesting things is that this plan is actually a revision of a version that had a much more limited scope, because the previous version had a total cap of
that who put on some glasses and just went, I am the dog.
$80 million that the agency could pay out to these de facto bounty hunters. So we're talking about $180 million total. Certainly a sizable amount of money and a massive program, but nothing compared to this new plan. Right? Because ICE now wants to set a $200 million cap per contractor, which
holy shit, dude.
Heavily
who the fuck is paying for that?
Expands the scope of the proposal. And in general, you see the firms behind this will actually be private surveillance companies who will rely on data that's actually given to them from ICE. Now, initially, the plan was to allow them to have access to ICE databases that have mountains of information on 2.5 allegedly illegal aliens. But apparently, there were very serious concerns about giving private companies that much access. So apparently, ICE is going to package up that information and hand companies little dossiers on targets. ICE also wants to give these private surveillance companies a big incentive to actually take on the work, and they're offering minimum contracts of $7.5 million. Right, and all of this suggests that, ICE isn't wanting this to be an experiment, but rather the start of a new expansive surveillance system that should be taken seriously. And a big important thing is this is just one of a few ideas that ICE has to bring in private companies to help with its mission. Over in Texas, for example, they're experimenting with private armed companies to transport detainees 24/7. They're also looking for companies that can staff a program to monitor social media sites like X, TikTok, you name it, 24/7. And finally, ICE is trying to get a vendor to take over a call center that reportedly gets 7,000 calls and tips a day. And all in all, you're seeing that ICE is taking its mandate from Trump to hit 1 million deportations a year extremely seriously. So much so
there's 7,000 people that really just suck that bad a day.
Really focusing on criminal deportation.
Starting to think that's the same people.
Is something that past administrations have done. Instead, they're just going after anyone here illegally, with non-criminal deportation skyrocketing a shocking 2,000%, and they're now the biggest category of people that ICE detains. And actually, in total, DHS claimed back in October that more than 500,000 people were deported. So, one, we're going to have to see what happens, but also two, however bad you think ICE is right now, imagine what the enforcement's going to look like moving forward with this. But then next up in the news, we've got to talk about America First pricing, because national parks now have this new America First pricing that means that foreign tourists will have to pay many times the price of U.S. residents to visit some of the country's most popular destinations. Because, currently, visitors to around 100 national parks, no matter their nationality, they pay fees ranging from $10 per person to $35 per vehicle. But starting January 1st, they'll have to pay $100 per person to enter 11 of the most visited national parks. And the annual pass, that's going from $80 to $250.
I'm wondering, am I bothered by
for people from other countries? And as far as why you had interior...
As the Chicagoan, guys, I'm just going to say I might have a little bit different... if it's just national parks, that is bullshit, but... I got to say, there's a few things in Chicago where I'm like, it's not a bad thing.
Saying President Trump's leadership always puts American families first. And with that...
Specifically, the museum. We have one day where they give us, a bunch of, the ability to do it for free. Otherwise, nope, you gotta have a subscription now. You can't just be a resident like you used to be able to.
Certainly not unheard of for a country to charge higher fees to foreigners for its top tourist attractions. And you actually have some saying that this new plan could bring in hundreds of millions of dollars for repairing crumbling roads and buildings at parks across the country. But then you also have others arguing that people on a tight budget might reconsider their trip altogether because...
Well, and that's also where
something that could potentially exacerbate what's already a decline in foreign tourism, at least partly driven by the administration's other policies, including tariffs and immigration. Also, I'll say there is a question of...
It seems like such a Band-Aid that could honestly, rip off the scab and become infected. So, maybe not
how this is actually going to be implemented. And so, for example, you had...
Parks privately owned?
One former NPS official...
No, that's the thing. They're all national.
Arguing. This whole business of determining who's a...
Right now, it's federal stuff.
Citizen at park entrance gates opens up a whole can of worms that...
Again, I don't know. I was being a little bit of a dick.
Isn't fair for rangers. And then beyond that, you have some doubting how serious this administration is about actually improving the national park experience, given how things have gone so far.
Because that's bullshit. They already paid to come here. Yeah, except Florida's doing this with all non-residents. You realize if you go to Disney World and you do not reside in Florida that you're paying taxes on everything that you do.
The agency's been operating without a permanent head during Trump's second term, and it's also lost nearly a quarter of its workforce since he took office. And all of that has reportedly led to routine tasks like cleaning and stocking the bathrooms just not being done. And you also have fewer park rangers giving tours and lectures, and some visitor centers have had to cut their
As I said, I have a
hours. But for now, we'll have to wait to
I'll admit that it's like, yeah, mine is more just stupid, and I would willingly concede this issue and just be like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, like let's all pay the same.
See how this actually plays out once it's implemented. And, you know, if you live in the U.S., but especially if you don't and you were thinking about visiting, I'd especially love to know your thoughts here. But then, next up in the news, we've got to talk about how Indiana could be the next
I'm poor, you think I go to
state
Disneyland?
to redraw its congressional
to be fair.
maps to favor Republicans.
I have not been to Disneyland since my uncle moved, and that was one of the worst days where I was just like, wait, where did he move to? They're like, Arizona. I'm like, no. No more residency. Because he had a season pass too, where like it was like before they put IDs to it or anything. So I would just use his family pass. Like one of my best days ever was my dad, my sister, and like a bunch of my family. They had to go do something else. So my uncle was just like, "You want to go to the theme park?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's just like, "No, I mean you. Like, I'll drop you off and I will pick you up." I'm like, "Yeah." I went to Universal and I had the it was like his family pass, but because I was a single rider, I got to do everything multiple times. That was cool. That was one of my favorite, like, oh my God, I got to ride back to, I think I've told you guys here, I rode Back to the Future so many times that I like memorized the video and I was like talking shit back to Biff. Had my own car twice where there was nobody else in it. I was just like, yeah, baby. As a tourist, $100 to go to a national park. Not care as long as there were toilets. Yeah. If it was paying for like the toilet maintenance, stuff like that. I don't know, man. Like, okay, that's cool as fuck, but oh yeah, I love Back to the Future. Oh yeah. It's my favorite movie. Movie series, I should say. But yeah, I got to do Jaws multiple times to the point where I got bored on my last one. Where after the last encounter with Jaws in the, well, actually, there's two, because like there's the boathouse encounter, which that was cool. Like no matter how many times I rode it, it was cool. But you get outside the boathouse and then he fires the thing, and like spoiler alert, he blows up Jaws. I got bored by that point with my last one, where I was just looking and I was like, oh man, I want this to go faster, and I knew that there was at least 5 more minutes left. I'm like, damn it. I got to do Twister because that was pretty much new at that point. I rode King Kong multiple times. That was awesome. That was my kill time because it was near the entrance. So like, this is back in the day before we actually had cell phones, guys. So I had to go to a payphone, call my uncle, and he came and got me. The 90s. That's why I really am, like, as a non-parent who grew up in the 90s, it is wild to me, just the helicopter, like, shit that we do. Like, I understand that social media is, like, it puts everything just right in front of you, but, like, when you look at crime statistics, when you look at kidnapping statistics, when you look at all this stuff, is so much safer than the 90s, and it's like, I was fine. Like, I know it's anecdotal at that point, but, man, that was such a good time. That was right when the Hulk opened up. Wrote that. I only wrote that one once, though, by myself. I actually kind of like, I hit a point where I got scared. I don't know. For some reason, I hit that point where my brain, like if I had someone with me, it wasn't as scary, but having no one with me and like being in the full 4-person cart by myself, I was like, ah. It's at dead center though. I was like, I'm not sitting near the edges. Yeah, it was a good time. Spider-Man, the 3D ride, Still a good ride, by the way, from what I've seen. Like they updated a whole bunch of the visuals, so I want to go back and see that before they get rid of it. I miss the days of parents drop us off and you had to ring. Yeah. Literally, at my mall, they had a row of payphones, and me and my buddy, we found the one that was like it was keyed in for like emergency calls, and all you had to do was tap the thing a few times, and it would go out to a private line, so you could just call your parents for free. I remember mall security the day they figured out what we were doing. They took us into the security office to try and put like the fear of God into us, because they're just like, you can't be doing that. That's stealing from the mall. We're like, but we're kids and we need to call our parents. Yeah. What also sucked was I got my bike stolen from the mall, and yes, I was a moron. I didn't have a bike chain. Deserved every second of that. Pep, there's a good channel called Captain Delusion. He shows all the VFX tricks they did on Back to the Future. Ooh, I'll check that out. Actually, there's a channel you guys should check out. It is called Defunct Land. If you guys are into or interested in theme parks, check out that channel. I like theme parks, but I haven't been to one in so long, and also because of my concussion history, I can't ride certain things. So, yeah. Like, I haven't done a roller coaster in damn near 20 years. 15, maybe. If you wanted a 9, you tapped 1, and wanted 1, you tapped 9, all, times all phones work like that. Oh, they did? Oh, I didn't know that. I love that guy. Shows a bunch of FX breakdown things. Nice. Also, Bloodstone, hell yeah. Here, actually, you know what? I'll pull up that channel. Make sure I have that ready for after stream. Also, LT, thank you for promoting the channel. I appreciate that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Captain Disillusion. No, I have not seen this guy. 2.52 million? What? Dang. Don't know how I haven't. Let's see. But no, guys, I do appreciate you hanging out tonight. I have had a lot of fun. I'm not quitting yet. I still got a little bit of time left in me. Also trying to figure out
We were actually going to be speaking to Afton Ben today, but unfortunately, obviously very busy with the special election coming up on December 2nd, which is Tuesday. She had to reschedule. But I still wanted to make sure that we covered this race because of how important it is. Here is
Tennessee,
a
right?
local news report. They had on
I had to miss the show today.
the director
so
of
I
Emerson
haven't
College
seen this.
polling to talk about a poll that just came out this morning that is really promising about this race. As a reminder, this was a Trump 20-point district, and right now Emerson, which is a very good pollster,
Okay, yeah, this is
has the
Tennessee.
Democrat Afton Ben as within 2 points of the Republican opponent. She's spoken out about the genocide in Gaza. She, I think, called it a genocide in April 2024. So when we're talking about these litmus tests about who you can trust, that's a pretty great step in the right direction. And unlike what you would have heard from the traditional pundits during the Biden era, turns out it's not this major electoral poison pill if you stand up for universal human rights and against the genocide and the slaughter of a population. So this is where polling looks like with likely voters in this race.
that we thought might become competitive. And we jumped in the field this week on Monday and Tuesday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We collected the data. We have a sample of about 600, a margin of error of about plus or minus 3.9%, which is about an 8-point
in a Republican state, though, that's not necessarily something
swing. But one key point of the weighting for this polling as compared to previous polls is that this is intended.
Shit, you missed that majority
to
report
look at
today?
likely
Okay, I'm not the only one.
voters
Cool.
here in the
Well, hey,
7th
we're
district.
getting the,
So it's not a general
experience
audience
together.
poll. It's not even a registered voter poll. It drills down to who they think is likely to vote. And when we look at those numbers, it looks not like a 22-point district that Trump won by, but closer to like a 10, 12-point district based on those turnout numbers. Well, obviously,
Okay, now I
see
get
what
it.
happens come next.
Now you have the mixed demographic of Nashville, where you have a lot of transplants too.
Week, but at
that could definitely swing.
this time, that's how the weighting is done. So if you looked at our results here, I don't want you to compare them with our New Jersey, Virginia, California, because each survey is a study where we learn different things about the constituents. And in this poll, we decided to weight it based on the turnout model from the primary.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to give too much. I would expect Epps to win.
Where the Republicans outturned the Democrats.
If Bain wins, then we're
about
that's
55-45, and then we added in those new voters who didn't vote in the primary.
All right,
And that's
pause
how
it
we
here.
got
That's
to-
good. I think we can get a sense there where you see Matt Van Epps, 48%, Afton Ben is at 46%, and then you have that 5% down there. But this, as I mentioned, Ben has called Israel's actions a genocide before. This is a district that is the result of a resignation by a Republican, Mark Green, and he resigned, I guess, in July. But when we're talking about these incredibly thin margins in the House, this race could make it even harder for Mike Johnson to do his job, which is...
Well, I mean, see, this is what I don't like about online reporting is the fact that we've already kind of heard it from other sources that it's like almost a done deal that they're going to be quitting and but it's all speculative. It's the same thing with Kash Patel.
Which is, of course, something that we support. I'm trying to find... I have this... here it is. There's also been a ton of money that's been spent in this race. In just one special election. This is...
Yeah, guys. By the way, I'm going to try and reset what my gifted memberships are set to.
From the Tennessee Lookout. Super PACs have now spent...
If I can get it down to the cheapest amount, I will be doing that.
$7 million. In
I thought I already had that.
Middle Tennessee U.S. House special election.
It has been brought to my attention that, yes, my memberships might be off as far as...
with a week to
what
go.
I thought they were. But I appreciate everybody that does, is a member. Thank you for doing so. You guys really help out the channel. You guys are awesome, and
you have
got some exclusive content coming up. Going to be making you some
a lot
fun
of Democrats
shorts.
that are spending a lot. I think it was the largest
Promised
individual
that for a while,
donation
so
was
yeah.
J.B. Pritzker, who's been kind of dumping some money in across different races in the country. Since he's a very rich man, and Reed Hastings,
Good
the
for him.
founder
Yeah, he's a
of
billionaire.
Netflix, also poured money in. But you have Republicans. MAGA Inc. has spent nearly $1.2 million in this race. Club for Growth and Conservatives for American Excellence spent a combined $1 million. MAGA Inc. is Trump's primary PAC, whose largest individual donors this year are Jeff Yas, a billionaire investor who most notably owns a significant stake in Chinese social video company TikTok, and Kelsey Warren, the billionaire owner of Energy Transfer Partners, if you remember that name. Democratic super PACs have spent a lot as well, but that just underscores the importance of the race here. So even though we weren't able to interview the candidate today, wanted to make sure that we put this on your radar if you're in Tennessee.
Yep. Which I think I only got a few members that live in Tennessee. But I already know where you guys are going to be good with that. Conservatives declare the end of MAGA. What?
If he invades Venezuela or gives more money to Ukraine, his movement will dissolve.
The American dream will officially be dead, and millions of voters will forever associate MAGA with its decline. Welcome to the midterms. Welcome to 2028. This is the barrel of the gun that we are looking down.
I was done with MAGA at the moment he looked us in the face and he said, "What files?" Right? What? Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Pam Bondi said it was a Democrat hoax. No, I think the entire nation has been hoaxed by Republicans and Democrats.
MAGA is dead. Now we're in the America First debate. Soon it's going to be the America Only debate. Does voting matter anymore?
I don't know. I don't know whether voting matters so much. Like, looking back, I mean, we didn't really have much of an option here, but I mean, at least so we thought. But it is, nothing I voted for happened.
Listen, regardless of where you land on the political spectrum, I think we could all admit.
Damn, she went like blonde. All right, Super Saiyan Anna, I guess, is going to Fox News soon. Calling it here. Thank you for front-loading that, by the way, so I don't have to watch the entire video. Awesome of you, TYT. Did you sense that I was being a little bit cheeky there? Because I hope so. All right, here we go.
So there's an amazing article in Axios that I wanted to share with you. Apparently, Republicans in the House of Representatives are absolutely, positively miserable. Just, they hate their lives with a burning, colossal passion. And I love it. I love to hear this. So let me walk you through. So the title of the piece is "The Worst Good-Paying Job in America." Death threats and infighting are spurring House Republicans to contemplate whether they want to stay in Congress or even leave early. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's scathing resignation has rattled her colleagues. Some are questioning whether the job is still worth it when the work is drowned out by censures, violent threats, and loyalty tests to President Trump. So stop and think about what their role is. Their whole role is to be a bitch. Their whole role is to be a yes man. Their whole role is to be a ditto head, as Rush Limbaugh used to call his audience. Whatever Trump says, that's what I want. Whatever Trump says, I'm with him. Okay, well, the only problem with that is the motherfucker's at 36% approval rating in the country. Everybody hates him. He's destroying everything. He's issuing death threats, execution, death penalty threats to Democrats for saying, hey, don't follow illegal orders. And so guess what? The base of the country, like the American people and the Democratic voters, are now going, oh, hell no. If you're with this guy, you're basically a Nazi. And that's fair, bro. I'm sorry, that's fair. At this late date, with everything that's going on, the illegal fucking bombings of Venezuelan fishermen and shit, illegally bombing Iran and Somalia, with all shoving people in concentration camps at Seacot, where they're getting graped, by the way, alligator Auschwitz in South Florida. Like, it's legit. It's fair. And so that's why they're in a situation where they're getting, like, death threats on the one hand, but then also Trump is like viciously whipping them to keep them in line on the other hand. So what is their role? Their role is to be public bitch, hated by everybody. Like that's literally it. That's what they do. 41 members have already announced they plan to call it quits at the end of their term, with more expected to follow. Most House lawmakers make $174,000 a year. So 41 members are going to call it quits? Jesus Christ. Is that a record? I'm curious if that's a record. Representative Don Bacon, the hilariously named Representative Don Bacon, not to be confused with Dan Pancakes, who is retiring in 2027, told Axios he was so angry at the Trump administration's proposed 28-point Russia-Ukraine peace plan last week that he thought about resigning early. See, that's interesting because what Trump did is he basically took this document that was given to him by the Russians and went to the
Dan Cakes.
Ukrainians and said, you got to do all these things. You got to do all these things. And some of the provisions were like non-starters. Some of the provisions were like, yeah, you know all the land Russia has now? They're going to keep that, but then also more land that you're currently holding, Ukraine. So, of course, they're like, no. And here you have House Republicans going, are you fucking kidding me? Because a lot of these people are like 80 years old, right? And they're from the Cold War days. And so they still think of Russia as like just, you know, just a mortal
Dude, I was just talking to my dad about that. My dad has a very Cold War mentality still.
Enemy of the United States. And look, to be fair, in this case with Putin illegally and offensively invading Ukraine, like
I didn't even know he had, to be real.
And to have Trump just be enamored with Putin as the strong man and fucking Kim Jong-un and all these people that Trump sort of looks up to. They're having, it's enough. It's enough. It's enough. They don't like it. They don't like it. The White House did not reply to a request for comment on Bacon's comments. Another House Republican speaking on the condition of anonymity told Axios that while they are not likely to resign, the thought has crossed my mind, and I know I'm not the only one. Since July, House members have spent only a handful of days in Washington. They returned from a 7-week recess to a schedule dominated by punitive resolutions targeting their own colleagues. Rank-and-file members of both parties are relying on procedural workarounds like discharge petitions to force votes on broadly popular bills. Speaker Mike Johnson would like to limit those workarounds, as Axios first reported. With a razor-thin majority, currently at 219 to 213, a few defections can derail everything, making legislating more difficult. Which, by the way, low-key, I sort of think that was one of the reasons why Marjorie Taylor Greene resigned, is Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying, oh, really? I'm going to be your fucking whipping boy over here, Trump? Well, how about I make your life harder? Because now, boom, one pro-MAGA vote now down. Be careful who you call traitor, bitch. Like, that's sort of what she's doing here. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm sure she hated the fucking death threats. She felt like she had no political home anymore there. But, like, this is a little bit of payback. Because, oh, well, you need me for your agenda, at least in Congress, to make things actually matter. And so, I'm gonzo. How about that? You made this bed, now you're going to sleep in it, big boy. Threats against lawmakers have surged after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Members say the atmosphere feels even more volatile. And by the way, like, I wonder why the threats have surged. Could it be, as I said before, you guys have now set up fucking concentration camps and you're sending innocent people there and you're rounding up fucking grandmas and you're tear gassing babies? You know, could that be the reason why? No, of course not. So it's crazy. It's like, on some level, they know. On some level, they know.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, the actions are leading to a reaction.
Yeah, no, I'll give them that.
People aren't fucking doing death threats out of the blue. They didn't wake up one day and say, I'm feeling extra murderous today. Nobody's done that. So, I'm telling you, action, reaction. There are consequences for what's been going on in the Republican name, in the MAGA name. Representative Tim Burch had told Axios on Monday the threats have been a factor in members' decisions, in members' decision to leave. It takes a toll on people, he said. Retiring Representative Jared Golden and Green both said the uptick in political violence was part of their decisions to leave Congress. Wow. Green said Congress has been sidelined by Johnson under full obedience to the White House. Representative Victoria Spartz echoed Green's sentiment, writing on X, I can't blame her for leaving this institution that has betrayed the American people. Axios has reached out to Johnson's office for comment. The speaker has long acknowledged the difficulty of working with slim majorities. Quote, we have nothing to spare, he said last December. Trump has control over this chamber, said Representative Massey, but he doesn't have control of the base. Lawmakers in both parties have fumed for years that serving in the House is becoming a lackluster job. We don't ever seem to be doing anything, Burch had told Axios of the House. Trump gets that. He realizes the enormous nature of Congress, that something needs to be done, and he's going to do it, and I applaud him for it. So here's why you should not in any way, shape, or form feel bad for these charlatan scumbag fucks. Because all of them were happy to abdicate their responsibility to Trump in the White House. Yeah. It all started very fucking early. Trump came out of the gates hot. He signed like more executive orders within his first month compared to anybody ever, right? And he was doing hard, like gutting
Hold on.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance earlier today breaking the news of the D.C. shooting to soldiers at Fort Campbell. He was there to serve.
By the way, I think that Swalwell might be the next governor of California. It seems like he's not only pushing for it, but it seems like he's the front runner, like,
to sit in a
by far.
bright red congressional district in Tennessee, where a special congressional election is being held next Tuesday to replace Republican Congressman Mark Green, who retired in July. That district, the Tennessee 7th, voted for Trump just last year by 22 points. So this should be a breeze. And yet, check this out. New Emerson College survey shows Republican candidate Matt Van Epps leaning Democrat Afton Bain by only 2% among likely voters. That is within the margin of error in a Trump plus 22 district. This comes a month after Republican losses at ballot boxes across the country. I'm joined now by two former Republican congressmen, Charlie Dent of Pennsylvania and Carlos Curbelo of Florida. Gentlemen, it's good to have you. You know, in these specials, A, they're hard to pull.
What a waste of a great gaming setup.
B, we don't have a...
Look at this. Look at this. Like that. Oh boy, that would all just be, all right, let's see, Switch games, PS5 games, that you put it, yeah.
A ton of public polling, so you don't have like
I said, what a
15
waste.
polls you can throw into the average. But you got J.D. Vance down there, you got Trump posting about on Truth Social, Charlie, and I think from the people I've talked to who are in the district, like there's generally a sense that this is a competitive race, which that alone seems to me to say something. What do you think?
Well, this race should be a layup for Republicans, as you indicated. But Republicans, since Trump was elected, Republicans have really struggled in special elections. Democrats have overperformed significantly. We saw two special elections for Congress in Florida, where the Republican candidates who held those seats were winning by 30-plus points. and then the Republicans who replaced them won by 12 to 15 points. We saw a special election in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, for the state Senate. Very Republican area near my hometown. Never elected a Democrat since the Civil War. Elected a Democrat, and so I think what we've seen, though, and you add that up with you couple that with what happened a few weeks ago in the off-year election. Republicans have a turnout problem. Trump is turning out Democrats big time. And you said it's hard to poll these districts, these special elections. They are hard to poll. We simply don't know what the turnout will be. But I would be nervous if I were a Republican, just because, the turnout has been terrific for Democrats and pretty lousy for Republicans. So that's where we are right now. Republicans should win this district, Van Epps, but it's going to be awfully close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the expectation is that they will. It'd be sort of shocking if they didn't. Part of what's interesting, Carlos, here,
this seems to be the general consensus on this one,
is that Mark Green, this got kind of lost, but it was a little bit of a weird move, right? July of the first year in a term, you've been in Congress for a bit, to say, hey, I'm out. He just said, I'm leaving. I've got a private sector opportunity. It's too good to pass up. He went to some startup. You got him, he leaves. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene last week saying, I'm out. I'm not going to run for re-election, but I'm leaving.
People are buying out Congress. That's what it is.
Then you've got all this buzz from members of Congress speaking to say, Jake Sherman and Punchbowl, that they're thinking of the same thing. What do you think about, how do you make sense of Republicans in the majority just piecing out, midterm?
Chris, this is remarkably similar to the environment that we were living back in 2017 and 18 as we approached the first midterm election of President Trump's first term. There was so much fatigue in the Congress. People left early that year. Our friend who's on this panel with me, Charlie Dent, he retired.
Damn, that's a lot of white. Oh my God. Okay, so I could never have a place that looked like that because of him.
Early from Congress that year. A lot of members.
It's not exactly the best of, letting you wipe his paws right away.
Because the mood was just so sour. Congress had become less and less relevant, and that has only gotten worse. So I do think you're going to see more Republicans heading for the exit, some early, which of course is extremely relevant this year, right? They only have a couple seat majority. We had a 40-seat majority back in 2018, so we could afford to lose some seats.
I need a big plant like that.
We could afford to lose some members. This majority cannot afford to lose anyone, but people are frustrated. The executive branch continues making Congress less and less relevant. And to be fair, Congress continues making itself less and less relevant by refusing to take action. And guess what? People don't want to waste their time there anymore. So that's why they're leaving. It's a shame. It's sad. I decided to stick in there and run for re-election, knowing that it was going to be very difficult. But some people have just had enough.
It's like white paint exploded in that room.
Charlie, I'm going to read
it really is.
This quote from a.
What color you want this? White.
Anonymous member of Congress.
A little bit of cobalt white.
Talking to Jake Sherman. He says, other GOP members messaged us over the weekend saying they too are considering retiring in the middle of the term. Here's one particularly exercised senior House Republican.
He wanted white with the extra H.
The entire White House team has treated all members like garbage. All. More explosive early resignations are coming. It's a tinderbox. Morale has never been lower. Mike Johnson will be stripped of his gavel, and they will lose the majority before this term is out. What do you think of that?
Well, what I think this means is there are a lot of Republican members of Congress who have witnessed their Article I powers being usurped by the executive branch. And in some cases, the Congress has willingly surrendered their authorities to the executive branch. And I think enough of them have had enough. And that's why they're going to head.
So dysfunctional.
For the excess. If any member is in a district that is what I would say less than an R+10, I would be very nervous right now. I'm just telling you that these elections are going into them. They know they're going to be running into a buzzsaw, and it's quite likely they will be in the minority in the next Congress. So I think some are really reconsidering whether or not they should go forward with an election plan.
Can we also kind of point out that they were trying to gerrymander everything so that didn't happen, and they failed spectacularly?
I think you will see a rush to the exits. I can't tell you how many today, But I can see that the frustration level is very high. And why run if you just want to be in the minority and have your powers further diminished?
You know, part of it, Carlos, as a member of Congress, you are the representative for your people in your district. You don't have a boss, really. I mean, you're a sovereign in your own sort of way. Now, of course,
No, your boss is the people. See, Chris, stop doing that.
You have
No, we are their boss, guys.
Leadership. Right. And that means a lot in the House. And they're going to, give you pressure on votes. They're going to whip you and all that stuff. It does seem to me, though.
Like, I don't want to be that way, but, Jan Skakowski, I'm her boss.
It's taken to a new level in this Congress that, like,
Jan, I'm going to need you to come in on Saturday, okay?
Donald Trump basically being the boss of Congress in a way that we haven't really seen before. Do you think that's true?
Yeah, I mean, and this is another reason why members, especially the more independent-minded members, are so frustrated. Look at the use of the discharge petition, Chris. I mean, a lot of people in our country now know what a discharge petition is. That was not the case 10 years ago. It was rarely used, and it was almost never successful. I launched a discharge petition effort.
This guy looks like he cosplays Benjamin Bratt.
Fell 2 signatures short. No one knew what it was when I was doing it. Now everyone does. Why?
Character actor Benjamin Bratt.
Because members are so frustrated that House leadership, Republican leadership in this case, dedicates so much of their time and efforts to suppressing member initiatives. The speaker sometimes thinks he serves.
He really does. The more I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh my God, he's actually kind of like a dead ringer.
At the pleasure of the President of the United States. That's not how it works. The speaker serves at the pleasure of the members of the House who elected him or her, and these members are sick and tired of being suppressed, of not being given.
Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Here.
Well, as you can tell from the tastefully arranged and expensive decorations behind me, it's the holidays, and
tastefully arranged and expensive?
You know what that means. It's time to try and fail to restrain yourself from arguing about politics with your family. Almost 60% of Americans say that political polarization has gotten worse over the past 5 years. And it's
unfortunately, I'm going to have to do this tomorrow.
It's like 100% of that increase
sucks.
has happened in your...
Oh my God. And like, I get to do, all right, this is what does suck as being like a political commentator online, especially, now that I have like, it's like, I'm known enough. My whole family, it's like they use that as the excuse. It's like, well, he does politics. What's he got to say to it?
Your own damn
Oh, curse free
family. Your relatives have been brainwashed by political propaganda. And as we all know, it falls upon you, the enlightened YouTube viewer, to eviscerate them on the field of rhetorical battle.
Yeah.
And I, esteemed YouTube fact man, am here to help. Right now, the people in power have big reasons to mislead you and those you love about the American economy, and your Fox News watching relatives are taking the bait. Fox News is too liberal now. Nowadays. Now I watch Steve Bannon's War Room. You can tell he's wise because of all the shirts he wears.
I like this guy. He talks a lot of sense.
There's knowledge among those.
I also like his haircut.
Layers. Yeah.
Very fashionable. You know what? We could party together. We could go for a very sensible late drink at 3:30 p.m.
That's what happens when you teach Grandpa to use the Roku. That's right. Now that Elon Musk...
That's right, friendo.
...saved us all that money with Doge, and the illegals aren't stealing my Social Security anymore, prices are going down in the economy.
All those scam calls, they're the ones behind them. They always have the foreign accents.
He's doing gangbusters. Well, sorry, extremely believable Grandpa character. None of that is true. Doge is dead, and the government is spending more money than before Doge.
The harvest shall be bountiful. Too soon.
Even existed. Prices are up everywhere, and the economy is only doing great for the rich fucks at the top.
Yep.
In this video, I'm going to provide you all the facts you need to get the best gift of all this holiday season, your family bowing before you, their nogs.
All right, I already like this video.
Stained lips, whimpering and gibbering apologies, and a final acknowledgement that you, yes, you, were right and they were wrong.
Yeah, debate lord style, baby. Let's go. I watched an Andrew Wilson video to get hyped.
But before we get to that, just a reminder, I'm on tour right now. On December 4th, I'm doing my brand new hour of stand-up at the Lincoln Theater in Washington, D.C. I cannot wait. It's going to be a huge show. After that...
He's doing theaters, I can already tell. He went from Wisconsin to Indiana. Usually they hit Chicago on the way there, but... reasons.
I'm headed to Pittsburgh, where I'm performing at the Bottle Rocket Social Club.
Man, he must not have had a good reception at, he went to Batavia, Illinois, which is like, it's a lakefront suburb. It's really pretty there, but it's pretty small.
And then in January, I'm headed to Madison, Wisconsin, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, Houston, Texas.
Makes me think he didn't
and finally,
sell out.
from February 19th through 21st, I am going to be recording my hour as a stand-up special at the historic Punchline Comedy Club in...
Wait, you still do an hour?
In San Francisco.
You've been working on an hour, like old style?
I cannot...
Damn, dude.
Wait, if you want to be there...
This old head out here. You got Josh Johnson out there recording every one of his sets and just being like, fuck it, it's fine.
Head to adamconover.net for tickets.
Adam Conover's TV show was great. Oh, yeah, Adam Ruins Everything was great. That's why I truly do enjoy his content. He just strikes me as a freaking, like, in real life, I think that he is a very narcissistic person.
And if you want to support this channel...
he strikes me as such.
Directly, and I hope you do, head to patreon.com/AdamConover. That would be a Christmas gift to me. Oh, how nice. Ha! Well, lucky for you, people are going to have more money to spend on your comedy nonsense now that Trump's got inflation under control. Prices are going down. Why, Trump...
I just only spent $4 on eggs. Wait a minute.
Even said that Thanksgiving...
I know that my brain is pudding. Ooh, pudding. I like pudding. Who has pudding?
Then is cheaper this year. Okay, so just none of that is true. First of all, what Trump was referring to there was Walmart's yearly Thanksgiving dinner bundle where they, put a bunch of foods into one big basket so you can feed a whole family with one purchase. And it's true, that bundle costs about a quarter less this year than it did last year. But the only reason for that...
I smell toast. Does anybody else smell toast?
Because Walmart actually downsized the bundle. It has less brand name items this year than it did last year. And
Grandpa.
6 fewer total food products, including no mini marshmallows. So the truth is, Walmart actually made their baskets smaller and cheaper because their customers can no longer afford a big one. The economy is literally so bad and prices are literally so high that Walmart no longer thinks their customers can afford mini marshmallows on their fucking candied yams. That's the headline, Grandpa. Not a change, Sonny.
Candied yams, no! No! Wait a minute, tell me that they at least had the canned cranberry. I like the canned cranberry. Only one day of the year, though.
Trump's tariffs solved inflation, and that means we're all gonna be rich. I think I'll use my money to buy a Build-A-Bear franchise. Why a Build-A-Bear works? It's okay.
It's because they have the things like the Pokemons.
Wrote it. I don't need to understand it. So look, let's...
I want this collab, Old Man Pep and Old Man
talk
Adam.
turkey about the tariffs. Okay.
I like this guy. He has quite the hairline. Very snappy.
Okay, at the beginning of this year, for reasons that had nothing to do with Trump at all, most economists expected that pandemic-era inflation would just naturally start to fall. So that would have been an easy
that would have been
win
nice
for Trump. But instead...
It's almost like all those tariffs really fucked us.
In part because of his tariffs, which are literally a tax on imports, prices on...
It's so bad that I let you guys know that that's pretty much my grandfather.
Things from coffee to furniture to housing have continued to...
That was what he did.
rise. And that means the economy has continued...
Charlie?
to suck. It's actually gotten worse for everyone.
Dude, my grandpa stole forks from every restaurant he ever went to.
One who is...
It was one of my favorite quirks about him.
Isn't wealthy. Like, how about this for a data point? Low-income people have actually stopped eating at McDonald's.
Yep.
Traffic at fast food restaurants from low-income households is down by double digits. But hey, don't cry for Diabetes the Clown over here, because another knock-on effect of the economic downturn...
Old people are trolling half the time. I mean, my grandpa would have been one of those.
Is that higher?
My grandpa, he got off on driving slow. He was just like... Because, like, he could drive faster, but it was funny, too. He, by no means, should have had a license. I remember he took me to McDonald's, of all places. He's driving like this. He had a little bit of a hunch, and he's going like this, and he could barely see over the wheel. And he's just... I'm like, Grandpa... should you be driving? He's just like, oh, I like going out and really, I like to bother people. I like to just go a little bit slower than I need to because you know what? I have nowhere to be. I'm not racing to die. I was like,
Earners have started eating at McDonald's. Wow, what poor...
Meanwhile, this motherfucker got 2 Big Macs.
What people stuff are they going to do next? Early childhood lead exposure? In fact, the literal only pieces of good news that have
I miss that man so much. He was really funny, man.
Out of the economy lately have been about the spending habits of the uber wealthy. Right now, the top 10% of U.S. households account for nearly half of all spending in the economy. That means the economy is only quote-unquote good because your boss's boss is still scarfing down caviar on a yacht in the Mediterranean while everyone else is opening a line of credit to split a quarter pounder. Quit your belly aching.
Quarter pounder? You can get 2 Big Macs for a quarter pounder.
The billionaires are making America great. Why, ever since Elon fired up that old chainsaw, Doge has saved us $1 trillion. You know,
I'm getting a $5,000 stimulus check. I'm going to buy a golf cart.
Elon's an odd duck, what with the ketamine binges and the weird jumping and the polygamist harem, but he's a good American Christian boy. You mean South African? Whatever. Okay, sure. Elon famously did say that his Department of Government Efficiency would save $1 trillion earlier this year.
You said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from Doge.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
And he said he could fulfill that promise by cutting NIH grants.
It feels like that was 10 years ago.
For life-saving clinical trials, firing nuclear scientists and safety experts, and gutting the agencies we rely on for reliable information on
that booger is already almost a year old.
Deadly weather events. And yeah, he went ahead and made those cuts. Hot dog, now you're talking. I hate those scientists always trying to cure diseases. Why, back in my day, you died of smallpox twice on the way to school, and you were lucky to do so. Well, most people disagree. Elon's
wait, why is my old guy a little bit better?
Anti-science purge was so unpopular, he fled the government months ago, and now...
Right there, he would have... Okay, so my grandpa also, he was not shy to give me a little, like right across the head if I was being a wise ass, and he would say so. He'd just be like, quit being a wise ass.
Doge is dead. Literally, even though there are 8 months left on its charter, Trump's OPM director says the department straight up no longer exists. Huh, is that because its job is done? Did all of that reckless cutting make a dent in government spending? No. Right now, the federal government is actually on track to spend $275 billion more dollars this year. I mean, after promising massive cuts, Trump's government is spending more money than ever. Kind of like how Mom said she'd keep it low-key this Christmas, then wound up doubling our electric bill on light-up reindeer. Says you. We're still saving tons of money because we're not paying for all those freeloading illegals.
Yeah. I like this guy.
I'm sorry.
He's for the right people.
Undocumented.
That's not my grandpa. Right there, I will say, he would have never said anything like
Legals.
that.
Now,
he may have been a little insensitive when talking about his orderlies, though, like to the point where you're just like, dude.
The Trumps deported him. You can't come to this country and take our services and not give back. That's like coming to a potluck without bringing a dish. Okay, look, the myth of the freeloading immigrant is so frequently repeated, it might as well be Last Christmas by Wham.
That reminds me. Oh my God. All right. One of the funniest things was my grandpa ended up in the hospital, and that's not the funny part, trust me. I know. Yuck. My grandpa ended up in the hospital, and when I went to go visit him, he was talking about like trying to get The Amazing Race on, and I like couldn't find it on the hospital like clicker, and he was just like, "Hey, why don't you get that Jamaican lady?" The thing is, she like walked in, she's like, "I'm from Barbados."
I'm not familiar.
I was like,
Okay, how about Wonderful Christmas Time by Paul McCartney? Ooh, that one I like.
That shit fucking was one of the funniest moments of my life.
Yeah, you would.
And she was, I have to also say, she was hilarious. Her and my grandpa, they were best friends. They were so cool.
Most types of immigrants, including undocumented people,
she gives me an extra cup of pudding.
Asylum seekers and refugees aren't eligible for any government benefits.
Man.
Just look at this chart I've conveniently superimposed upon a plate of candied yams. And just so you know, that chart and a ton of the facts
I can imagine she gets
we
that a
used to
lot.
make this video came from our data partner,
The thing is, my grandpa didn't mean anything by it.
USA Facts. You know, in
He just wanted the Amazing Race.
a time when Americans are so polarized, USA Facts
Now,
is an
whether
amazing
the Amazing Race was taking place in Barbados or Jamaica, that he might have had a problem with.
resource for finding real, true, unbiased facts about what's actually happening in our government. So if you want the honest
They sound
truth,
like a
head
pair.
to usafacts.org. So say you have a relative that's, misinformed about which services immigrants are actually eligible for. Well, you can just show them this USA Facts chart. Those little red squares
I keep having to reiterate, my grandpa was actually really based.
are the types of federal
Like, he was a very, very progressive old man. He served in World War II. He loved this country, but he also loved equality.
aid that immigrants can't get. And you'll notice that refugees, DACA recipients, work visa immigrants, asylum applicants, and unauthorized, undocumented, illegal...
Dude, one time, one of my favorite stories he ever told me, and it was out of nowhere, by the way. We're looking through his old war stuff, right? He sees a picture of when he was in the Philippines. He's like, I almost wasn't married to your grandmother. And then he shows me a picture of this naked lady. I was like, her? He's like, yep. You almost weren't going to be born.
Immigrants
like,
are
what the
all
fuck?
ineligible for services like Medicaid and SNAP. But if you look at the second part of the chart,
Oh, yeah, man. And he straight up had, it was like a glamour shot of her walking down the stairs. I was like, what are you doing?
see that all of those groups, all immigrants,
I was like 10.
including undocumented immigrants, pay the taxes that fund those programs.
man.
So they're not chowing down at a potluck when they didn't
Yeah,
bring
my
a
grandpa
dish.
ruled.
They helped cook the
No, he was. He was a funny motherfucker.
damn meal,
He did not.
but they don't even
Let's put it this way. My grandpa did not give a shit what anybody thought.
get a bite. That is why we need to support the immigrants in our communities, not harass
on
them
speaking
or
your
kidnap
mind.
them off the street into black vans, ripping them from their families and deporting them to countries they're not even from. Now, at this point in the evening, when things have gotten a little heated, there have been some raised voices, but you've brought the facts, the information, the real truth about America. Well, at this point, you'd probably be hoping your grandpa would say something like this.
Hold on now, Adam.
You know what, Sonny? You're right. You've convinced me with the power of facts and logic. And what's more, I've really enjoyed watching you monologue around the dinner table for our entire holiday. I'm so glad.
No, for real, my grandpa, if he was still alive, he'd be like, wait, we can't punch Nazis? Like, he would be so confused. He'd be like, hold on now.
That you, the enlightened YouTube viewer that you are, finally taught your old grandpa a thing or two. You're my...
Now give me a fork. I'm putting it in my... I'm going to put it down my pants so I can take it home.
a favorite grandchild and the heir to my Build-A-Bear fortune. We all know.
Yes, he did that, by the way. That's not made up. He didn't even use his pockets because he thought he was being sly, so he would use his belt.
That's a fantasy.
Which by the way, my grandpa wore the pants that were up to his tits, so.
That's never gonna happen. No, it isn't. You may be my only grandson, but you're a cuck and you'll always be a cuck. Just to teach you a lesson, I'm gonna start watching that Nick Fuentes boy. He's got some bright ideas. Where's my remote? Yeah, exactly.
Where's my
And that's
remote?
why you're not really gonna do
We taped it and we took the double A's out, dude.
any of this. You're not gonna show
luck.
up to your family gathering ready to get into some long-winded debate with the facts on your side. No, you're going to remember that even though these are really important issues and really bad things are happening in our country, the bond between you and your family is really important too. I mean, the right for everyone's family bonds to be respected, no matter how messy and weird they are.
Uh-oh. I'm being told. You gotta go potty? Okay. How about this?
That's part of what we're fighting for
Since
in the
you're
first
being a
place, is
schmoo,
for the ability
are
for
being a
everyone
schmoo.
to take care of themselves and their families.
The one that I love.
Maybe what that means is that the best way you can be a positive influence on your own family if they're a little misguided is just by loving them and being yourself with them. Not backing down, but, just being who you are with them honestly. And that's why when Grandpa spouts some bullshit, you might just mumble, well, not everyone sees it that way. Then smile and pass him the peas. And
I like peas.
Later, after they've all gone home, you can send him this video and let him tire himself out.
I smell like peas.
Out in the comments. Oh, look, there he is, calling me a cuck instead of you. And then, hey, maybe by the time Grandpa shows up on New Year's Eve, his energy spent, you can finally connect on what actually matters. Whether or not he's going to put you in his will before he has a heart attack from reading the Epstein files. Oh my God, I'm in him. My name's in him. My name's in the files. My name's in the files. Oh, they found me out. I gotta go. I gotta go to Cuba.
All right, that was pretty funny. I gotta go to Cuba. Yeah. I played golf with him. Hey, I always knew he was a freak. All right, man. You are army crawling. What's going on, dude? Oh, man. Oh, geez. We had a pretty big show here tonight. So here's the thing, guys. I know you all have things with your families and got some stuff going on tomorrow, right? Well, tomorrow, I do have like a dinner to go to, but I think that it might be a Fundsgiving where we can do just a little hangout stream later. Do maybe like an hour. Maybe I'll even stream from upstairs. Ooh, that could be fun. You guys can meet the cat. If you haven't already met the cat, he's been down here like once or twice, but he likes to tear stuff up, so he has been banished from the basement. Ooh, cat. Yes. Actually, two cat. I have two cat. Got an older and a younger brother. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta go see him. Yeah. All right, guys. I think I got to wrap up here. Stan seems to be the one that's kind of giving me the. Oh, hold on. He's laying down, so no rush. Sweet. But that doesn't change the fact that I do need to go eat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let y'all go. I appreciate you guys being here. Let's see. Is it left past 10 still live? Because if they are,
Not cleaner, but at least the facade.
Okay, so what I will do, I will raid them. And over on Twitch, not even worth it. I was thinking about raiding this, like, let's see, how many viewers he's got? 3,000 viewers. Yeah, he does not need my help. Atrioc, I had never heard of him until today, but yeah. Apparently. He's pretty good, but I'll check him out later. But either way, guys, I really appreciate you all hanging out tonight. Here, let's do the link to this space. Hit the link and go to this space after my music plays. Because come on, guys, you know how you love to hear the outro to Pep Talks. Plus, you never know when I'm gonna pop in. Like what happened last time where I forgot to cut my mic out. Sylvie, that was why you're like, I still hear you. Yeah, that was kind of funny. All right, guys. Like I said, I appreciate you all hanging out tonight. I really do. Hit the like, subscribe, all that fun stuff for the channel. You know how to help me out, but I really do. Seriously, happy Thanksgiving to all of you. I hope that you guys have a good one. I hope that you guys do not get into the arguments, but if you do, we have had a little bit of training tonight, so thank you, Adam Ruins Everything, for that. But like I said, I will catch you guys possibly tomorrow if I don't have a little bit too much fun at dinner, which honestly, It's looking like a good possibility I'm going to be streaming. So I'll say that much. But all right, guys, I really do appreciate y'all. I will see you tomorrow. If not then, Friday, 100%. All right. Love y'all. And let's move that. There we go. All right. Bye now.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.